Yes.
The Leaf Spring Army sends its regards. FBI, open up!
Hello, everyone. I'm the Enforcer, and I'm accompanied by Enforcer Matt.
And good evening, folks. It's Enforcer Matt, and welcome back to day 1410 of the War News stream. And we have very big news tonight. We've heard that Venezuela is currently mobilizing as U.S. forces begin a takeover of Venezuela and occupation of the country. We've also heard that Moscow is being assaulted by Ukrainian drones in the capital, and also Iran has devolved into massive gunfights as the Ayatollah's regime starts crumbling in on itself. And it's good to see you all once again.
And of course, folks, we're going to be covering the past 24 hours of news from around the world, and to say it at the least, today's news is also as massive as yesterday's, and of course we are currently on high alert at the moment here at Enforcer HQ for any possible breaking news that may be coming out in the midst of our show. So, to let you all know up front, at any given moment we may have to break to more breaking news which may be coming out here on air. I cannot guarantee that that's going to happen, but there is a possibility. Nevertheless, we do have massive news that has happened over the past 24 hours, as we have been able to hear that the hunt for Captain Crack Sparrow has concluded, and it appears to now be a hunt for his 40 thieves within Venezuela. The United States Armed Forces of the United States Air Force, Marine Corps, and the U.S. Army were able to conduct a successful special military operation, the actual special military operation by definition, to capture and exfiltrate with Nicolas Maduro and his wife, the President of the Republic of Venezuela. We do understand that the operation was a success, and at the moment, we have been able to confirm that no U.S. forces were killed in the midst of the ongoing operation. Nevertheless, several U.S. soldiers have been wounded, according to reports, and a medevac was seen flying to Roosevelt Roads in Puerto Rico to be able to return those wounded soldiers back to military hospitals within the United States. Meanwhile, we have been able to see that the Venezuelan government has now been putting its armed forces on a state of high alert, and is openly stating that they are ready to continue to resist until the very end against the United States and a possible military action against Venezuela, which will be occurring here within the near future. As the U.S. President did make statements at a press conference today, highly suggesting suggesting that there will be boots on the ground within Venezuela and that the United States of America is going to run Venezuela as a military occupation zone for some period of time into the future until a proper government can be created. Apparently, we've already thrown away the opposition leader of Venezuela, as the President of the United States has also stated that the opposition leader is apparently too weak to lead the country. And so while the opposition leader was the opposition leader, it appears that the U.S. is ousting the opposition leader as the leader of the opposition. Nevertheless, we have also been able to see pictures of the former president of Venezuela, Nicolas Maduro, inside of U.S. custody on board the USS Iwo Jima, and also being offloaded at an airport near to New York City and transported to the Metropolitan Detention Center within New York City itself to await trial inside of a federal district of court within the state of New York on multiple different charges, most of them felony. We have also been able to see that at the exact same time, there has been some very interesting developments inside of Venezuela once more, as we have gotten more video and picture evidence of the raid that was conducted last night, and we've also been able to see the damage that was caused by U.S. armed forces by both satellite photography and also video on the ground from civilians, also showing us the extent of the damage that was caused by the U.S. strikes. Meanwhile, we also were able to hear that there has been a good deal of international condemnation by the typical folks that you would expect. The Russian Foreign Ministry and the Chinese Foreign Ministry have both openly condemned the United States of America of conducting a completely merciless act against a sovereign state and not respecting its leader or its national borders, which sounds quite familiar considering that China does not recognize Taiwan as an independent country and the Russians are currently involved in a military invasion in Ukraine. So kind of like the pot calling the kettle black. We've also been able to see that additionally, outside the Venezuelan situation, the armed rebellion or revolution that's currently being conducted within Iran is still ongoing at this moment, as we are hearing of active firefights throughout the entirety of the country against the revolutionaries and the central government, with both sides vying for control at this moment. Right now, we have also been able to hear, according to our trusted source, Firefights Network, that around 22 Iranian revolutionaries have been confirmed killed at the moment by the Iranian government, while the number of Iranian government officials and members of the government killed is an unknown number. The United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland and the Republic of France have also conducted significant airstrikes on ISIS strongholds near to the city of Palmyra within the Syrian interim government's area of control. Video footage was published both by the Royal Air Force and the French Air and Space Forces showing these airstrikes being conducted within the area of Palmyra, while simultaneously the Saudi Arabians are now continuing to bomb the Hadrami Elite Forces now that the Hadrami Elite Forces completely lack any UAE support. The UAE was the backer of the Hadrami Elite Forces, and now it appears that the Hadrami have been left to dry, and it appears that they're going to be quite a dry or a Hadrami here in the near future. Meanwhile, North Korea has also fired off 2 ballistic missiles into the Sea of Japan over the course of the day, once again conducting some rising escalations within the area, as this is of course putting Japan and South Korea on a tense standing with the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. Meanwhile, we've also been able to see that a major drone attack has been conducted around the Moscow area, with reports showing that drones are quite literally encircling the entire air defense perimeter and may have likely actually overrun the area. The Finnish authorities have also published footage of the seizure of the Fitberg, or generally the stoppage of the Fitberg for inspections, in which it was carrying sanctioned cargo, and we also have heard from Finnish authorities that they highly believe that it actually dragged its anchor chain and anchor over a telecom cable at the bottom of the Gulf of Finland and severed it. The United States Air Forces have been conducting significant flights to RAF Fairford throughout the day, with over a dozen C-17s seen arriving and landing at RAF Fairford for unknown reasons, while the state of Ukraine has also been seen to continue to inflict incredibly high casualties onto the Russian Federation's armed forces and have been able to generally stop most if not all Russian advances throughout the course of the day. Any small advance that the Russians have even made has been paid for dearly in blood. But we will be making sure to get into all of the news that we have from around the world today, which is, to say the least, incredibly extensive once again, and also incredibly large.
It's a lot of news right there. It's crazy times, people. Like to think today, the announcement coming out that the U.S. is simply going to be taking over Venezuela. That was something that made my head spin today. I was not expecting them to say they were taking over Venezuela. Last night we saw something crazy too. Literally, Maduro was kidnapped and captured and brought straight back to New York. I mean, it's just crazy events happening right now. But I'm very mystified right now about the whole situation about occupying and taking over Venezuela. That's going to be something to watch.
I would have to agree. It is going to be quite an interesting situation nonetheless. And of course, folks, we are going to be making sure to get into each and every single piece of the major news that we've had over the past 24 hours. So if you've heard anything in the beginning 5 minutes of our summary here, talking about all the major events from around the world, make sure to stick around because we will be covering every single one of those in as much detail as we can and every other topic throughout the course of tonight's stream. And I also want to remind everyone that at any given moment, we may have to stop our news coverage dead in its tracks to actually go to breaking news, which may be developing at the moment. We do not know if anything's going to be happening, but there is a decent chance that it may. And for that reason, I do want to keep you all in mind that at any given moment, y'all actually may hear breaking news unfolding on air. Moving on from that and into the area of the Americas, we have been able to confirm that the United States of America has officially captured Nicolas Maduro, the president of Venezuela, and his wife in a special forces raid that was conducted last night within the capital of Venezuela, the city of Caracas. Video and picture evidence began to emerge from the United States of America today, showing Nicolas Maduro on board the USS Iwo Jima. It appears that he was dressed for sleep, as he is inside of a form of a sweater or a hoodie, and also a jumper as well, with a little sleeping visor put over his eyes. He's also holding a bottle.
Is that a Nike Tech? Is that a Nike Tech he's wearing right there for pajamas?
Maybe.
It
Yeah,
looks
it
like
actually
it.
looks like it.
That's a favorite of rappers right there, right? That's a very interesting choice of outfit.
Man, well, it feels good to be a gangsta. But beyond that, it does appear that we did get picture evidence, at least of his existence, and we do understand that this was actually provided as proof of life. The Venezuelan government, specifically most top officials, were actually claiming, including the vice president of Venezuela, that Nicolas Maduro may have actually been killed by U.S. forces and were demanding proof of life. And not long after that demand of proof of life was made, this picture, which was the first of several, actually emerged, showing that Nicolas Maduro was in fact alive, and apparently quite well. I mean, he's absolutely dripped out at this point, and they said drip or drown, and this buddy was dripping. We cannot say that the Blackhawks that were carrying out of Caracas were dripping any fuel, because it appears that they made it all the way back to the amphibious ready group that conducted the strike. Meanwhile, we also got an additional picture. We're not really sure where this one came from, and there is a possibility that this one may be AI made, as his outfit has completely changed. But we can.
We're being told that one right there is actually artificially generated, so that's apparently not a real photo.
I was thinking that earlier. Like, a lot of people were saying that it was real, and so I was going to give you all the caveat that might be a real one, but we think it's most likely AI. But this next picture, the third one here, is actually confirmed to be another real picture of Maduro on board the Iwo Jima. There he is right there.
That is also another artificially generated photo, actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah, both of those are. The only one that we can confirm is real right now is that first one you showed. And also, we do have, obviously, the perp walk. That's real. And also all the photos of him not shitting, but sitting in the hangar where he was taken by the DEA. Those are real photos, too. But those two other ones you just showed, those are actually AI.
I'm not going to lie, AI is getting very convincing these days. I knew the second one was somewhat questionable, but the third one, folks, actually, they pulled one over on me. I actually thought that was a legitimate picture. But moving on out of that picture that we did get out of the Caribbean, we did apparently hear that afterwards he was flown from the Iwo Jima Amphibious Ready Group, where we don't know exactly how he flew from that Ready Group to Guantanamo Bay, but he apparently arrived at some point at Guantanamo Bay, and then another aircraft actually took him from Guantanamo to New York City. We have been able to see that at New York City, he landed at an airport just northwest of the city, and we were able to see the pictures here showing Maduro inside of New York, or at least getting off the plane in that picture. We also have some additional pictures as well showing his perp walk off of the jet. We can see him right here with a beanie on his head, surrounded by DEA agents or Drug Enforcement Agency agents up the staircase and also standing all around him. We can also see that he was inside of the hangar where the aircraft had pulled over on the tarmac to allow for disembarking, and we can see that apparently he was putting up a thumbs up right here. I have to say that they apparently switched out his clothes from the time that he was on the Iwo Jima to Guantanamo to New York City, but we can see him here putting a thumbs up with several more DEA agents posing around him for pictures, and then we can also see him doing the famous perp walk right here. And he's not doing a perp walk, folks.
I guess they thought it'd be better to put him in like a hipster beanie and a normal blue, I guess, hoodie or something right there. I'm not really sure why they changed his clothes out like that, because I don't see any really reason to do that. But I guess they figured to give him a hipster beanie and let him style around, I guess.
Yeah, I guess they did. I mean, apparently this was at the New York Stewart International Airport, which I'll actually pull up for y'all right here, the Stewart International Airport inside of New York. And this is apparently the airport that they landed him at. So he actually had a little bit of a drive from the Stewart International Airport all the way down to New York City. We understand that he's currently being kept inside of the MDC, which stands for the Metropolitan Detention Center, and he is going to be waiting there at the moment as he has actually had charges brought up against him by the United States government. We have been able to hear that there are indictments against Maduro that have been unsealed by the U.S. justice system, and apparently these charges are against him and his wife and other officials that have been alleged to be involved with narco-terrorism and cocaine trafficking conspiracies, as well as weapons-related offenses. I don't know what the weapons-related offenses are. I mean, I guess buying Chinese and Russian garbage, which is an offense in itself. But outside of that, I don't know what those charges are specifically about. We'll have to read the actual indictments and find that out later on. Still, it does appear that he will actually be facing trial within a U.S. court, and at this moment, he is currently inside of the MDC within New York City, and he will be awaiting his trial inside of the MDC. We also were able to see him, mind you all, actually arriving near to the MDC earlier on in the day. We could see footage here actually showing us those vehicles arriving near the area. Unfortunately, folks, we won't be able to show the clip in its entirety, or really any of it at all, but if you would like to see the entirety of the clip of Maduro arriving and then being brought out of the armored cars and into the MDC, you can click on our link in the description below and go to the marker that we have within Manhattan, and you will actually be able to find this clip and watch it for yourself in its entirety. But moving on out of that little bit of information of where Maduro's whereabouts generally are at the moment, which is within the New York City area, we've also been able to hear that while all of that was going on through the course of the day, the White House has actually held an official press briefing about the situation today and has made a great deal of additional statements involving the raid that was conducted last night, and also future actions that the United States appears imminent on taking at the moment. We were able to hear that apparently the U.S. is declaring an occupation of Venezuela at this point. According to the president, he has stated that we are going to run the country until such time as we can have a safe, proper, and judicious transition. We don't want to be involved in having somebody else step in and end up with the same situation, and the U.S. has destroyed 97% of the drug trafficking that came into the country by sea. That doesn't really matter to the whole situation with Venezuela right now, but we do understand that apparently the U.S. is going to be conducting a military occupation to some extent of the country, which is going to be a lot more difficult than some people are thinking. Some people have actually thought, at least in the public, that this situation is a lot like a movie, to where if you capture Maduro, the entirety of Venezuela has fallen. And that is not the case at all. It actually appears that the Venezuelan government has apparently remained, at least for now, quite resilient in terms of resistance against the United States, and it appears that it's going to remain that way well on into the future. And that's actually going to be moving us down in a moment after we get through the other important statements made out of Washington, down into Venezuela for all of the major developments that have happened inside of their country over the course of the day. Additionally, we have also been able to hear that the President of the United States then added in that we're going to have our very large United States oil companies, the biggest anywhere in the world, go in and spend billions of dollars, fix the badly broken infrastructure, and start making money for the country, and also for ourselves. We are ready to stage a second and much larger attack if we need to do so. So for everyone who was saying the cliche, the war is for the oil, y'all were actually correct. Ding, 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 ding. I wish y'all had a prize to win or something along those lines, because it actually does appear that the entire cartel and narco-terrorism allegations have pretty much completely fallen to the wayside, and we pretty much just did this for the sour crude inside of Venezuela. So a little bit interesting with that. You know, that was something that was on up there in likelihood, but I'll be entirely honest with y'all. I thought that was something that would be more so taking second fiddle to removing Chinese or Russian influence from Venezuela. It actually appears that I was incorrect on that. Apparently the top priority was just getting access to all of the sour crude inside of Venezuela. So
it is wild, though. It seems like once Maduro was captured and he was brought into U.S. custody, the whole really big narrative of this being mainly about drugs kind of, like you said, went by the wayside. And they went heavy during the presidential speech today about sending in the U.S. oil companies to retake the stuff in Venezuela, and they're going to pump billions of dollars into it and start making money for the country, I assume mainly America and also Venezuela as well. So that seemed to be like the highlight of the speech today. It was all about oil. Now, I will say this, though, a caveat here, they did charge Maduro with narco-terrorism, so he is being charged, at least allegedly, with crimes related to the drug trade and things like that. But it seems like the U.S. has completely transitioned into taking over the oil fields for the most part. So that's kind of wild how quick that flip happened with the narrative like that.
Yeah, I got to say, it was pretty quick, folks, because over the course of this entire day, we have basically heard nothing about fentanyl coming from Venezuela or the cartels within Venezuela, rather than that one short comment that they cut out most of the boat traffic to the United States. The rest of it was entirely about what the United States is going to be doing, returning our oil companies into Venezuela, which is fairly interesting, to say the least, because that was really not the justification that was being given to the public the entire time as to what we were doing. But anyways, moving on from that, we also were able to hear that apparently the president has also said that we are not afraid to put boots on the ground in Venezuela, and apparently turned this into a far longer conflict than many people were believing from the 2.5 hour operation that we just saw the night before. We've also been able to see that apparently the Secretary of Defense has also made some statements as well, including the following: "We can assure that we have access to additional wealth and resources, enabling a country to at least unleash that without having to spend American blood."
Oh, look at that meme.
Oh, look.
What the hell? That had caught me off guard for me. I looked up and I was listening to what you were saying. I saw that meme. That freaked me out. I was like, what the hell is that? It's a soldier.
Oh man, that's Iraq shenanigans right there. But beyond that, it does appear that at the moment, at least for now, I don't really think the Secretary of Defense's statements are going to end up being entirely truthful at the moment about not having to spend American blood, because we're about to get you all down to Venezuela in a minute, and the situation down there actually looks a little bit more resolute than one would anticipate, especially considering that the leader of their country had literally been nabbed in the middle of the night by the boogeymen and disappeared in a helicopter off into the night, off into the Caribbean. But before we get on into all of that, I do want to talk about the statements that the President of the United States has made today about the foreign policy prerogatives at the moment with the Caribbean, and also specifically with the Republic of Venezuela. But one more thing I want to say before we get on into that. Well, actually, you know what? Actually, we'll hold this off for a moment. We'll actually get to this one here in a second. But Matthew, what are people thinking about those statements, and what are you thinking about them as well?
Okay, so during the major presidential press conference today about this Venezuela situation that we saw literally break out live on the air last night, the U.S. says that they're taking over Venezuela, and you heard that right, taking over the country apparently, until a real and favorable government is installed that the U.S. Prefers. And what do you think about that? People are all over the place on this poll. 35% said that's a good idea, it's the best option that the U.S. has, while 35% also said as well, that's a terrible idea, that would be a disaster, and 20% said we really have no other real option, so we kind of have to go down this path. And I would say, once again, I've been saying this for a very long time, it is not a good idea to go in on the ground inside of Venezuela. That will get us bogged down almost certainly in that country. So to me, I'm with the 35% that said it's a terrible idea. This is going to turn into a prolonged disaster. Not because the Venezuelan military is powerful or strong. They're not. We saw that last night. They got rolled and steamrolled last night. But it's just about the idea that a guerrilla warfare campaign is likely to break out as a result of an occupation of Venezuela, and any type of attempt by the United States to keep control over the country is going to be met by nonstop resistance from probably several factions, probably more than 10 or 15 factions that exist inside of Venezuela. They're going to be constantly attacking and fighting, and it's going to be nonstop. Prior war game simulations have also indicated and predicted that, and the U.S. is aware of those war game simulations, but it seems like they're going for this really radical option anyway, which seems to be a very shaky option to take. So I don't think it's a good idea, me personally, and I was kind of shocked to hear that that was the goal that they announced today. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say that I'd actually be with the 19%. We really don't have any other option at the moment. It's not that it's ideal, but at the same time, it's not really like we can walk away from this and just leave it alone. Getting rid of Maduro, to be entirely honest with y'all, really didn't do a whole lot, at least for the situation in Venezuela. They are still a Chinese-Russian aligned state at the moment, and while Maduro is gone, basically the line of succession has just bumped everyone up a position at the moment, and has moved someone up into the acting president, the acting minister of defense, and so on and so forth. And we're just seeing that at the moment, the Venezuelan government is still continuing on generally as if Maduro never even really existed, at least for now. They are going to try and continue some form of resistance, and we are going to have to deal with it, because if we walk away right now, folks, here's what's going to happen. The Russians and Chinese have already made it clear through today's statements, through their foreign ministries, that they are 100% aligned to the Venezuelans, and while they really can't do anything to help them out right now, they are definitely going to be working in the future, if we walk off, to try and arm and support them to the gill. Didn't really seem that it helped them out a lot, the minimal amount of support that they got last night, but it is still going to make the situation a lot more difficult to deal with in the future. And who's to say if we don't walk off now, the Venezuelans may allow the Russians or the Chinese to actually build some form of a port facility or naval base along their coastline, or jointly share a naval base or port facility that then allows China and Russia to power project not only within the Caribbean and also the Americas, but on top of that, to also be able to allow themselves to steam out of port from Venezuela and directly confront U.S. forces in the future if we try and deal with that situation then. That's something that we really cannot deal with, regardless of the motives of this action that we've seen by the U.S. government, whether it was for oil, whether it was to curb Chinese or Russian influence, or whether it was over the cartels, which that is the most unlikely option at this point. One thing's for certain, we really cannot allow the Venezuelan government to remain there and just walk off and leave them alone to their own devices and to the devices of the Chinese and the Russians. So while this isn't an incredibly great situation, in my opinion, I would generally be honest with y'all, we really have no other choice rather than to go in, clear out their government, and try and put a new one in that would support American interests within the region.
Just think though, like what is the next step that the U.S. is going to have to take to actually carry out this plan to occupy Venezuela? Because I see some people saying, well, the U.S. doesn't really mean they're going to occupy the country. They're simply going to take it over. But in order to take it over, you have to basically occupy the capital at least. So are we going to be seeing Marine Corps landings on the shores? Are we going to be seeing, I mean, how's this going to work, right? The U.S. Leadership has not been very extensive with explaining how that's going to work. Obviously, for operational security reasons, they're going to be vague about that. But you know, going in on the ground, are we going to get into a ground war with the Venezuelan troops that are still left and still loyal to Maduro? Because so far right now, it sounds like the vice president of Venezuela has been sworn in, and she's vowing to fight till the end. If you can believe that or not, she may be bluffing. There's no telling. But she apparently did not flee to Russia, contrary to reports that we had heard yesterday. She's still inside of Venezuela, and she's going to try to hold out. And we're also seeing these ragtag bands of forces roaming the streets in Caracas, and also very old military equipment moving through the streets as well. So they are going to mount some sort of resistance. That's obvious at this point. It doesn't appear to be a super strong resistance, but that means the U.S. military is going to have to engage in ground battles to take the capital, at least based on what I'm seeing.
I would have to say that does seem like it's fairly likely, but at the same time, I do have to say there really is nothing else that we can do. Like if anyone, like if we say that the U.S. has overstepped or overplayed and it shouldn't have gotten to the situation, I would generally agree. But we are here right now, and if we just walk away and allow the Maduro-aligned government to exist, which is more so Chinese or Russian-aligned, more so than Maduro-aligned, then we're basically allowing the Russians and the Chinese to slip in right behind us and start building up Venezuela into a situation that we cannot deal with in the future, and then we have an open adversary quite literally within our backyard, a lot like we had with Cuba for some time. So I'd have to say, while this is not a great situation, and I generally would say, folks, that with everything else going on in the world right now, there are a lot of larger fish to fry than the Venezuelan situation would have ever become if we had just left it alone. We kind of are in a situation right now to where we really can't walk off, and we either have to deal with this now, or we walk away and this becomes a whole lot worse. So generally, I'm not, like, I'll be honest with y'all, I'll say this, I'm not a big fan of going into Venezuela and having to deal with the situation, but also we really don't have any other choice in the strategic big term or the big picture or in the long term picture. There really isn't any other choice rather than go in there and completely dismantle their current Maduro or more so Chinese aligned government and install a more American aligned government at the moment.
Yeah, maybe so. I mean, at this point, I will agree with you. You kind of do have to take action at this point because they've started the ball rolling. You can't just go and airstrike the capital, because now that will obviously help mobilize people inside of Venezuela. Whoever was going to fight or was thinking about it, these U.S. strikes are going to pretty much motivate them to fight. So it's basically forcing some type of situation. It's just, you know, I just hope and pray that this does not turn into like a Vietnam 2.0 or something like this, because it looks like, based on the predictions from analysts, that it has a very high likelihood of turning into that, because of course the Venezuelans use very similar guerrilla tactics when it comes to fighting, and of course it's a jungle environment as well, so you have that going for them, and they know the environment very well. So that's something that's going to put the U.S. at a disadvantage during a ground conflict. So I'm just hoping it doesn't get really long and drawn out. I'm hoping it doesn't, but at the same time though, my hopes aren't very high.
I'd have to say my hopes are A little bit high to an extent because the situation with Venezuela is a lot different than what a lot of people are saying with Vietnam. Vietnam could be directly supplied in the Vietnam War. Actually, let me go get you all a map of the Vietnam War because the map was generally stable the whole time. Map of Vietnam War. Let me go see if I can show you all this here. Let's see here. So this would be North and South Vietnam. Or let me go get a better one. Any larger one that we can get? Here we are. So here is North and South Vietnam. South Vietnam is in gray. North Vietnam is in red. And both of the Vietnams were divided at the 17th parallel. That's basically their version of the DMZ. Back then, the reason why Vietnam was incredibly difficult to fight is because the Soviet Union, which heavily backed North Vietnam, as well as the People's Republic of China, which also heavily backed Vietnam, had a direct land access into Vietnam through China, meaning that any sort of actual physical or monetary support to be provided to the the People's Republic of Vietnam, if I'm getting the name correct, could be provided directly over land, a lot like what we're doing in Ukraine right now. The United States could also access South Vietnam by sea, meaning that you could pretty much keep that conflict going indefinitely logistically because both sides had easy access to supply their force in the fight, or at least their forces that were involved in the conflict. With Venezuela, the situation is a lot different. They actually don't have a direct land connection with any country nearby that could provide any significant support to them to continue a resistance. Colombia may be the only country that might kind of swing that way to where they might want to provide some form of military support. But considering what happened to Maduro, I've got to be entirely honest with y'all. I think that they're probably going to make the decision in Colombia to just sit back and not get too heavily involved, lest U.S. intelligence knows that they're getting involved, and then Petro might just get grabbed in the middle of the night as well and end up disappearing in a special forces raid. So that might not be the smartest move for them, and that might not be the smartest move for self-preservation, at least for the leader of Colombia. Brazil won't get involved because Brazil has no way to actually supply Venezuela in any meaningful form. They have a border with Venezuela that's quite literally in the middle of the Amazon rainforest. There is no infrastructure in terms of roadways that makes its way from the Brazilian populated centers to Venezuela by land, meaning that you would have to make extremely long, arduous, and difficult logistical operations through the Amazon to give the rebellion hardly any supplies at all, even if Brazil wanted to support them. Otherwise, you would have to fly it all in, and that would easily be seen by the United States and easily be turned away from Venezuelan airspace before it could ever arrive or drop anything off, meaning that in the long term, the Venezuelans being supported through arms or finance is pretty difficult in this situation. So while resistance could exist and permeate within the very fringe of the Amazon rainforest, because there's no further infrastructure inside the rainforest to keep a rebellion or resistance alive for a long time, they would probably die in the harsh conditions of the jungle with absolutely no support. They really don't have an ability to continue a resistance for incredibly long, at least based off of our current situation, unless if something changes drastically over, say, the next month or two. So I think it wouldn't really it would be a lot like a Vietnam for a little while, and I mean a short while, maybe 6 months, maybe a year, and then very sporadic resistance for the next 2 to 3 years. But that sporadic resistance could probably be dealt with by an interim government or a new U.S. government that had been installed inside of Venezuela without it being that big of an ordeal. So I don't think it will be that bad of a situation. It's not going to be ideal, folks. I'm just going to be upfront. This isn't even an ideal situation with what I'm explaining right now, but it's not going to turn into Vietnam 2.0, at least from what I could tell based off of where they could get supplied from, because you always have to have a supplier.
Not. Yeah, I hope it doesn't, personally. Ideally, since we have gotten knee-deep into this, we kind of have to finish it at this point. Hopefully it goes smoothly. It sounds like the U.S. is hell-bent on actually occupying the place. So hopefully it does go smoothly for the sake of everybody involved here, including the Venezuelans. Because like I've been seeing several people in the chat saying, there's a lot of Venezuelans actually celebrating the removal of Maduro. Now, once again, Maduro has been captured, but Maduro's regime is still in place. So the job is not nearly finished. The head of the snake has been cut off, but the snake is literally still occupying the whole country. So they got to deal with that. And the Venezuelans appear to be happy about this whole situation going down. It's actually the complete opposite of what some people would have expected. The Venezuelans hated Maduro for the most part, and they wanted to get him up out of there. So the U.S. did that, and they're happy about it. But at the same time, though, another issue that we have to deal with here is the opposition leader, the one who was supposed to be taking charge of Venezuela after the whole situation came to a stop. top, she essentially got conned at this point because it was believed that she would be installed after Maduro was removed. Now we're hearing from the U.S. officials that they think she's too weak to lead, which is a bit of a shock. So I think she's out of country. I think she's in Europe right now, and she's apparently not the U.S. Pick for taking charge of Venezuela. So I don't know what's happening with that. They seem to have sort of thrown her to the curb all of a sudden this morning. So I'm not sure who they're planning to pick to run Venezuela, but apparently it's not going to be her at least.
Yeah, I would have to say that was quite a bizarre sort of a move, folks, because the U.S. has been heavily behind Maria Corina Machado and her move to try and take over Venezuela through some sort of either a public revolution like we're seeing in Iran or through some form of an armed overthrow that the U.S. might conduct. And now at the very at the 11th hour, or the 13th hour, if you want to put it that way, they have now stated that she's too weak to lead the country, meaning that the opposition leader that we have actually groomed here in the United States to take the position of the president of Venezuela once this was successful has now been thrown out at the last minute. So I don't really know who in the world we would be trying to support as the next leader of Venezuela, but that is an incredibly odd sort of a move to make, considering that we've actually conducted the overthrow, well, not really the overthrow, but at least the deposition of Maduro, and we're possibly on our way to sweeping away the rest of the Venezuelan government. And at that very moment, when we generally need to make sure that our leader, our chosen leader, will be the one to go in and take their place, we're now throwing them out and apparently have no actual candidate at the moment. So I would say that's quite peculiar, or very strange to say the least.
Yeah, I would say so. So I'm not really sure who they're going to pick. We have heard that the U.S. officials say, because during this presidential speech that was made today about Venezuela, the president pointed to the people standing behind him and said, these are the guys that are going to be running Venezuela. He pointed to Marco Rubio behind him, who I think that's his 7th job at this point. So he's a little bit busy. Also, I think he pointed to Hegseth and a couple of people behind him and said, they're going to be running Venezuela. So I'm assuming, I'm not sure how long they're going to be in charge of the country, but I guess they're preferring to put our own people in charge of that country instead of letting the opposition leader simply take immediate charge of the country, which seems a bit odd. It seems very odd to me that they would do that because I think this lady just won the Nobel Peace Prize for her work against Maduro. So she's being just totally kicked to the curb for whatever reason. So I guess we'll find out.
Yeah, and also, by the way, speaking of those statements, it actually sounds like at the moment the U.S. government is actually planning on running a military occupation of Venezuela and having a military governor declared within the area. That could be a commander of, say, U.S. Southcom or the Secretary of Defense, or it may even be the Secretary of State. Because in prior times, like for example at the end of World War II, we actually made Douglas MacArthur the governor of occupied Japan for a while in the midst of our occupation, which lasted in Japan for around 10 years after World War II, from 1945 to 1955. So it actually sounds like, at least based off of that statement, they're planning on running Venezuela as a military occupation zone. And the best way I can describe this, folks, is either by that World War II example of Douglas MacArthur being the occupational governor of Japan, or Edward Stanton being the occupational governor of the defeated Confederate States of the United States of America at the end of the U.S. Civil War, which was also a similar incident to the one that we would be seeing about right now. So I'm guessing that's what they're going for, which is quite interesting to say the least. And I would be entirely honest with y'all, if the U.S. public, folks, half the U.S. public either loves the current government that's in charge or hates it, imagine having an unelected representation of that very same government, the half of the people in the country like and hate here that actually voted for them, and then you don't even vote for them, and then they're running your country for an indefinite period of time. I've got to be entirely honest with y'all. I don't really know if that's going to turn out winning the hearts and minds of the Venezuelan people. That might actually end up making them a little bit angrier, and might even continue on any form of armed resistance or any form of resistance for some time longer due to their animosity from that action. But with that in mind, we do also have an additional question to all of y'all about what in the world was the real reason behind the U.S. attack on Venezuela and the capturing of Maduro last night. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that? And what are you thinking about that as well?
All right. So there was obviously an ulterior reason why Venezuela was attacked and also now going to be occupied. I think it's become clear at this point that there was a secondary main reason behind the official narrative. So what do you think? 47% said it was all about capturing the oil fields. That was the real motivation behind this attack, while 37% said it was always about curbing China and Russia influence, and only 8% said it was about drug intervention. And that was the official narrative. The official narrative was we were going down to Venezuela because they were sending fentanyl and also tons of cocaine to the United States. That is a true claim, by the way. I'm not saying that's false, but Venezuela is one piece of a much larger narco-terrorist network, and Venezuela is not the only country doing that. So we always questioned that narrative. We always said it really didn't make much sense, and we really didn't buy it. So we've been saying that a while, but we've also, at the same time, we didn't necessarily agree with the idea it was about capturing oil fields. I didn't think it was about that personally. I thought it was more about curbing Russian and Chinese influence. But it turns out during the presidential speech today, it became blatantly obvious that the reason why we went down to Venezuela was mainly about the oil fields. And that was literally the highlight of the presidential speech today, was about going back down there and recapturing the oil fields that were stolen from the United States oil corporations. So we're going to be apparently investing billions of dollars to reopen these dilapidated facilities to extract the oil, and we're trying to keep the oil away from Russia and China, so that way we can corner basically the largest oil fields in the world, which is in Venezuela. So that is the real motivation, and I actually did not believe that, but at this point I can officially say all the people that believe that, you were actually 100% correct. But Enforcer, what say you?
It all comes back to oil, and I gotta be honest with y'all, I did not believe that that would be the real reason why we would be doing anything to Venezuela. I mean, if you asked me, folks, it would be clear and obvious to me that if we took any action against Venezuela, it would be to curb the Russian and Chinese influence inside the country. Turns out we just want the oil, apparently, because that was what was said at the press conference today, basically exclusively. We didn't say anything about curbing Russian or Chinese influence. As a matter of fact, we actually said that China would be able to get some of the oil out of Venezuela as well. And at that point, I'm like, well, apparently this whole thing was just to go get, I guess, Exxon or someone down in Venezuela again, so that way they can go and pump the oil out themselves and make a little bit of cash. Because, I mean, like, we want to curb, like, as on a strategic level, anyone rather than the United States generally being the dominant sphere or contesting a sphere of influence in the Americas. It's a strategic prerogative of the United States that we keep our home front incredibly stable and not allow anyone to be here. That's why when the Soviets started to back Cuba back in the Cold War, that was a humongous ordeal because it's literally a Soviet fortress right in the middle of the Americas. That's not a great strategic position to be in. Venezuela is also quite similar to that, especially in the modern day and age with how long-range missiles can be, and also with the fact that it could be used as a naval support station for the Russians or the Chinese. It's an incredibly big deal to make sure that a country like that is not Russian or Chinese aligned, literally 1,000 miles away from the United States. But instead, for some reason, our top priority wasn't to stop the Chinese and Russians from building a fortress within our backyard. It was about the oil. So, funnily enough, for everyone who was saying that, and I was saying, oh, that's kind of cliche, folks, the cliche was literally dead right. So, I'll have to tell y'all, I'm going to have to eat my foot on that one and state that I was wrong. It apparently was not for curbing Chinese and Russian influence primarily. It was quite literally to just go get the sour crude out of the oil fields in Venezuela. So, with that, I hope that does address that the best we can, at least from what we heard from the press conference today. And if you don't believe me, folks, you can just go watch the press conference from the president, and he literally said it multiple times. So it's not like it's something we're making up. It's literally exactly what he said word for word. Moving on from that, though, we do have to get back down into the area around Venezuela, within Southcom's area of responsibility, because we have a lot to cover down here, and I'm going to be showing y'all some very interesting information that we've gotten over the course of the day. For one, we did get to see the return of multiple aircraft returning to Roosevelt Roads within Puerto Rico, including this F-35 Lightning, or several F-35s that were seen landing at Roosevelt Roads. We believe that these are operated by the United States Marine Corps and that they are F-35Bs.
Pause that video there. I don't think we can show that one.
Oh, well, we also were able to see an incredibly rare RQ-170 returning as well, but we won't be able to really show that clip either. The RQ-170 is quite exceptional. It is a stealth reconnaissance drone that is very rarely ever seen in use or in operation, and it is quite wild to see that this was actually used, at least one of them, in the reconnaissance gathering part of the operation that was seen last night, where the 160th SOAR went in with Special Operations Forces to capture Maduro. We additionally were able to hear that at some point, some Special Operations Forces had been wounded in the midst of the ongoing firefights that were conducted in the attempt to capture Maduro, and we did see that a medevac aircraft, a Boeing C-17 Globemaster, took off today near to Charleston and actually was en route to Aguadilla, which is on the northwestern side of the island of Puerto Rico, apparently on a medevac flight. That suggests to us to at least some Special Operations Forces operators were actually wounded in the midst of the actions conducted against Maduro's regime, but we have not been able to hear of any confirmed deaths, at least in terms of the U.S. forces that were involved in the raid. Moving us on out of Puerto Rico and on down into Venezuela, we have also been able to get a lot of news from inside of Venezuela as well, following up with everything that we were able to see yesterday. Fortunately, folks, we actually got footage of the exfiltration of the 160th SOR after they had been able to successfully capture Nicolas Maduro. From the footage that we see here, which has unfortunately been removed, we actually were able to see some of the MH-60 Blackhawks of the 160th along with the CH-47Gs apparently barreling their way out of the city towards the northwest, heading back towards the mountains and back towards the open ocean, back to the Iwo Jima Amphibious Ready Group. It was incredibly interesting to note because that is the only footage that we have at this moment of the exfiltration after Maduro had successfully been captured. Outside of that, we also were able to confirm towards the area of Fort Tiuna that there was a decent amount of damage that was caused within this area. For one, we were able to see more footage of the AH-1Zs engaging the fort, which we could see in this clip right here. It's fairly similar footage to what we saw last time. It's basically the direct Hydra rocket strikes that were conducted by the helicopters, which y'all are about to see in the clip right here. Or, oh wait, sorry, correction folks. It's actually right here. There you go, there's the rocket strikes.
You know, you got to admit, even if you don't support what's happening in Venezuela right now, like you have to give a big, I guess you could say, credit to the armed forces of America. I mean, our armed forces are extremely competent. Like nobody in the world can even come close to how competent our people are. The fact that they were able to extract Maduro from a highly guarded presidential compound like they did last night with 0 casualties, that was like something out of a James Bond movie or something. That most people don't even realize how much of an expertise that takes to pull something like that off. Most countries wouldn't even attempt to try to do something like that because they know how disastrous that could end up. And also, I mean, they laid waste to all the air defenses. Russia pumped about $6 billion plus into air defense for Venezuela over the last few months, and it was basically just wiped out last night in one fell swoop by the United States forces. So, I mean, they really kicked ass. So whether or not this turns out good in the end, that's another question. But at least for last night, that was a hell of a display.
I would have to say, folks, Matthew is actually a little mistaken there because he said no other country would even dare try this. There is actually a country that has been in air news coverage pretty much every day for years now that has tried this not once, but at least 2 to 3 times at this point. And Matthew, you know who it is. It's the Russians. And they've tried this against Zelensky at least one time that we can confirm, which was on February 24th of 2022, when the Russian Federation's VDV forces were attempting to take Hostomel. There were also some Russian hit teams that had actually been sent directly into Kyiv to attempt an assassination on Zelensky and conduct a decapitation strike against the Ukrainian government on day one. I will tell y'all, folks,
Really?
I remember, yeah, remember that? We actually showed the well, actually, you weren't on the show yet, Matthew. You didn't see that footage, but the Ukrainians literally chased these guys down the street in a car chase gunfight and actually got them to crash their car and then got out and finished them all off while they were stuck inside of their car. It was absolutely
I'll be honest
crazy.
with you. I didn't think they were going after Zelensky. I thought they were just fighting for their life. That's how bad it was. I didn't think they were actually chasing Zelensky himself. I thought it was just like an attack on Kyiv.
No, those guys actually were beelining straight towards Zelensky, and it was a hit team that was supposed to hop out of the car, charge right towards Zelensky, wherever he was, according to Russian intelligence, and attempt to kill him. And they completely failed at that. They actually were caught by barrier security at the edge of the city. A car chase then ensued through the city, with gunfire being exchanged by both sides. They then forced them to crash, I guess blew their tires out, and then they got out and finished them off while they were stuck inside of the car.
Well, I stand corrected then. Russia has tried and failed miserably. That's why they'll never probably try it again. I think that's probably why they haven't tried it again since then. Honestly, though, I wasn't even aware they were chasing Zelensky then. I remember the footage of that happening. I thought they were just chasing down, members of the armed forces, like for, to attack Kyiv. I didn't know they were looking for Zelensky.
Oh no, that was a hit team, and it went poorly. They've apparently also tried it again as well. We did hear that at one point Kirill Budanov did state that an attempted assassination was conducted once again by Russian special forces and that the act was thwarted, but we really didn't get any video and picture evidence of it, so that second time is a little bit rougher to confirm because we basically have really not a lot of proof of it. And then there was also apparently an alleged third possible time that same plan had been conducted a second time, and it also failed as well. So the Russians have actually tried that on Zelensky at least roughly around 2, maybe even 3 times, and all 3 times they have completely failed at trying to get Zelensky and either apprehend him or just outright even assassinate him, which is usually easier than apprehending someone. The U.S. literally flew in and just grabbed someone like the boogeyman and then just flew off with the guy. I mean, like, the U.S. Special Forces are literally the monsters in the night that you hear about that are hiding in the closet that just grab you and you disappear and no one ever sees you again. That's literally what they did to the guy. No one else in the world has been able to ever successfully pull something off like this. Most countries would very rarely ever even think of trying something like this. The Russians are the only ones that were arrogant enough to try it, and they failed miserably. The U.S. was arrogant enough to try it, and also was competent enough to successfully pull it off. And that's something you'll never see a combination of anywhere in the world, rather than with the United States. Outside of that, though, and getting us through the rest of the Fortuna news, we've also been able to see that some equipment have been completely destroyed. And I mean entirely obliterated. We can actually show you on satellite footage where that exact location is. This is actually a series of small warehouses that are within the Fortuna area. These right here, this cameraman is actually filming this video from this little street right here, and he's looking towards the southeast, towards this row of buildings, which is actually a motor pool, which had been completely destroyed by the U.S. airstrike. From what we understand, some T-72s may have been stored at this facility, and all of them appear to have been completely obliterated, as there is quite literally nothing left standing there, not even what appears to be the debris of a main battle tank. Outside of that, we also were able to see some additional video as well, showing the fires cooking overnight at Fortuna, which actually could be seen from several miles away on the other side of the mountain, which you can see right here. This picture was apparently taken from Carapita and was actually showing the smoke and fire billowing from the fort after the strikes had been conducted, of course obscured by the mountain range. Additionally, we also were able to see another bit of news of the before and after. And this is where satellite footage becomes pretty good, folks, to take a look at. This is that very area of the facility that I was speaking of just a moment ago. These pictures were taken by the Vantor satellite currently within orbit, and I'll once again show you all this on Google Maps. This is the area that we're looking at right here, and actually, Matthew, let me see if I can orient ourselves. Let's see, let me go to the globe mode, so that way I can try and get this as close as possible for y'all. So we'll do this globe mode, and then hopefully we'll be able to orient ourselves in the same direction. So this is actually the direction that they are looking at the facility from. So they're actually looking at it oriented towards the south. So the top part of the image is towards the southern end of the facility. So there you go right there. There's the same matchup. And then this is what it looked like before the strike, about a day before. This is what it looked like after. And you can see those depots completely destroyed from the airstrike.
Interesting. That was a lot of damage, too. That was completely flattened there in a few of those buildings.
Oh yeah, and also on top of that, we were able to see that this small depot over here, which appears to have been an electrical substation for this facility, had also been completely leveled as well. You can see it right here in the before picture and the after picture.
Damn, that's some doozy work right there on those buildings, I'll tell you.
Yeah, we also got a close-up of that area and also the destroyed substation at the facility. We understand that several substations had actually been destroyed not only within Fortuna, but also around the surrounding area, apparently to make communication with the outside world outside of Fortuna far more difficult and to greatly delay the response time of the Bolivar armed forces, meaning that this was basically confusing them to a great degree because they're getting no commands from the top, because their communications and ability to communicate had generally been knocked out for a minute, allowing the special operations team a larger time window to work with before Venezuelan forces started to converge on the area. So pretty impressive on that end, to say the least. Additionally, we also were able to see that apparently there are rumors that the Venezuelans may have offered no resistance whatsoever, but we don't really know how accurate these claims are, at least for now, because there are special operations forces operators that apparently were wounded and required a medevac from Aguadilla inside of Puerto Rico today, but also at the same time, it was such an easy mission to conduct, or an operation to conduct, at least from the outside perspective, that it almost appears like the Venezuelans must have not given any resistance because it was conducted so flawlessly. So either the U.S. is so good at what it does, it looks like there was no resistance, or the Venezuelans gave a lot of resistance and they were so bad at it, they just got wiped out.
Yeah, one piece of interesting speculation is currently making the rounds. I think it possibly was the opposition group that said this. I can't remember that for a fact, though, so don't quote that as the source. But I'm hearing rumors that allegedly this might have been part of a negotiated capture that Maduro had agreed to at some point. But take that with a grain of salt, though. But some people are trying to use that to explain why this operation went so well. Because once again, even for a competent force like the United States, this was a very risky operation to even send Delta or any special forces into a hostile environment that deep into the capital to go grab the leader like that. A very big deal, like even for the United States forces. So some people were saying maybe it was negotiated in the background, and this was an entire operation to basically exfiltrate Maduro safely, so that way his Cuban overlords didn't try to come assassinate him in case he decided to give in to the United States demands. Some people were saying that, but I'm a little bit on the fence about that, to be honest. I'm not totally convinced. Some people are pointing to the images of Maduro sitting in New York and saying, oh, look, he's happy. He's like doing a thumbs up. He seems to be not very bothered about his arrest. But we really can't make any assumptions based on just pictures alone. I'm sort of 50-50 on it.
I would have to say I'm kind of a little bit 50-50 on this as well. I would honestly like to see, folks, if the Department of Defense will unclassify possible helmet cam footage that was involved in the operation. So that way we might be able to see a little bit more of what exactly happened. Considering that operational security would no longer be an issue there, I would like to see that, but it already sounds like the U.S. government's going to try and bury most of that, which is a shame, because if the Ukrainians conducted an operation like this, they would show you every bit of film possible. The U.S., on the other hand, probably won't show us an inkling of it, so we'll generally just have to take speculation and guesses up until we get some form of verifiable proof, and we don't know when that'll be coming out. However, moving on from everything in Fort Tiuna, we also were able to see some additional video as well, showing that the Venezuelans are apparently hitting the streets. We were able to see some BMP-3s and apparently some form of a mechanized unit entering Caracas today.
Wait a second. Wasn't that the same ones that we saw rolling around on last night's attack? I think it was the same model of vehicle and everything. How many of these do they have in the Capitol? Just like 3 or 4 of them?
Oh, no, these are different, actually. That little beater that we saw last night, that little feller was a bit of a rough one. This was I forgot what it actually is. I put down a 300 with a 76 mil, but this is a totally different vehicle. This one's U.S. made. The other one's Russian made.
Yeah, it seems like, out of all the footage we've seen this video here showing this little duck-looking vehicle right here, whatever it is. Then we saw the BMPs in the video you just showed a second ago. And we don't really see, mass amounts of equipment. They have some in the Capitol, but it's not huge amounts of it, like huge convoys going through the city from what we've seen.
I would have to say you don't really see a lot of equipment, but then again, they also have a fairly large country, so it's probably spread out over a fairly wide area. But as far as their capital defense forces are concerned, they don't really have a lot. And I mean, BMP-3s don't really count for much of anything. We've seen the Ukrainians obliterate these and cut through them like paper. So not really heavy armor at all. As a matter of fact, basically the best equipment they have in the capital from what we've seen so far is lightly armored infantry fighting vehicles or armored personnel carriers, and nothing better than that. But I'll show you all the rest of the clip here. We have a few seconds left on this one. But not the greatest armor, to be entirely honest with y'all, for capital defense. We also were able to see additionally as well, moving on from that, that apparently they're starting up a little revolution in the streets. We did hear an announcement apparently today from the Venezuelan government that they are actually, as a matter of fact, ready for a prolonged war. I can't show this clip, but this was a statement by the Venezuelan military. You had this whole little rally in the capital today, right after the president was nabbed in the middle of the night. Apparently they just were, on a lunch break or something, like Akhmat was in Kursk when the invasion of Kursk began, but they stated that they are ready for a prolonged war, however much that counts. We also saw these guys apparently in the motorcycle gangs of the revolutionary forces, because we all know that socialist revolutionaries are not complete without some Harleys. We're apparently also riding around today in a show of support for Maduro, which isn't even around anymore.
These are some ragtag guys right here, too. Looks like they got a shotgun. A few of them have shotguns, it looks like. They're all wearing the green armbands too, which is kind of interesting.
Yeah, quite interesting. What, did that guy just have a SIG spear? Oh no, that's just a
No, that's some like rip off or something. I
I
don't know
was
what
about to
that
be like,
is.
what? I was about to be like, dude, like I saw that tan color, and I kind of saw that, like that, forward, like locking sort of furniture, near to the handguard, and I was like, what the hell? I was like, is that a spear? No, it's not. It's just an AR with a nice tan paint job.
Honestly, the only way these type of forces right here stand a chance, if they take the U.S. forces head on, these guys are going to get mowed down like grass if they try to do that. So the only way these guys stand a chance is if they launch guerrilla warfare style attacks on the forces as the U.S. tries to occupy the country. But I have a feeling that they're going to try to go head on with the U.S. forces, which is going to be pretty much the death of them all if they try to do that. So, I mean, what do you think? Do you think they're going to go head on? Or they're going to do guerrilla tactics?
Oh, they would definitely do guerrilla tactics because I think that those guys also know they wouldn't stand a chance against the U.S. Armed Forces. And even in guerrilla warfare these days, that's very tough to pull off. Infrared and high-end reconnaissance like we have makes it almost impossible to be able to hide yourself or conceal yourself anywhere. So once you conduct an attack, you're probably just going to be followed by a drone that's just, 50,000 feet up with an infrared camera until they can get something to hit you and wipe you out. So they probably would conduct guerrilla attacks, or they would conduct guerrilla attacks, get wiped out so badly that the rest of them would just put them down their guns and go home, most likely.
Yeah, if they try to take them head on, I think they will see the devastation that results from that. That might dissuade some of the other ones from continuing to fight. But there's also, by the way, I'm not sure exactly the exact number of factions that are in Venezuela, but there are factions there, like little combatant groups that are here and there and yonder around the capital and around the country. So they may start trying to battle for power in the country. It's really hard to tell where this is going to go because it's such a brand new situation, but they could start battling each other for power. So it could become a power struggle internally as well. So, I mean, depending on how this goes, how quick the U.S. acts, it could turn really ugly, even without the U.S. necessarily invading right this second.
Yeah, I would have to say so. That might actually be the case. And also getting us into some additional news inside of Venezuela. We did see that some other people who apparently weren't really that big of a fan of the Maduro regime started to tear down posters of him throughout the capital. That appears to have ceased to exist. We actually showed that earlier in the day, but for some reason a lot of these clips are beginning to disappear, which is quite interesting. We did get to hear these people cheering, however, apparently after they heard the news that Maduro had been disappeared in the middle of the night. Well, these people seem pretty happy about it.
They do. They seem exuberant and also possibly a little scared, but exuberant.
Man, I tell you, man, it's reminding me so much, folks, of Iraq back in 2003 when we rolled in and everyone was cheering the U.S. forces and tearing down the statues of Saddam Hussein. Kind of like that a little bit. But anyways, we also were able to see that apparently the Russians have lost a little bit of an investment. Oh, goodness. Now, isn't that a great misfortune? Apparently, the Russians had poured into the country over the past several years $17 billion worth of investments to prop up the government and to also try and invest in their oil infrastructure so that they could try and sort of help out a cartel member in the oil cartels, in a sense, to be able to try and have a little bit more of control on the pricing around the world through Venezuela. So it appears that at the moment, they're about to lose their entire investment because the U.S. is quite literally ripping up all of the oil infrastructure that exists in the country, including the significant investments made by the Russians and the Chinese, and is basically all giving it back to the big daddy oil companies here in America. So it appears that Putin's investment didn't really turn out too well. Now, I got to say, folks, if that's something that doesn't get you to smile, I don't know what would.
Yeah, really. Honestly, it makes you wonder if Russia's going to do something. But the problem is, though, Russia really has no ability to do anything. All they can do is threaten nuclear strikes, and they can't do that because obviously that would lead to catastrophic results. So Russia is essentially in a point where they can't really react to it. They can't take vengeance. All they can do is simply continue losing the war in Ukraine, take this massive loss inside of Venezuela after they literally just lost Syria like a year ago. They've lost that country too. I mean, Russia is not having good success with their foreign policy. It's really a disaster.
I gotta say, it really is one hell of a disaster. And I gotta say, folks, it's really interesting as well. The people who have come out to state that they don't like this. There has been actually a decent amount of support for this operation that was conducted today, which is a little bit interesting, folks. President of France, Emmanuel Macron, has actually openly stated that he is glad to see that the Maduro regime was removed, or at least Maduro was removed. We have also seen that the British have largely given a non-statement today, and generally are kind of more so on the fence. We have been able to see that Zelensky was apparently behind it and said, if that's what America does to dictators, let him do this one. So I was like, all right, cool. And then also we were able to hear that several other countries had also been in agreement in the Western world about the action that had been conducted against Maduro. But interestingly enough, folks, there are a couple of countries that aren't and have openly condemned the action. One is Cuba, which is a communist country. So I think many of y'all could see that. Second one has also been Mexico, which is stated because of the concern of possible U.S. future actions against them, that this is incredibly concerning and heavily destabilizing for the region. So they have generally given a statement of condemnation. But outside of Cuba and also Mexico due to fear, we have been able to hear of two other countries that have given statements of condemnation today that have been quite strong. And that would be China and Russia. Wow, who would have ever thought, folks, that an enemy of the Republic would be supported by other enemies of the Republic? Who would have ever thought that was going to be the case? I'll actually read y'all the direct statement from the Chinese Foreign Ministry over the course of the day, because it was one hell of a statement, I'd have to say at the least. And let me get y'all into that here really quickly, as my phone isn't opening, and it's also not showing me what was just sent, which is always very annoying, because I have to try and look at exactly what that was. But anyways, the Chinese Foreign Ministry has made the statement that China is deeply shocked by and strongly condemns the U.S.'s blatant use of force against a sovereign state and action against its president. Man, that sounds like... let me switch that around. The U.S. is deeply shocked by and strongly condemns the Chinese blatant use of force against a sovereign state and actions against its president. We could say that about Taiwan. Such hegemonic acts of the U.S. seriously violate international law and Venezuela's sovereignty, and threaten peace and security in Latin America and the Caribbean region. China firmly opposes it. While we call on the U.S. to abide by international law and the purposes and principles of the UN Charter and stop violating other countries' sovereignty and security. Now, let me read this the right way. The U.S. is deeply shocked by and strongly condemns the Chinese blatant use of force against a sovereign state and action against its president. Such hegemonic acts of the Chinese seriously violate international law and Taiwan's sovereignty and threaten peace and security in Southeast Asia and generally the entirety of the Indo-Pacific. The United States firmly opposes it. We call on the Chinese to abide by international law and the purposes and principles of the UN Charter and stop violating other countries' sovereignty and security. There we go. I fixed the statement for everyone. Now we actually got a proper one. That's kind of like calling the pot, the pot calling the kettle black here, because if the Chinese are saying this about respecting other countries' sovereignty, why in the world are they basically in a border war with every other country surrounding them right now, including India, which is also a BRICS member? Why in the world is that the case? That's a bit of a conundrum there. I think we'll have to get an answer from the Chinese on that one here in the near future. But moving on from that, we've also heard that the Russian Foreign Ministry has made an official statement of condemnation. And Matthew, I don't mean to get you having to spin the wheel here to see if you can find that really quickly, but I actually didn't put that one down on the map earlier. Could you find that one for us really quickly and put us in the likes tab so we can read off the official statement from the Russian Foreign Ministry?
Yeah, let me go grab that real quick. I'll have it in about 20 seconds.
Got you. And while we're waiting for that, folks, I got to say that is one hell of a statement from the Chinese. And I'll be honest with y'all, folks, the United States shouldn't be taking squat from the Chinese in terms of those statements. We'll just take those and ignore them.
Got it.
And there we go. We'll actually get that statement from the Russian Foreign Ministry as well. And a big thanks to Enforcer Matt for finding that rapidly on air. Matt,
nobody's quicker than Matt on Twitter, I'll tell you what. Not even the Secretary of War is that quick on Twitter. He was also searching up all of the OSINT information as well last night while that attack was going on. And I can probably promise you that I'm probably faster, actually. I'm a bit of a Twitter person. I can get around Twitter pretty good. But let's take a look at that statement.
Now, here is the statement, folks, from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Russia. In view of the confirmed reports about Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro and his spouse being in the U.S., we strongly urge the U.S. leadership to reconsider their position and release the legitimately elected president of a sovereign country and his spouse. Also giving a statement of condemnation today in that form. I gotta tell y'all, folks, the Russians and the Chinese can shove it up their ass. they are literally doing far worse than anything that the United States could ever do. What we did in Venezuela last night, folks, is a tip of the iceberg compared to what the Russians have done in Ukraine, what the Russians have done in Georgia, what the Russians are doing against everyone on the NATO frontier, what they did inside of Chechnya, and it's nothing in comparison to what the Chinese have done to India, to Vietnam, to the Philippines, to Taiwan, to Mongolia, to basically every country surrounding them. So the Chinese and the Russians can take that and shove it, because that is absolutely ridiculous for them to act like they can speak on the moral high ground, considering that they're literally in conflict with basically every single one of their neighboring states over some form of a borders dispute, and basically treats every other country surrounding them like they don't even exist or they're a group of inferior peoples. So, but they can take that and we'll duly ignore their condemnations. But moving on from that, and out of that news of the Chinese and Russian statements of condemnation, it does appear that a lot of people have also been hearing that statement that we held off on for a moment up in Washington. Because it doesn't really appear that Venezuela is going to be the end of this whole thing. The president has stated today that Claudia Sheinbaum, who is the current president of Mexico, is a good woman, but the cartels are running Mexico. She's not. And something's going to have to be done with Mexico. And a very similar statement was also made towards Colombia, in which the president stated that Petro needs to wash his ass. So it's now starting to lead a lot of people to wonder, are we about to start going around and doing this to every single country in Central and South America? And Matthew, what are people thinking about that? What are you thinking about that as well?
All right, so it seems like the Monroe Doctrine is back. It's back in a little bit of a different way, though, because the Monroe Doctrine was about opposing European colonialism in the Western Hemisphere. This time, it's about opposing Russia and Chinese influence in the Western Hemisphere. So now it's being called the Monroe Doctrine, as appointed by the United States President today. Apparently, it's called the Monroe Doctrine, this new version of the Monroe Doctrine. So a little bit interesting with that. But we have heard today that the U.S. suggested possible military action against Cuba, Colombia, and Mexico all at the same time. And will it happen? 44% said yes, the USA is just starting, while 24% said it depends on the actions of those countries, and 22% said no, it's just the USA bluffing those countries to get them in order. And I'll be honest with you, they told Colombia to watch their ass. They told Cuba they better watch out too. And you heard the statement about Mexico just now. They're saying that Mexico needs to be careful because apparently the government's not even in charge of the country anymore. So they're making some very wild statements, and these were the exact same statements we heard before they conducted the attack here in Venezuela and started to say that they're going to occupy the country. So I'm not sure if it's a bluff anymore, to be perfectly honest. I think the Monroe Doctrine might be in full effect, and it looks like they're going to go for it, whether or not it's wise or not. So I'm with the 44%. But Enforcer, what say you?
To be honest with y'all, I think the USA may actually be starting on this, just starting on it, so I'd have to be with 44%. But this is not a good idea in any sense. Considering that the ball hasn't gotten rolling on this yet, it's almost about to start rolling because the statement was made, which is pretty much the beginning of the momentum behind something like this. This is something that should be strictly opposed within the U.S. because there are large trade implications involved if we do something to Mexico. Mexico is our largest trading partner as a nation anywhere in the world. It beats out Canada. It almost is the entire trading volume that we have with the European Union. Mexico and the United States collective trade in imports and exports totals to about $860 billion annually and is rising every year by tens of billions of dollars. If we do something inside of Mexico, or we start to destabilize Mexico, that could start to significantly damage major trade relations that we have with our largest trading partner, basically our largest customer and also doer of business that we have in the world. That is not a good idea at all, to be entirely honest with y'all, because some people are going to say, oh, that sounds great and that sounds cool, but everyone has to remember that the reason why we trade with other countries is to get goods that we either use in the United States to produce a final good and sell, which we make money on, or we import a final good that was made in Mexico that someone in America then resells and they make money on and they make a living doing that. If we start to interfere with that sort of a very fragile sort of a supply chain there, we could end up seeing a lot of people in America losing their jobs because the trade situation with Mexico could be so unstable that there is really no trade to be seen, either in imports or exports. So a lot of people who produce goods in America might start to go out of business because there's no one buying them in Mexico, and a lot of U.S. companies that rely on Mexican imports of goods to then resell in America could also go out of business, and a lot of people could lose their jobs from conducting some action like that on Mexico. I would say that if we do anything with Mexico, we should generally be trying to support the Mexican government in their actions against the cartels and give them any sort of intelligence support that they would need, and maybe even U.S. Operation support if they requested it. But beyond that, we can't really get too heavy-handed here because this could start backfiring quite badly. And on top of that, this could start to destabilize the entire globe because the situation in the Americas may look honestly so jingoist at this point that many other countries may start to hop on the jingoist wagon, including the Chinese and maybe even the Russians. And then we're starting to get into not an incredibly good sort of a ballpark as far as the global situation goes. So,
Yeah, you got to admit this probably has the Russians sort of moving and transitioning into a do or die mindset at this point because look at it from the Russians' perspective. Their allies are dropping like flies. Venezuela is about to become basically a U.S. state, essentially, at least in the short term it will. Also, Iran is crumbling right now. They just lost Syria a year ago. I mean, Russia's allies are literally dropping like mosquitoes at this point. So from their perspective, they're probably thinking in their head that they probably need to act quicker than usual or take bigger escalations and bigger risks because they're losing their allies so fast. And also their economy is still dying inside of Russia. And also that's probably making China think the same thing as well about, for example, Taiwan. If the United States can go attack Venezuela and simply take it over, then what prevents them from doing the same thing to an island right next to their border?
Yeah, I would have to say that it's not a good thing, especially for global stability, because you got to remember, folks, if we go around basically treating the Caribbean like a war zone and every single country's in it, that starts to destabilize things, at least in the global perspective, a great deal. And that makes the mental hurdle for a lot of people to go, do I want to start this war? It's like, well, hell, there's already so many of them going on. This is basically the norm. We'll start our own. And then you can see that a whole bunch of other situations around the world become heavily destabilized. And then we're having to deal with all of those fires at the same time as we're creating a whole bunch of them in the Caribbean. So I'd say that's not really the greatest idea, at least in my opinion. And also, I see some people saying, maybe you're worrying too much. No, we have plenty of reason to worry. Did you see back in the earlier part of last year when the President of the United States threatened tariffs against China around 270%, that the U.S. stock market took a humongous plunge and that it actually caused a small economic recession at that point? That was just from the threat of tariffs on Chinese trade. That's how badly business people reacted to that. And China isn't even that large of a trading partner with us anymore. They're like the sixth largest national trading partner that we have. Mexico is number one. The collective trade that we have with Mexico is twice the volume of what we have with China. Imagine if those supply lines started to get interfered with. Imagine if, for example, the Mexicans start to take reciprocal action through their government against the United States and they conducted an embargo on U.S. trade. That is going to cause, no matter how long that lasts, even the U.S. went in at that point and military occupied Mexico and then continued the trade, that is still going to cause enough economic damage within just those few weeks that would be happening to be able to cause a pretty significant problem within the U.S. economy. And also for the Mexican economy as well, that wouldn't really benefit anyone.
Also, by the way, I'm sure the cartels wouldn't be happy about that at all because the cartels do run Mexico. I know some people are like, well, Scheinbaum really runs Mexico. Yeah, she's the state figurehead, but I mean, the cartels run Mexico. I mean, everybody knows that. It's like an open secret that they run it. They hold a hell of a lot of power, and also they hold some power here in the United States, believe it or not, as well. So they do carry some weight. I would imagine that they would probably want to probably take some of these manufacturing facilities that are in Mexico. They'd probably invade them and probably try to hold them if the United States did something like that. And also, the cartel is on our border, so they could try to launch attacks on our border as well. So, I mean, that would be opening up an entire can of worms with that situation. And like you mentioned, we're literally doing about $1 trillion in trade with Mexico right now. It's gotten up to a level that high. Mexico is the number one trading partner of the United States right now. So that's a huge, huge risk right there as well. And also, until we deal with Venezuela, until we can prove that we can actually button that situation up, then how are we going to move on to Colombia, Cuba, Mexico? I mean, that's a huge deal.
Yeah, I would say so. Also, I just saw someone say that's the stupidest argument I've ever heard. Mexico can't afford an embargo, period. Do you think if the Mexican government looks like they're about to get destroyed by the United States, they would care? Do you like think about that for a minute? If the Mexican government is about to get overthrown by the U.S. militarily, what do they have to lose? I mean, sure, the Mexican economy at that point would take a pretty big hit, but the hit in the United States would be far larger because we have an extremely large trade deficit with the Mexicans. They produce a great deal of stuff and then ship it into America. They hardly buy a lot from us in return. So it would be hurting us a whole great deal at that point and hurting them a good bit. But if the government's already going out, what do they have to care about? It's not like they're going to win a re-election. The U.S. is about to come and militarily overthrow them anyways. So I don't think you're understanding here. If you're threatening to like put a gun up to someone and tell them do this or else I'm going to shoot, I mean, hell, they could do anything at that point. They could whip out a hand grenade and pull the pin on it because if you're going to shoot them anyways, what do they got to lose? And that's basically the national situation you're looking at right here. That's the same situation we're looking at with the Russians. And it's one that we're having to face down the barrel of right now in Eastern Europe, that they're in such a bad spot, they might do something like that to where if they look like they're about to completely collapse and the government's going to go under, they might try and take us under with them. So you gotta understand, folks. There's always an equal reaction to whatever we're doing. The world isn't a stationary, motionless object. It's fluid, it's dynamic, and if we can do something, someone can react to it, and that can open up a whole different can of worms, as the saying states. But with that, I hope that does address that the best we can. And before we move on, folks, into the rest of our news for the night, which we actually have to get out of the Americas and move on into everything else, including the revolution in Iran, the war in Ukraine, the war in Yemen, a little bit of news in East Asia, a little bit of news out of Syria of the ongoing UK and French airstrikes that were conducted today, and everything else. So, Matthew, before we do that, let's get a couple of questions. What do we got?
All right, so let's grab 3 super chats and then jump right back into our news. But our first super chat here is a very generous $200 support from ARP
Dang.
Bob. And thank you very much, ARP Bob, for throwing in that extremely generous support once again tonight. And also, he's been throwing in that support for several nights, and we do appreciate that very, very much. And of course, we are crowdfunded by the viewers here on the channel, and we do appreciate that for helping to keep us on the air. And ARP Bob said, great job reporting overnight, and that was a real marathon. You guys deserve a bonus. A free Venezuela, a free Iran, and Slava Ukraine, and long live the Leaf Spring Army.
And long live the Leaf Spring Army and Slava Ukraini. And I gotta say, humongous thanks to you for the unbelievably massive support, ARP Bob, and helping this channel to keep on running. And thank you so much for enjoying our coverage last night. That was one hell of a marathon if we've ever had one. Let me go see how long that stream was, because I don't even remember how long it was. It was 6 hours and 40 minutes. So almost a 7-hour long show. That is a long time to be on air, folks. And I gotta be honest with y'all, that felt a lot easier, Matthew, last night than it normally did for some reason. It didn't really feel that bad. I mean, I was tired by the end of it, folks, but it didn't feel like I took a beating on air.
Man, I have like constant adrenaline. I love those live breaking news streams like that. Those wake me up better than coffee when those start happening. At some point, like you just start, the whole time starts blurring together at some point. I think like 3 hours in, I wasn't even sure how long we had been on the air at that point. So yeah, that was a very good one. We are like, those are our biggest nights, folks, by the way. Whenever there's like huge breaking news like that, I think that's personally when we shine the best is on those nights like that. Obviously, we hopefully do a good job every other time, but those nights like that, I think we're able to cover that so much faster than mainstream media, almost by an entire day, almost 24 hours, that there's hardly anybody that can match that. And we're very proud of that, and we hopefully can keep doing that on every single major event that happens in the future.
Yeah, I'd have to say it was one hell of a thing right there, and I've got to say a huge thanks to you for the massive support and helping this channel to keep running, ARP Bob, because through your support, you're able to help us to be able to pay our bills and keep our lights on here behind the scenes, so that way we can sit here and dedicate every single bit of effort and energy that we have into covering this news for all of y'all, which we find to be an incredibly high honor. And so with that, I hope that does address that incredibly well, at least the best I can in my opinion. And also, I got to say something, folks. I see some people saying something in the chat, and I find this quite bizarre. A lot of people are saying Mexico ought to become America's 51st state, and I gotta say, folks, that's a ridiculous one. Like I don't care who's even saying that. That's just absolutely ridiculous. We're gonna take the entirety of Mexico, which is 40 million people or so, or even a larger number than that, and we're going to take that entire thing and turn it into a state. And even still on top of that, I don't think some people realize this as well, really think about this. So you advocate for Mexico becoming a 51st state. So, for a lot of people who are saying that right now, which I find it a little bit interesting that they weren't for any wars and America was supposed to be on their own. And now that the president's saying we're going to go on a crusade in the Americas, we're now all okay with wars. What if all of them start to vote blue or all of them start to vote red? like down there. So you have a whole bunch of brand new representatives in the Congress, and they completely throw off the balance that exists right now in the Congress between the blues and the reds. It just goes all one way, and it stays that way permanently. So how well does that really turn out, at least when we're speaking about domestic politics? And additionally, on top of that, also, if you're like, another thing that I don't get about folks who are saying this, people talk about they like, in that particular group, they don't like Mexican immigration. Well, if they're a state, then that means that anyone can move from Mexico anywhere else in the United States without any sort of border control whatsoever, because it's not a border, it's just a state border within the federal republic. So I don't really understand what, like, a lot of people advocate for things that don't even make sense because it doesn't even line up with a lot of y'all's internal domestic political opinions. Like, I don't know if people actually think about that for a minute. I'm not here to talk about politics, but you sit there and say, for one, you don't want Mexican immigrants coming into the country, but you also want to make them the 51st state so that way they can move wherever they want in the country, which is the complete opposite. So it's one or the other. Either you want them to be the 51st state, you're totally fine with anyone moving anywhere and working wherever, or you don't want them to be, and you would rather them be their own independent country. Like, that's really just the complete opposites. I don't even know how someone can say one thing and then say the other on top of that. It makes no sense. And on top of that, Mexico, like, on top of that, if we're saying let's turn Mexico into the 51st state, then why in the world do we even have a problem with Russia invading Ukraine? At that point, we ought to just not care. I mean, hell, turn Ukraine into a new oblast in Russia. Who gives a damn? Like that, like, at that point, that doesn't really make any sense because it completely deconstructs the entire position that we take in the Western world, that sovereign countries have a sovereign right to exist, and it completely destroys it. So the Russians can invade Ukraine and take that over. The Chinese can invade Taiwan and take that over. Anybody can take over anyone anywhere and just dominate them. And then we see a very unstable world, and we see one that's quite cutthroat that we're going to have to be fighting and dying and bleeding a lot in to see that we literally stay in the same position we are in right now. So that doesn't really make a whole lot of sense, just to be upfront with everyone. So with that, I hope that does address that well, at least the best I can, in my opinion. I just see things that don't make sense, and I kind of got to point it out there for a minute. But with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, so moving into our second super chat here. This one goes to Bobby, also known as LC39A, who also throws in another generous $100 support.
Hey!
And thank you very much, Bobby, for that support once again, and we do appreciate it. He said, thump, thump, thump. Another one bites the dust.
And I would definitely agree with that. And I gotta say, a humongous thanks to you for support, Bobby43, and help with this channel, or LC39A as we used to know you, and help with this channel to keep it running. I have to say, that military operation was one hell of a one. Like, as far as the foreign policy side of things, that whole thing is its own situation, but I think we can all say, folks, that the U.S. Special Forces, which we'll never know the names of the people who were involved in this, they deserve a big pat on the back, because if you had told me that they tried to conduct an operation like this, I would have assumed that it probably would have completely failed. And they pulled that off without a hitch. I mean, that is truly impressive on the military side of things, and I have to say that there is a reason why and many people in the country are incredibly proud of our armed forces, because they are truly a step above the rest, and bar none, the greatest in the world. And so a big thanks to you so much for the support and help with this channel to keep running, all the way up there from Canada. The amazing folks of the Leaf Spring Army up in Canada are truly an amazing part of our LSA, and we greatly respect our neighbors of the north with their maple leaf flag and the wonderful maple syrup that Canada produces. And so a humongous thanks to you so much once again for support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the last question of this segment, and then we're going to be moving on into the rest of the news from around the world.
All right, so this one goes to Hokey Redneck, who puts in a $50 support, and thank you very much, good sir Hokey, for that 50, and we do appreciate that very, very much. He said, Andrew, are you still sure about my 2-month prediction?
I'm going to be honest with you. I think you might have been somewhat right on that prediction. As a matter of fact, I didn't expect it, but I would have to say a big shout out to you, Hokey Redneck. That was some very good predicting on your end, and I think ours might have fallen a little bit short. But still, a humongous thanks to you so much for the support and help with this channel to keep on running. Because if it was not for folks like you, as we always say, we would have never been able to make this channel possible, and we wouldn't have been able to keep it running. And so a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, folks, it's time for us to move on and into the news from the rest of the world outside of the Americas. Moving us on over into the area of Ukraine. We did get a little bit of news out of the Moscow area. The Ukrainians did conduct another significant drone attack overnight, and from what we could tell, according to Russian drone aerial defense reports, it appears that the entirety of the city was surrounded by a significant drone attack. As a matter of fact, it appears that the entirety of the Moscow air defense perimeter was actually encircled at the moment. Multiple flights from Istanbul had to be diverted and actually had to fly either to another airport within the area or back towards Turkey, which is a fairly crazy sort of a development to see. And it also lets us know that the Ukrainians are getting incredibly close to completely blowing the lid off of Russian air defense and basically leaving Moscow wide open to future attacks by Ukrainian drones that are conducting deep strikes throughout the country. Unfortunately, at the moment, we haven't been able to get any video and picture evidence of the other attacks that have been conducted through the country, but I'm incredibly certain that we'll probably get a lot of that video and picture evidence tomorrow, either for our Sunday night fundraiser stream or for the short war video that may come out in the middle of the day. Regardless, it does appear that the Moscow air defense perimeter was getting heavily overwhelmed over the course of the day and may have actually been overrun by the Ukrainian drones, although once again, we just don't have a lot of video and picture evidence of that at the moment. So moving us on out of the Russian Federation, we're now going to be moving on down into our really big point of the day outside of Venezuela, which is the Islamic Republic of Iran. As we do know that the revolution and also the government are currently embroiled in active fights, basically in every city, for the control of the country. And right now, the situation is looking incredibly bad. But before we get on into that, though, I do have to get you all into the general news of what's going on with the revolution. First, 22 have been confirmed dead by Firefights Network. Have to give a massive shout out to Firefights Network. They are an incredibly reliable source, and we also consider them to be a friend of the channel, and we also speak to them on a decent amount of occasions. They've been able to visually confirm 22 dead. We've also seen dead in the street as well from these ongoing revolutions, and it does appear that the situation is remaining incredibly tense. Additionally, our little boy Khamenei came out today, and while I cannot show you all the clip, I can give you all the paraphrasing about what's going on and what Khamenei said. "We will not back down before the enemy. We will bring the enemy to their knees. Death to America, death to Britain, and death to Israel." That's kind of funny because I remember in that UN letter that they gave to the Secretary General of NATO yesterday, they stated that anyone who was calling for instability and the death and ruin of other countries should be openly condemned. And they just hit a 3-in-1 right there, condemning death to 3 completely individual nations. So I think they're really taking the cake.
They're used to conning the whole system. Like they play the victim card when it's convenient for them. Then they attack everybody and then want to pretend like they're going to just wipe everybody out. I mean, Iran is literally like the biggest group of hypocrites when it comes to their government that I've ever seen. And it's like, how are you going to run a government to say death to all these countries like that? And then also, you know, like be a snitch essentially and run to the UN like, oh, help, help, we're getting attacked. It's like, nobody should help you. And also, if the UN had any sense, they wouldn't even respond to it.
Bruh, Iran's that kid at the playground that goes, "Ha, I'm gonna beat you up," and then they punch you, and then you punch them back really hard, and they go, "Ah, he's hitting me!" Like, it's like, you can't complain.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's absolutely stupid. It's like, you're literally starting all of this. Stop doing that, and no one would have a problem with you, and you keep going around bombing people and attacking them, and then wanting death on them and wishing death on them publicly. It's so stupid. And you know what's even dumber, folks, is that he literally sat there and said that along with the audience chanting that back to him. And then some people here in America, Tucker, sit there and say that maybe the Iranians aren't that bad after all. It's like they would kill us all if we had the chance. The Iranian government would at least. The revolutionaries are wanting to finally see an end to this kind of insanity. I mean, think about it, folks. This guy sits here in an official government position calling on the death of 3 different nations. America, which is 360 million people, Britain, which is about 80 million people, and Israel, which is, I believe, around 7 or 9 million people or so. That's quite a lot of people this guy is calling for the open death of, just in general. And also don't listen to that BS, folks, they tell you all about, oh, we just want to see the fall of the American government and the British government and so on. No, they actually want to kill people. Like, they just want to kill people in general. Because if they just wanted to collapse the Israeli government, why in the world was it that their Hamas forces that they fund and support, why in the world did they conduct a massacre of 2,000 Israelis on October 7th? Why in the world is it that the Houthis conduct indiscriminate attacks on commercial ships and end up killing sailors from basically any other country on the planet? Why in the world is it that they support and sponsor terrorist attacks in every country of the world that doesn't kill any officials within the government, but it just kills innocent civilians? They don't want to sit there and collapse the government. They want to literally destroy the entire nation and the people within it.
Yeah, like they said, not out of the social club, but he's got to go. I'll tell you what, he's got to go.
Now,
Honestly, I look forward to the day where the U.S. Like has that, that picture of Maduro where they have them like in the glasses and the headphones and all that stuff and the
yeah.
like the Nike shirt and all that. Like they need to grab Khamenei and also take him into custody. They need to go grab Putin too and take him into custody. Hopefully, one day we'll actually see that actually happen. Now, obviously, that's a much loftier goal when it comes to Putin because they're nuclear armed. Probably won't happen, to be perfectly honest. But the Ayatollah, though, that is a possibility. And if he has any sense, maybe he'll look at what happened with Venezuela and think that maybe that could be in his future.
Now, I'll be honest with y'all, folks. If the U.S. ever flies another group of the 160th SOAR into a country somewhere and nabs some guy and flies him out, it ought to be this bastard right here. He ought to be the very first one on the list for a country that has that happen to them next. This guy and his entire government has got to go. And so I would be entirely honest with y'all. If we want to pull another helicopter operation like we just did, and for some reason the president has an itch to do that, instead of doing it against Cuba or Mexico or Colombia, we ought to do it against this bastard right here. I would say, I don't know. Do y'all agree with me on that? I feel like y'all most likely will. But moving on out of that news from the capital of Iran, we are going to be moving on into its southern suburbs because we were able to see clashes ongoing within the city. Let's take a look. We can see the revolutionaries here and explosions in the distance. We're going to be turning that down because that is quite loud. When you see the revolutionaries gathering in the street, as some form of firefights happen on the streets next over.
Oh, wow, they heard the fire and they're running toward it.
Yeah, actually, it looks like they're trying to book it into it, possibly to overpower the police that are currently conducting the firing.
I wish I could speak that language so I could know what they were saying. They're chanting one of their usual chants, but I can't make out what they're saying.
Yeah, I can't either, unfortunately. It's Farsi, and I might have to try, folks, in my free time to get a little bit of a very minimal handle on Farsi, a lot like we have on Ukrainian and Russian here on the channel because we've heard that for so many years. Oh,
a firework. Maybe a firework. I'm not sure what that was.
Me either. I was actually like, I don't know what that is even. We hear screaming continuing in the street, and we see small little throngs of the revolutionaries down there kind of just wandering around trying to figure out what to do. Oh, we saw another little flare of some sort flying in. Actually, that's tear gas right there, apparently. We see a car now moving out of the area. We hear the crowd chanting something else.
Looks like tear gas is getting some of them to disperse, actually.
Yeah, it looks like they're starting to spread out a lot more.
Wherever that mob went, it's like the whole street cleared out where they're currently filming it. And that mob just ran toward the fire and they just completely disappeared.
Yeah, they really did. And we also were able to see another clip of the ongoing situation within the streets. Maybe this is actually where the mob ended up going once they went off screen on the first clip. We hear more gunfire once more. Now you see cars moving through the crowd as the crowd continues to move closer towards the cameraman on the bottom side of the screen. Moving on from that clip, we also were able to see this one as well, showing a crowd chanting. We also saw, additionally, this other clip as well of the same crowd from a different angle. It actually appears that there's a decent amount of women involved in this revolution that appear to not be following the morality guidelines laid out by the morality police of the Islamic Republic of Iran, as they actually are not covering their heads with headscarves, which are also showing us another sign of rebellion by the crowd. Meanwhile, we have also been able to hear outside of Tehran and further on over in its western areas that apparently firing at protesters had continued. I cannot show you all this clip, but y'all can take a look at it. Link in the description below. It's on the southwestern side of Tehran. It actually has a rifleman on the clip, but y'all can take a look at it if you would like to. Moving on out of Tehran and on into the general cities outside of the area, we also were able to see that within Hamadan, it appears that one revolutionary had been taken into custody. Before he was actually put on the motorcycle, though, to be carted off apparently to jail or prison, one or the other, he actually yelled death to the dictator, once again showing incredibly strong beliefs by the crowd.
Oh, wow.
And that's the end of that clip right there. And moving on from that, and on out of Hamadan, we'll also be moving on down into the area where we have been able to hear, once again, the Firefights network had confirmed that at least 20 may have been killed alone in Malik Shahi and Alam, Iran, and at least 30 appear to be within critical condition. We are still trying to work on that at the moment because the prior total was around 22 dead that have been individually verified on video, but we're also hearing that there may have been a massacre conducted today within the Elam region of the Islamic Republic of Iran. We're still trying to get more information on that and corroborate that, but generally we would take that at face value. Firefights news is incredibly reliable. Moving on from that and on into Isfahan, we've also been able to see several clips as well, showing us the police once again firing live rounds at the crowd in this clip. And we also saw one other clip of the revolutionaries seizing a police van. Of course, the situation is incredibly tense within the Islamic Republic, and the country is highly unstable as a result of these actions. A lot of people have actually been hearing, due to these widespread massacres and the existent threat by the United States, that if these massacres continue, they will step in and militarily intervene, that there might actually be a significant chance of the United States getting directly involved in this ongoing revolution. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking about that as well?
All right, so we have seen the Iranian forces have clearly been opening fire and conducting massacres, limited form massacres around the Iranian country, and we're seeing now that while the riots are escalating, apparently the Iranians are deciding to take this to the extreme. But I do want to make a note, though. It does not appear to be a systemic massacre of the people. It appears to be basically isolated ones. Whenever the riots get really out of hand, it looks like the Iranians just start firing wildly into the crowds and just taking random people out. So obviously that's pretty bad. And remember, the U.S. said that if that were to continue occurring, then they would respond directly to this inside of Iran. That's at least what was said by the president. So let's see here. It looks like 43% said that the USA will be going in, while 25% said it's a 50-50 chance of the U.S. responding, and 23% said the USA will not attack Iran. So one thing that might give us a little bit of a clue, we have seen a lot of U.S. Air Force C-17 Globemasters heading to the UK, heading to Britain. They landed at RAF Fairford, and apparently now some of them are heading out for Ramstein Air Base in Germany. I'm not sure if they're en route to the Middle East. We're really not sure where these Globemasters are going right now, but that could indicate possibly something coming up with the Middle East again with Iran. We're not really sure yet, but the U.S. said they were going to respond. We heard today that there was a major cyber attack on Iran that was likely conducted by the United States, but outside of that, we've not seen any commitment further to a response to basically combat the widespread massacres that are taking place inside of Iran. So I'm going to be with the 25%. I would say it's a 50-50 chance. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say that it is a 50-50 chance. I'd be to 25% as well. It's hard to say, and considering that the United States actually followed through with its threats to depose Maduro and actually went in and just grabbed him, I mean, at this point, it's adding a good bit more credibility to the idea the U.S. will actually follow through with its statements at this point. So based off of that, I would actually have to lean more towards the idea of it being 50-50. Generally, I would say that the U.S. probably wouldn't do that, but given what happened last night, you can't not really rule that out of the equation. So with that, I hope that does address address it the best I can. And speaking of that news, we were able to hear that inside of Britain, there was a massive number of C-17 flights that arrived at Fairford Air Force Base within the United Kingdom over the course of the day. We were able to see that these were actually documented on a spreadsheet of the Air Mobility Command, and pictures were actually taken as well, showing some of these C-17s arriving. We are believing that at the moment, these might be transiting into CENTCOM's area of responsibility with some form of equipment on board, but once again, folks, that is a heavy assumption at the moment, and we cannot confirm that. Moving on from that, though, and on into the Republic of Yemen, we did confirm that Saudi forces are still conducting airstrikes against the Hadrami elite forces and are continuing their push in support of the the Southern Transitional Council.
طيران يضرب الطيران العدوان السعودي يضرب على لواء باراشيد يعرض القصف الآن في هذه الساعة 3 غارات لحد الآن.
You see them walking away from the area of the strike and showing the cloud of smoke from the area of the impact. That's the end of that clip.
Also, by the way, real quick before we move on to our next piece of news here in Yemen, I do have some breaking news that's happening right this second. What we are hearing, speaking of the C-17s, apparently more C-17s have taken off from airfields in Georgia, and they're currently heading en route to the United Kingdom yet again. So that is even more C-17s that are heading out. We're being told that around 10 C-17 Globemasters are expected at RAF Fairford in the UK over the next 12 hours. And this also, like Defense Index on Twitter noted, this does sort of resemble what happened the last time before Iran was struck. We saw very similar airlifts happening right before Iran was struck the last time. So we can't say that with certainty, by the way. We can't say that they're certainly going to strike Iran. This is indicative of it, but it is a slight indicator that something might be happening when it comes to striking Iran on the U.S. side. So that is interesting right there. So we're seeing a lot more taking off right as we're speaking, actually, right now.
Very interesting sort of a development right there. And also, I would say, folks, that at this point, it's probably a fairly clear sign that we're going to be conducting actions against Iran possibly within the near future. So we might actually be going in and grabbing Khamenei via helicopter. I guess he could hang out with Maduro in New York City. But moving on out of that and on into the rest of our news that we have throughout the area of the Middle East, we also were able to confirm that the United Kingdom and the French Republic, or the Republic of France, have actually conducted airstrikes against ISIS forces around the area of Palmyra. Both of those forces were actually kind enough to actually publish footage of this very development. Take a look. This is a RAF Eurofighter Typhoon refueling from an A330 Voyager as it prepares to conduct those airstrikes in Palmyra, Syria. Look at those beautiful Eurofighters.
Very beautiful. Interesting to see the UK and France getting involved with the situation.
It really is, actually. But it's a pleasant surprise.
Shy surprise.
Wait, he's not dead. Shy surprise. But anyways, moving on from that, it's time for us to get on out of the Middle East and move on over into East Asia for a minute. North Korea fired off 2 ballistic missiles today into the Sea of Japan. Nothing too big of a deal, it's just rocket fire. It's just what the North Koreans kind of do. Tensions are going to be high in the region, though, as a result of this, and the Japanese government did put their forces on a high alert as a result, in preparation to possibly shoot down these ballistic missiles that were fired in their direction, but they landed harmlessly within the Sea of Japan, which is named after Japan. Moving on from that and on out of the area, it is time for us to finally, folks, get on into the war in Ukraine. And I'm very sorry, folks, for anyone who has been waiting for this news tonight. We always like to make sure that Ukraine is included in our news, but do forgive us. There's been major developments and incidents happening all around the world that are quite breaking and important in terms of their precedent. But moving on up into the area of the Gulf of Finland, we finally got footage today from Finnish authorities of their boarding of the Fitberg, which is kind of like a Fitbit. We can see the Finnish border guards getting on board their border guard helicopter. We can see their border guard helicopter taking off and flying out to the Fitberg. There's the Fitberg. They're now going to board the Fitberg. They are now embarking on board the Fitberg. They are now walking to the bridge of the Fitberg. We now see them climbing the gantries up to the bridge of the Fitberg. And last but not least,
we now hear Vladimir Putin in the background crying.
On the Fitberg. Oh man, we can see them taking the ship to port with the Fitberg. And there's the border. Wow, that's actually a nice border guard vessel that the Finns have right there. I mean, that actually looks pretty nice, really. Well, nice to see that. And apparently they've seized the cargo on board the vessel because there's a whole bunch of sanctioned Russian steel coils. So that's also nice to know as well. Moving on from that and on out of that news, it's time for us to make it down into Krasnodar, and specifically Krasnodar Krai. And that name has never been more appropriate until today. There is a huge blackout that's been ongoing here due to Ukrainian strikes for 4 straight days. People are without water and power. It looks like they're finally getting the Ukrainian treatment. And now they're all queuing at the gas pump because now there's also a gas shortage on top of the complete lack of water and electricity. Boo-hoo-hoo. I would feel sympathy, folks, if it wasn't that the Russian Federation had been conducting attacks like this on Ukraine and putting millions of Ukrainians in this very same situation every single winter. So, honestly, not a lot of sympathy there. You reap what you sow. They sowed a whole bunch of discontent in Ukraine. Now they get to have the fruit of discontent. So, there you have it. Boo-hoo-hoo. Moving on from that and out across the dark Krai, we're now going to be moving on up into Ukraine, where we were able to see the Ukrainians shooting down a drone, which was one hell of a shot. Oh, okay. Well, look, there's the drone. And they got it. Just in time. It missed their ATV by inches.
Damn. Look at that thing go.
Honestly, man, that thing kind of rolls a little smooth for it to be on a rugged road like that. And we also got to see the Russian casualty report over the past 24 hours as well. Take a little look. Ms. Disa, keeper of the record, stated that 539 drones ranks as the 16th highest daily loss, and troop losses are down, along with other categories. Today was a lower day in the loss report, but it was still a pretty decent one. 750 Russian soldiers have been wounded and killed over the past 24 hours, along with 4 APCs, 101 supply trucks, 3 main battle tanks, 24 artillery pieces, 539 drones, which is pretty high, 1 MLRS, and that was about it. But still, not a bad day altogether. Moving us on out of that news and on up into the area of Volchansk, we also get to see the Russians getting obliterated up here by the 57th Motorized Rifle Brigade. Oh, and here they go. Here comes the drone. Hey, that don't look like no rifle. That's an FPV drone. And that right there is a RPK drone. I've never. Ukraine.
Those are so cool. Those little like drones with the machine gun on top.
Man, hate that you said that. They're gonna blow it up.
Oh, they're checking it out first though. Gotta admire those. Look at that. Very nice.
They're like, a sweet ride. Bam. And then they blow it up right there. Wow, nice. And then they also get a little oh, what is this? Another drone, bleed. Another RPK drone. Man. You know, honestly, man, the Russians ought to be feeling really bad right now with how their 3-day military operation is now 4 years long, and the U.S. conducted a 3-hour military operation in 2.5 hours. You know, they ought to be feeling really bad about right now, because I think what they were imagining was what happened in Venezuela was going to happen in Ukraine, and then they're 4 years later in, and none the better.
Yeah, I think Ukraine flipped the war around and turned it into the Russian special economy operation. It's kind of weird how that worked out.
Man, Maduro sat there when he heard that the U.S. Special Forces were showing up. He said, "Peace, peace, peace, my pants." And meanwhile, Zelensky said, "Excuse me, they're invading? No, thank you. We do not accept visitors." Like, and then 4 years later, it's still going. Oh my God.
I'm not playing cards. I don't have cards. I'm playing checkers, not chess.
Excuse me. Many people say, "Oh, look at Zelensky. He's a dictator." Well, one thing I can tell you, folks, is that you are what you eat, and Putin is certainly a dictator. Oh, but moving on from that. Oh man, I'm not one, but he is. But moving on from that and on up into the area of Kupiansk, we also were able to see the Russians getting slammed here. Take a look. The Ukrainians love their drones. They really helped them to cut down on their own casualties, actually. Ooh, but they were definitely increasing the Russians' casualties.
Also, by the way, Half Nutter said, "Do you think they asked about the warranty on the S300s, Matt?" Honestly, like I'm not sure who the hell's gonna be buying the S300s from this point forward. I mean, they don't work too well for Iran and they don't work too well for Venezuela. So, I mean, I'm not sure about the marketing. They might need to hire a new marketing team for that piece of junk.
Well, you know what's kind of funny, Matthew? If I'm not mistaken, the Venezuelans do have HQ-9Bs from China, and those also didn't really work either. So,
Are they functional though?
well, from what I know, I think they are. Let me go pull this up. Let me make sure that I'm right on that, folks, because I swear that I heard at one point and was able to confirm it that they had HQ-9Bs. Um, okay. Oh, so apparently they were in the process of trying to acquire them, but they had
Yeah, I thought
S300.
so.
Yeah, they had S300s and S400s, but they did not have an HQ-9B. So I think the Russians, folks, in the arms market are kind of losing out these days because in their own war in Ukraine, their weaponry sucks. In the 12-day war, their weaponry sucked. And now in the capture of Maduro, their weaponry literally didn't even fire a single shot. So, I don't think a lot of people are going to be buying Russian weapons. I think the 21st century, and specifically this decade of the 2020s, has probably been the most destructive decade for the Russian arms market that history has ever seen so far. Moving on from that and into Kupiansk, we did get to see Russians getting obliterated down here as well by the 14th Brigade. Oh, look at the Russian drum, bam, and the Zala, bam, and another Zala, bam, and the Mulna, blam, and the Mulna, bam, and another
You know,
Mulna.
if you really think about it, you have the Russian arms industry, like the whole defense industry going down the toilet. Like, remember that Turkey is going to start buying Western-made air defense systems, and they're trying to sell their S-400s back to Russia and get rid of them. Also, obviously, Venezuela is no longer going to be a purchaser of any of these defensive weapons, and Iran probably won't be around much longer to buy those weapons when it comes to the Ayatollah's regime. So the entire Russian defense market going down the tubes. Also, the oil price keeps plummeting, and Russia's whole oil industry is struggling. It's dying literally right in front of our face. Ukraine keeps smashing them over and over and over, destroying any of their refineries. Also, they're sanctioned to hell and back. So, I mean, the Russian economy is in foul shape. I'm not even sure at this point what they're even doing to make money at this point, because they're getting pretty much choked out at every angle, pretty much.
Oh, Matty, I also forgot to add in, just, rub salt in the wound, the Indian-Pakistan border war, and Pakistan absolutely curb stomped two Su-30s that the Indians bought from Russia.
Oh, yeah.
I completely forgot
Yeah, I
about that
forgot.
one.
Yeah, all their equipment is kind of shitty. It's not really good. It's not
Dude, it's
good
like,
at all,
it's
really.
literally like a global, honestly, though, putting that on Russia, like the Su-30s getting shot down, I gotta be honest with y'all, folks, that's more so on the Indians because he also had two Rafalas shot down as well, which are fairly advanced. So I think that was more so that the Indian Air Force sucked more so than anything. But I mean, it still isn't really helping out Russia's case whatsoever that they also had lost two Su-30s that they also bought from Russia as well.
Yeah, but remember though, Venezuela has Su-30s that they just sent up in the air to combat the U.S. Air Force last night. I don't even know what the hell happened to those, by the way. I think they might have gone into the Bermuda Triangle and disappeared because we have never heard anything about what happened to those jets. They went in the air last night to go combat the U.S. Air Force, and it's like they got abducted by aliens and transported to a different planet because we haven't seen anything about them. So they could be maybe sitting on a tarmac somewhere, waiting to defend, or they could be destroyed. And nobody said what happened to them.
Bro, the Su-30s at Maduro did the same meme, like where they just fade out into non-existence in
Yeah,
Venezuela.
really.
Oh man, I'm telling you, it's a hilarious thing, honestly. Oh, what's going on here? Oh my goodness. Oh, that's just the international airport. I was like, oh my god, look at all the transponders at Roosevelt Roads, but no, that's in
What do you think happened to him? By the way, you think they're back on a tarmac somewhere, or I don't know what happened to him. I've tried to find out. I can't find any answers.
Oh, they've definitely returned back to their airfield. They don't have that big of a tank, so they have returned back to their airfield. It's just that no one may have filmed that. They may have just filmed them taking off.
Are you sure? Because we haven't gotten any visual evidence of that.
Well, I mean, if they had been shot down, I mean, they would have been shot down over Venezuela. There would have been proof of that out there somewhere, and we just don't have it. So I'm assuming that they returned back to their airfield because there's no way that they're still flying right now. And if they were shot down, I'm sure we'd have proof of it because we have proof of everything else so far.
Yeah, I'm kind of withholding judgment on it, to be honest with you, because they clearly went up. And I mean, unless they just flew around in circles, pretending like they were looking for, the U.S. Forces, then I'm not sure really where they went.
you know what they say, Matthew. Whatever comes up must come down. So it came down one way or another, that we know. But with that, folks, it's time for us to move on back into Ukraine, into our next piece of news in Pokrovsk. Matthew, were you just taking a sip of something right there?
Yes, I was taking a sip of this nice cold brewed coffee, Kirkland signature brand.
I heard the aluminum like crink for a second. Like I heard it do something in the microphone. I was like, is that a drink? Is that a drink? You know something, folks? I don't get to drink anything on air. I don't even get to eat anything on air. It's very sad because I usually end up absolutely parched and starving by the end of this thing. But we did get to see the 152nd Jaeger Brigade flying a Ukrainian flag in Kotline on the southern end of the Pokrovsk flank, confirming that the Ukrainians are still in control of this village, much to the Russians' dismay because they claim to have taken it. Boo-hoo-hoo. The Russians kind of suck at the whole lying thing. They kind of get disproven pretty quickly with it. Oh? Where are they? Oh, there they are. Ah, the Ukrainians. Hokey Redneck said, not even water, Andrew? No.
Not even water. Not even water. Not even agua.
Not even water. What do you think this is, Hokey Redneck? A congressional hearing where you get to sip on the water and look like a lizard? This is the Enforcer show. Like, I literally have to talk nonstop because dead air is absolutely terrible for a show. So all jokes aside, I actually have to just keep talking during the whole show and make sure that there's no dead air at all. That's also why it always sounds like Matthew's over-talking me to get a word in, is because I don't know when he wants to put a word in, and if I just give a whole bunch of pauses, he might not be ready to say anything, so then there would be dead air, and that's really awkward, and it's weird, and it kind of kills the momentum of the show and everything. So I just have to keep talking until he says something, like right now.
I'm always ready to say something. I'm always got something queued up. They call me a yapper, a master yapper, they say. But you know who else is a master yapper? We have some very, very high-profile master yappers in our government these days. If you want to take a quick break, we do have a poll that we can address in the meantime.
Oh, well, speaking of yapping, it looks like the top option on that poll has yapping in it. That's crazy, Matthew. Ironic. But beyond that, Matthew, what do we got on that poll right there?
All right, so just to bring you up to speed about the story before we address the poll, the U.S. president made some comments at the very end of his Venezuela speech today. Also, he made some comments. There was a very strange speech. I'm not trying to make a political statement, but it was a very weird speech. He was mentioning occupying Venezuela, which was obviously a bombshell piece of news. Then he talked about American cities and National Guard deployments somehow in the middle of it. And then he jumped on to talking about Ukraine and Russia at the very end because I think a reporter asked him a question about it. So at the very end, the U.S. president said today that he's not thrilled with Putin, which is kind of vague. And also, apparently, Putin is killing too many people. He's exceeded his quota. And what are your thoughts? 52% said the USA is just yapping, and that's all, while 29% said the USA is really done with Putin, and 10% said it could be something major. And honestly, this seems like a lover's quarrel. It's really not permanent, I wouldn't say. It seems like it's a temporary thing. It's like a temporary anger against someone. But Putin is still not being rebuked the way that he should be rebuked, in my personal opinion. So I would say it sounds like more temporary yapping. I wish the USA would stick with this position. If they would stick with it, then we might be able to make some progress against Russia. But I'm not sure if that's going to stick. I hope it does, but I'm not sure. So I'm going to be with the 10%. It could be something major, but we'll have to wait and see. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to be with 52%, folks. It's probably just yapping. We've heard this multiple times on the Russians. And, they just kill people. They're terrible people. And then, like, next week, okay, we're talking to them again, and Zelensky in Europe's the problem. We need to overthrow European governments and yada yada and so on. So, I'll be honest with y'all. I'd be with the 52%. It's probably just yapping because, the president, he loves to yap. He loves to yap. I like on other situations like with Iran, I don't really think that's yapping. I think that might actually be serious. But with the Russians, though, considering that for some reason he just has like this really odd affinity for the Russians, I'd have to say that it's probably just yapping in this particular instance. So with that, I hope that does address that the best I can, in my opinion. And with that, folks, we've actually reached the end of the news tonight. Zelensky didn't make a speech today. He actually made sure that the Russians were not having peaches. So we weren't able to have a speech today. yesterday, because Zelensky was busy off tending to national affairs. But with that in mind, we are going to be moving on into the second segment of the stream where we get to talk to all of y'all. And that's an incredibly fun time, folks, because we get to talk about literally anything and everything in this question segment, except for religion, politics, whether the A10 is relevant in modern warfare, climate change, advertising for other YouTube channels, or really just those 5 things. And so with that, it is time for us to get on into the second segment of the stream. And I have to say, folks, once again, we are still going to be on high alert for any breaking news that may develop while we're on air. And if it does, we will be making sure to stop everything and cover it when it happens. So make sure to stick around, folks, because not only do we have the incredibly fun question segment to get through, but we also might be hearing some news coming out. You never know. You never know. Make sure to stick around. And not only is it nice because it helps us to see that people are watching, and we like that, but it also keeps you all informed. So stick around. But anyways, Matthew, what do we got?
All right. So right now I'm currently doing a scan for breaking news because it was around, I can't remember exactly what time it was last night, but it was around, I think, 10:30 or 11 when we actually got the breaking news live on the air that Venezuela had been attacked by the United States. So that was completely unexpected. So we are watching it tonight to see what's happening. But I can give you an idea that maybe there will not be strikes tonight against Venezuela again, or a second round of strikes. We have just heard that apparently the San Juan and Caribbean airspace is officially back open as of 7 minutes ago. It looks like there was an update from the United States officials saying that the restrictions were lifted and flights can resume, and they'll update their schedules soon about these flights taking place here. So it looks like, at least for now, with the airspace being reopened, we likely will not see strikes tonight against Venezuela again. I would imagine the next step for the U.S. officials, they're going to try to negotiate with the current new president of Venezuela, which is the lady who was the vice president who was just sworn in. They're going to try to talk her down and try to probably bluff her into submission, I would imagine. And that's probably what they're going to work on. It'll probably be a little while before we see secondary strikes. And a little while, could be a few days or it could be a couple of weeks. We're just not really sure. So we'll find out soon enough what's happening with that. But the airspace is reopened. Also, by the way, Enforcer, you can show a picture of this. I don't know if we can show the video, but they're apparently in Argentina right now. The Venezuelan refugees that fled to get away from Maduro and his dictatorship apparently are celebrating. That scared the hell out of me, but they're apparently celebrating right now in Buenos Aires, Argentina, in this video. I think you can show an image of it at least.
There's the image.
That's a large crowd.
I would say, folks, I don't mean to be presumptuous here, and I don't mean to sound like I know everything, but that's at least more than 5 people.
Yeah, man, that's a lot. That's a lot.
How many do you think that is, Matthew? 7 people?
I mean, I think this could be at least 10,000.
Maybe 9. I mean, that'd be kind of like a good ballpark sort of a number. I mean, look at this, folks. I mean, you can count them all on the screen. 1, 2, 9,000, 9. See? Well, I mean, 9 people, at least. I mean, there has to be at least 9 people in this picture. But yeah, it looks like they're pretty happy. I mean, these 9 people are quite elated out here. And it looks like they're waving Venezuelan flags, and they're cheering, and they're celebrating. Honestly, it looks like a good time, it's about having a good time all the time, like Kramer said on Seinfeld. But anyways, with that, very interesting to see. And I also see a lot of people putting in their numbers. Some people, damn, let's see here. Mech, you got to calm down. 11 people? That's absurd. Someone said, let's see here. Who else? 11? I mean, heavens. Let's see, someone said, I say 4. I mean, honestly, that's kind of like a realistic ballpark figure, 4 people. I mean, that looks like 4 people. And someone also said 6, oh no.
Hey,
6, 7, 6, 7.
You saw today, by the way, the U.S. president said something about, it might have been 6 or 7, and John Ratcliffe broke out laughing. Did you see that, the CIA director? He broke out laughing when he said that. I was like, oh no, the brain rot has gotten to the director of the CIA. You're kidding.
Sir, we have gotten Maduro. What are our orders? I don't know. 6, 7, 6, 7. Oh, man. Folks, I got to be honest with y'all. it is one hell of a thing to have to live amongst people, because it's always been like this, folks. It's been like this forever. And everyone always thinks that it's just getting bad like this, but it's always been like this. Just look through history and research it a lot. You'll finally know, and you'll be like, it's always been like this. And it's really sad once you know that, folks, because you just know it'll never get better than this, but it also will never get worse than this. It's basically like purgatory at that point. But anyways,
also, by the way, before we jump into our super chats, I got two things I want to show y'all. First of all, I want to show y'all that while this whole strike was taking place, excuse me, by the way, while this whole strike was taking place, we did get pictures out of the Mar-a-Lago makeshift situation rooms. Apparently, they were monitoring this from Mar-a-Lago. It's under the likes tab, by the way. We did have a couple of pictures here. It looks like they were looking and monitoring. There's OSINT Defender's page right there in the background. Apparently, they were looking at his page in the middle of these strikes. So I'm wanting to show you all this, by the way, and also show them the next picture as well. You can see back there, they typed in Venezuela in the search bar on Twitter or X, whatever you want to call it, and they were trying to scan through the open source information that people were posting. And also, our posts were on that page too, so they must have seen ours as well while they were looking for it. They're keeping up and monitoring the situation very similar to the way that we are, and we're literally bringing all the same information live on the air that they're looking at. There's Hegseth furiously typing Venezuela on Twitter so you can find out what's happening. It's kind of crazy that with the huge budget that we have in the United States, that they're scanning X for their information from people like us and other OSINT channels. It's kind of wild that they're doing that. But that just goes to show you, though, when y'all hear it here on the air that we're telling you about, they're also hearing it right there in Mar-a-Lago while they're conducting the attack in Venezuela. So y'all are up to date, probably as closely as the U.S. officials are, with a little few caveats. Obviously, we don't have classified information that they do have, but everything else is public. Y'all are hearing it first.
Matthew, I actually heard, Matthew, there's a rumor going around that this picture right here is actually showing him focusing on the Enforcer show. Now, I can't confirm that. I can't confirm that one.
For sure.
Man, imagine us being on air, like on a screen with the audio on in the middle of a situation room like that. I got to be honest with y'all, folks. I don't know how I'd feel about that, because I feel like I'll be honest with y'all, I feel like we're a little bit too informal for a real situation room for the executive branch if they actually had us on. Like, I feel like we were honestly probably a little too informal for a setting like that. I mean, it's a good show, but at the same time, I don't really know if we would fit in a situation like that, but I mean, still, that's pretty interesting, though, that they browse Twitter. We actually know that he browses Twitter, the Secretary of Defense, a lot, because he actually is the one who fibs the pizza index from the Pentagon and just places random orders through Pentagon funds to jack up the amount of pizza orders, so that way people think something is going on when nothing's going on. That's why funnily enough, folks, we actually caught on to that here on the channel before most other people did, because I started to tell Mandy, I was like, it's kind of weird, nothing's happening, yet this thing is spiking out of the blue. I don't think this is reliable anymore. And I was actually correct about 2 weeks before he actually said they were doing that.
True. Also, by the way, I saw someone say they're not scanning for information. They're just trying to see what folks on the ground are seeing and posting. That's actually not entirely true. They do have AI that scans all social media platforms to get an idea of what public sentiment is about certain operations. They have that, which they do report in some briefings from time to time. But they also, just like everybody else, they're trying to see, because they don't have CCTV cameras all over Venezuela. The U.S. doesn't have eyes everywhere quite like that. They're seeing the same first-person videos that we're reposting. That's what they're interested in. They're trying to see from the ground, from a first-person Venezuelan perspective, of what's happening as a result of these strikes, because they're getting live feed footage from the operators on the ground that's being fed right back to secure computers in this temporary situation room. And also, if they're in the White House, it gets fed to the situation room, the real one, in the White House. But that's only one angle. They're trying to get other angles, just like we are, to see how effective these strikes are.
Yeah, that's actually true. But folks, there's always an answer. If they just want to hear everything as it's coming out live, we could just watch our show. I mean, hell, we literally cover everything as it's literally coming out, like literally within the minute. There was really no up-to-date sort of a coverage like us out there. There were a lot of bigger ones last night, but we were usually the most up-to-date and also the most accurate on the spot. We could see an explosion happen somewhere, get kind of like a rough location for it, and geolocate it within seconds to exactly where it was, what was hit, and what the possible repercussions or results of that are. So, they could watch our show. Like, they could do that.
Yeah, facts. And also, by the way, I had one more thing I want to show the people. I have a picture here. It's a picture that looks very reminiscent of something else. Y'all might recognize this individual right here. This is Vladimir Putin, and this is his future fate. One day in the custody of the United States, maybe, possibly. We'll have to see. But you can steal his look. You can grab yourself a Nike Tech. You can grab yourself a pair of Peltors, and I don't know if that's like blackout glasses or what. They almost look like pit vipers, almost. I can't really tell what those are, but you know what I'm talking about, right? Like the pit viper things. They're like those multicolored glasses. They're kind of like the same shape though.
Man, hold up, man. I know what happened before they put these on. Have you ever heard the story of Ricky Dink the Wise? They put these on. Man, I'm about getting a damn trade job as a plumber now. I didn't get a lifted truck.
Yeah.
Oh, man. I mean, honestly, it kind of does look like pit vipers. I'm not going to lie.
It kind of does. It's really interesting with that. I'm just fascinated that Maduro. Now, here's another thing that makes me a little bit suspicious about the story being recounted by the U.S. officials about how Maduro was captured. There's two versions of the story out there. We heard one version that they captured Maduro as he was trying to go into a safe room in the basement of his palace. That was one story. Apparently, he was too weak to close the vault door to go in there, so the operators were able to snag him before he was able to close the vault door because apparently he was too wimpy to close it. That was one version of the story. The other version was they snatched him straight out of his bed sheets with his wife right there next to him, and they snatched him and drugged him out the house. That was another story. So that's something interesting as well. Those two different versions there are conflicting. They don't seem to line up, obviously. So we don't know which one it is. But whatever the case was, this guy was wearing a Nike Tech at night for pajamas. And also, he obviously wasn't wearing the glasses. They gave them free of charge, along with the headphones, too. That was a nice gift. But everything else, though, was what he was wearing.
I'm not gonna lie, man. I get kind of a laugh out of the idea of the story that he was asleep and they just woke him up. I mean, there were literally bombs going off outside. No one sleeps through bombings, you know. Like you usually wake up during those. Like and also there's the reports that they apparently wiped out like 90 security guys. So they're claiming at that point that Maduro slept through a firefight where 90 guys died and bombings, and then they come in the house soaked with blood and tap him on the shoulder. Mr. Maduro. Mr. Maduro, this is the U.S. Special Forces. You were under arrest. You're gonna have to come with us, sir. It's like, no, come on. It's like, no, the guy was awake. Like I would say he's probably the real accurate story was he was probably either trying to get in that safe room or he was actually trying to get out of the area in some sort of a motorcade, possibly. I would say those are the two more likely ones than that one.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised at how tame they described that today when they said he was trying to like crawl into his escape room. I was expecting to be very dramatic, like the last time that we heard about something like this. He was crawling into his room like a dog. He crawled in that escape room like a wet dog. The way he crawled in there, he was too wimpy to close the door. They said, "Sir," he was struggling. He was shaking on that door. He said, "Close, damn it, close!" And he couldn't get it to close. They said, "Those vault doors are heavy, sir. They're heavy. They keep the gold behind them. I know how heavy they are. I love that gold." But Maduro, he got captured like a dog. They put him in the kennel. They said, "Take that boy to the vet." That's what they said. "Take him home. Take him to New York. Put him in there with the diddler."
Oh man,
He's in there with the diddler, by the way. I mean, they're doing him wrong.
Man, Maduro got in there, man, and Diddy said, I heard about you talking about that peace. I wonder if you like a piece of this. And then Maduro went, "Oh no, Maduro, let me out of here." Oh, man,
That's crazy work, honestly.
Honestly, you gotta admit, man, that was pretty slick to put out that joke like instantaneously. That was actually a pretty decent one.
Can you imagine? Like, I'm no joke. I'd be scared if they were putting me in there with that guy. I'd be like, "Hey, wait a minute now. Like, I know that some bad things have been said. I know we have some grievances with each other, but do you have to put me in there with the diddler?" It's like, could you put me somewhere else? Like, please. Like, I mean, it's not that bad. I mean, come on. Like, you can have a little forgiveness, right? Like, we don't have to take it this far.
Dude, Maduro saw who was in that cell, and Maduro said, "Please, I'm changed. Please, no!" Like this, are like throwing him in. No, please, man. I gotta tell you, I gotta say, folks, I really do have sympathy on him at this point. I mean, imagine being in the cell with Diddy. That's not good. And I've heard folks that apparently Diddy's got a way to make his own baby. But anyways.
Wait a second. R. Kelly's in there. I saw Chef Danny say that. I don't know much about R. Kelly, to be honest with you, but where is R. Kelly? Let's see here. Where is R. Kelly being held? I'm fighting my life, man. Let's see here. No, he's currently being held allegedly, according to the AI summary, allegedly being held at Federal Correctional Institution Butner Medium One in North Carolina, allegedly. So he's apparently not there. But to my knowledge, as far as I can remember and recall, I think the diddler is currently in that same one they just went to in New York. I think.
That's kind of wild, like I think that was where that one guy who had the shopping list went as well, right?
Uh, hold on. Let me check that real quick. Actually, that's a good point. I didn't think about that. The list. Where did where did Jeffrey Epstein go to jail? Let's see. He went to wow, why they make it pretty hard to find the jail name? Huh. Let's see
Huh.
here. So he went to the Metropolitan Correctional Center in New York City. Isn't that the same one?
Yeah, I think that is the same one.
I think that's the same one.
Oh no, Maduro, the camera's out. Oh no. Like, oh man, it's like Five Nights at Freddy's in there. When the cameras go out, there's real trouble,
Oh,
I'll tell you.
it makes you wonder, why did they keep picking that same one? Like, out of all the places they could have brought Maduro, they brought him to that exact one where all this, weird activity keeps occurring over and over. And also, I mean, I'm not one for conspiracy theories, but I mean, it's kind of weird they keep picking that exact same correctional center right there to house these people. It makes you wonder if there's, it makes you wonder.
It really makes you wonder. I gotta be honest. Kind of, I gotta say, Maduro is quite literally playing Five Nights at Freddy's at this point, folks. You know that little game that came out in like the 2010s. So he's gotta pay attention to Diddy, because if he doesn't look at him through the cameras, then he's gonna jump him. And he's gonna get his. And he's also got to make sure that the cameras outside are working. Otherwise, he's also gonna get his from someone else. So, honestly, Maduro's going to be, in the words of R. Kelly, fighting for his freaking life in there, because either the cameras are going to go out or Diddy's going to get him. I mean,
Also,
that's not good.
Also, by the way, it turns I didn't hear this personally, but it says here that apparently Diddy was found not guilty of the most serious charges in his federal trial, but was found guilty on two lesser counts of something. So I didn't know that actually. So apparently he got found not guilty on a lot of stuff.
Well, you know what they say, ain't nothing like a Diddy party. And
Yeah, I'll have to pass on that. I'm not a huge fan.
I got to be entirely honest with y'all, folks. I just didn't really get all the rage about Diddy, to be entirely honest with y'all. I don't really get a lot of rage about most celebrities, but with Diddy, I just didn't really get it at all. That was before this even came out. I was like, okay, it's just like some dude. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that well. Best I can. And also, someone said he killed Tupac. Well, honestly, I don't know about that. But one thing I will say is that 50 Cent is probably the greatest hater of all time. I've never seen anyone be a professional hater like he was. Did you hear about that, Matthew?
Yeah, I saw that. Apparently, it was coming out with a documentary, and he was going on like a gloating tour about it.
Oh, dude, he put that documentary out, and then he went on a tour, man, to all of the shows that apparently he knew were on prison television in the morning, so that way Diddy would see him on air talking about it. It's like, now that is the next level of a hater right there. I mean, honestly, I gotta say, folks, if 50 Cent hasn't taught us something important, he has taught us that we can generally be bigger haters than a lot of us are, especially against the enemies of the Republic, like the Russians and the Chinese. So with that, I hope that does address that the best I can, at least in my opinion. But I gotta tell y'all something, folks. Don't get on 50 Cent's bad side, because apparently he will have it out for you for the rest of your life. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
All right. So with that, folks, we're now jumping back into our super chats. And now that we've moved past our little extra pieces of news there, this next one here goes to Mark Ead. And Mark puts in a $50 support. And thank you very much, good sir, Mark, for that support once again. And we do appreciate that very, very much. He said, this is an overtime contribution for last night, fellows. Great job again, LSA from New Zealand.
And thank you so much for the support, and thank you for the overtime contribution, Marquis. And I gotta say, a big shout out to folks down in New Zealand who do support this channel and help us keep this thing running. And thank you so much for enjoying our commitment and dedication to making sure that this news keeps coming out every single day of the week, no matter how long we have to take, no matter how much news there is, we will cover it. And so a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that has addressed that well, and we are on to the next one.
Also, correction, by the way. Apparently, Diddy is not in the New York correctional facility anymore. Oh my God. You're kidding.
I know where he is.
What is this, a joke? This has got to be a joke.
I know where he is.
It says he's currently serving a jail sentence, a 50-month sentence at Fort Dix in New Jersey. I'm not joking, by the way. It's not. I'm not trying to be nasty or funny or something like that. That's literally the name of the prison or the jail.
It's spelled like that. I put it in the chat. But yeah, the irony, the irony, right? Like, that's where he's at. Quite bizarre, if you ask me. I think that was something that they had to have done intentionally, man, because there's no way that they picked that, considering what he was alleged of doing, and also found guilty of doing in some instances. So, a little bit interesting with that, but one hell of a place. Anyway,
Oh my God.
anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Chris Wallace. And thank you very much, Chris, for that $50 support. And we do appreciate that very, very much. And Chris said, no worries on this AI stuff. It happens to all of us and love the work that y'all do. And all right, all right, all right.
And thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And I gotta say, I don't sweat the AI stuff, at least with what we do here. On other things in general I do. But with what we do here on YouTube, there's nothing that will replace the Enforcer show. Because I know that if y'all had to choose in between some machine or us, y'all would pick us because we have soul. A machine can never truly have soul. But a big thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible and we wouldn't be able to keep it running. So huge thanks to you once again, and we're on to the next one.
We also have a $50 support from none other than BC Skyman, another channel legend, and thank you very much, BC, for that $50 support. He said the Russian oligarchs are crying because this will cause the price of oil per barrel to drop below $40 a barrel and end of Russia, checkmate, and this will be game over for the Russian economy, and the U.S. built the oil refineries, but were stolen in 1975. And BC is actually correct with that. It sounds like a Russian oligarch actually came out earlier, about 8 hours ago, and warned that U.S. control over the Venezuelan oil reserves could devastate the Russian economy and finish it off. So there is a positive side effect to it. We may get bogged down in Venezuela indefinitely. We're not really sure yet, but there is a positive side effect that it is apparently going to hurt the Russian economy tremendously once enough time passes and we retake these oil fields and rebuild the infrastructure. So that's interesting. It does have Russia freaking out, by the way, which also may cause them to escalate as well. So that is good news. But Enforcer, what say you?
I think that is absolutely profound and great news to hear, and hopefully we'll be able to see that take a severe impact on the Russians henceforth. So, humongous thanks to you so much once again for support and helping the channel to keep running and sharing that information with us. And thank you for being an old guard and a channel legend. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a 50 from Ross Nib. And thank you very much, Ross, for that $50 support as well. He said, cheers, fellas. And here's to telling the Chinese and the Russians to shove it. And LSA.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support. And that's what we like here, folks. We like to take a pro-American sort of a perspective to this whole thing. We don't listen to enemies of the Republic. We tell them to shove it. And that's what we all ought to do, folks. If you hear the Chinese tell you, America's wrong, shove it. If the Russians tell you, America's collapsing, shove it. That's the answer to anything that they say, because it's bull. It's just straight up bull. If you look at their countries and how bad off they really are living there, why in the hell do we even take crap from them at all? And also on top of that, why in the world do we even take crap from the Russians, considering that they are still in a 4-year-long war, and they literally tried to do what we did last night, and 4 years later, they've lost about 1.3 million men as a result. I mean, that's not really a country we should take crap from, because apparently they don't really get the whole point of fighting a war well. So big thanks to you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And of course, long live the Lee Spring Army, and long live the Republic. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Also, we have a $50 support from none other than Cerebrus3. And thank you very much, Cerebrus, for that support. They said, and this is part of the reason why Congress is supposed to approve military action of this point for multiple information and people with knowledge regardless of administration with cooler heads. Now, I actually got into a slight debate with someone on Twitter earlier about this, and the guy was insisting that he was right, despite me literally quoting the law to the guy. This is a very contentious topic because, for whatever reason, people don't want to read the law anymore these days. They just prefer to go with whatever they feel is the case. But the president actually did not have to notify Congress ahead of time. I know most people think he has to. He has 48 hours to notify. So they launched the strikes. Now the clock is ticking, and they say they notified Congress immediately after the Venezuelan strikes took place, so they met the 48-hour requirement. So technically, they're in compliance with the law. It would be nice if they notified them before they carried out the strikes, but they don't necessarily have to by law. So it's more of a courtesy thing to do that than it is necessarily a requirement. But Enforcer, what say you?
And that is true, and I do thank you for the support and help this channel to keep on running. And I gotta say, folks, it is hard these days to get into the analysis side of things, because if you say something these days, people just don't want to hear it. Like a lot of people are really opinionated to the point that even if there is just written codified law or a fact, they'll still even argue that as well. And it's been really interesting because we've dealt with that in the chat endlessly over the years. But quite recently, like for example, when I put up my analysis on what's going on in Venezuela or Mexico, or Matthew does, there's a whole bunch of people who act like they've got a right to cuss us out because they want to speak on opinion more so than fact. Like, for example, oh my God, you have no understanding how this works. It's like, actually, we do. I mean, I have a history degree. It's like, if I'm using a historical example to explain something, I'm literally taught and educated with a degree on it. Matthew has a degree on, what is it, Matthew? Political science?
Yes.
Yeah, and so, if he's talking about something from a political science perspective or a foreign policy perspective, he actually went to university and got a degree for it. I went to college for about 3 years to get a bachelor's, and Matthew went there for, I think, about 3.5 to get a bachelor's. So it's like, yeah, we talk off of a position of knowledge because we actually went and were university taught and educated on the topic. It's something along the lines of like, going out there and just, reading the esoteric knowledge book and then acting like you know everything.
Well, this guy was actually politically science educated as well that I was arguing with.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that was the irony of it.
Well, that's absolutely crazy. I mean, you would think he'd have the knowledge to read then. If he actually has a background and was educated, you would think that the one thing he knows is crack open a book, or at least crack open the U.S. code and read it. That would make the most sense. I can tell you, folks, it's a tough world out there. It's a tough world. And things
Education doesn't mean nothing, in my personal opinion. Like, even me with a political science degree, I don't ever really make a point to say that, really, because I'm like, there's tons of people with degrees out there that are just clowns that are like, I have a degree and I know what I'm talking about. It's like, but the guy today I was arguing with is proof to the contrary. Somebody can have a degree and still not have the brains that they were born with, essentially, and they just go with whatever they want to believe. So, I mean, me personally, the degree is nice. I like to be able to put that on my resume, like from time to time and stuff like that. But in reality, though, I mean, college degrees don't carry the same weight that they used to carry. I'll be totally honest.
I mean, like, that's true, but at the same time, though, like, what I'm saying, though, is that, at least in theory, we went to university for 3 or 3.5 years to get a bachelor's on those topics. Some people who argue against us, folks, may have, like, looked at some TikTok headlines or listened to a TikTok where an AI voice tells them something that's completely wrong, like, the American government has lied to you and betrayed you, and then they want to argue with us because they listened to a 60-second TikTok versus 3 or 3.5 years of formal education on the topic, and it's like, I don't really know how that works. Some people actually correct me when I am wrong and I'm wrong, but a lot of people will come in, though, with opinionated based stuff and just say you're wrong. Like, for example, when I say Mexico's a major trading partner, military intervention there could have some nasty consequences, people want to go, no, you're a damn liar and you're just hating on the president. It's like, no, I'm actually putting out real analysis. Because if you crack open books and read a whole lot, you would know that would be a significant fallout of that, no matter how it goes. Even if it ended up with us basically having everything our way, there would still be large fallout on that. That's a part of analyzing stuff. People who don't analyze things are like, the best way to describe this, folks, people who don't analyze things are basically just really devoted Republicans or Democrats. They don't analyze a damn thing when it comes to foreign policy or domestic politics in either way. They just take a point, and it doesn't matter what, and they'll just stick with it. And also nowadays, it's not even really just taking a point and sticking with it. It's really being told whatever they're told from the top. So if their guy at the top is the president, and he says, when he's getting elected, I'm going to end all wars in the world and it's going to be an era of peace, and then he gets elected and then he goes, we're going to invade every single country in Central America, they literally just flip on a dime to wars are bad to we need to invade everyone in Central America, we need to do this to everyone in the world, literally overnight. It's a complete 180. And then on the other end, you can have, say, let's see here, how would we put it? Oh yeah, well, the other side, which would be, say, the left, and when their president's in charge, supporting Ukraine and stopping a Russian invasion is 100% fine. It's fine to continue a war, especially when it's for a good cause. But then when the Chinese and Russians are building a fortress within our backyard, literally within the Caribbean, and then an action is to be taken against them, then a war is bad. And then we can't further our own foreign policy interests because then there's a war involved. Although we're already supporting and involved in a war in Ukraine for a good cause. And it's like the inconsistencies there that drive me crazy. I'm totally fine with someone taking a position, even if it's against mine, as long as it's consistent. But the thing about a lot of people who argue stuff these days is that they have completely inconsistent lines of thinking from one topic to the other, and it's basically the same equation. And then some people will look at it in a totally different way, depending on who's doing it or what it is, and it just doesn't really make a lot of sense to me in that regard. So I hope that does address it the best I can. And a big thanks to you once again for support and helping the channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Also, David Willis said, Matt, say something, please. Oh, hello, David. How you doing? But anyway, so our next one, he wanted to do a welfare check and make sure I was okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. Thank you very much, though. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. But our next one here goes to Cerebrus once again. He puts in a 50. And thank you very much, Cerebrus, for that support as well. The second one of the night. He said, I love the comedy commentary.
And thank you so much for the support. And thank you for enjoying the comedy commentary. And we have actually agreed, folks, by pact that we were not going to bring this up. But we hope that y'all like the little meme that I added into the intro tonight. It's far enough in now that hopefully that's not like taking away the charm of the thing. Because it was supposed to be a surprise, like the FBI open up thing with the meme picture of the dude waking up in bed. So I hope y'all enjoyed that. We try and add in jokes as much as we can. And we hope that that was a good way to start off the night, considering what we heard earlier in the morning. So a big thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
All right, and our next one here goes to Howard Mendelson, who puts in a 50. And thank you very much, Howard, for that $50 support. He said, when Maduro goes to trial, if I get called to jury duty at federal court again, I'm going into hiding. He said, no, I didn't hear that, Howard. I never heard that. I don't hear that right there. I'm going to say I never heard that. But at the same time, though, I think, seriously speaking, I think Maduro is being arraigned on Monday in the New York court. I think he's been charged in the Southern District, I think. I can't remember for certain, but he has a laundry list of charges against him. There's like some weapons charges, I think. There's also some narco drug charges, too. I can't remember them all off the top of my head, so I may not be getting them perfectly accurate here. But he's got pretty serious charges they're levying against him. And I'll be curious to see if cameras are allowed in the courtroom because this seems to be something that's obviously caught the public's attention a lot. It's a foreign leader standing trial in our country. So I'm hoping they allow cameras in there because I'd like to see what's being said and how this goes. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say it's going to be fairly interesting. And the thing, folks, about how the judicial system works in this country is that if he wants to be found not guilty, he has to clear himself. Well, not really clear himself, but he has to prove with a reasonable doubt that he is actually innocent on all of those charges. For the state to win against him, they only have to basically prove that he's guilty of just one charge. Even if one charge is found to be guilty, he's going to prison at that point. So it's going to, like, to be entirely honest with y'all, starting off with this, the cards are generally stacked against his favor. And also on top of that, folks, I got to say this. While the U.S. court system is generally incredibly fair, as best as it can be in a real world, we do have to remember that if this guy is found not guilty, we just have to deport him back to Venezuela, and that's going to look pretty embarrassing. So I'm going to be entirely honest with y'all. This guy is probably going to be found guilty, like highly likely going to be found guilty, because otherwise it's not going to look too well for the United States that we did that and went through all that effort and probably ended up greasing a whole bunch of Venezuelan internal security service guys to get this dude and bring him back to America for a not guilty verdict to be found on all indictments, and then we have to send him back. That would not really bode too well. So with that, I hope that does address that well, at least in my opinion. And a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, by the way, you'll want to see real quick the current charges against Maduro. I just reposted the indictment that they posted from the Justice Department here. It looks like, just doing a quick scan through this, the charges that they're currently alleging that he's guilty of. Let me try to scroll down and get this real quick. Let's see here. They went through a whole history lesson before they got to the charges. So statutory allegations are count one, narco-terrorism conspiracy, pretty serious charge to say the least. Also, cocaine importation conspiracy, count two, also very serious. Count three is possession of machine guns and destructive devices, so a firearms charge. Also, conspiracy to possess machine guns and destructive devices, count four. Then we have let's see, forfeiture allegations. What's this about? Let's see here. So they're going to forfeit all property. Okay, so the feds are trying to take the property from them, basically. So they're trying to do civil forfeiture. So they've charged them with weapons charges and narco-terrorism charges. There's currently 4 counts in the indictment, and they're all very serious charges. So we'll have to see how this is going to go right here. I have a feeling he's going to be probably guilty, I think. But of course, in America, you are innocent until proven guilty. That even goes for Maduro. So he'll, of course, have a jury. He'll get an attorney if he can't afford one, which I'm not sure how that's going to work. He'll probably have to get appointed an attorney. But yeah, that's how it's going to work. And apparently the arraignment will be Monday.
Yeah, that's going to be something interesting. Also, I saw someone ask, where's he going to go once he's found guilty? I can promise y'all, I think I know where he's going to go. He's probably going to end up at ADX Florence out there in the middle of Colorado, which is this prison right here. Because considering that he is the former the former president at this point of a country, even if we claim that he's illegitimate, there's going to be a risk that some sort of intelligence forces or agency might try and get him and bust him out of prison. And so he's probably going to have to go to the absolute maximum security penitentiary, which is ADX Florence, which is out here in the middle of nowhere in Colorado. So that's, I would assume if he's found guilty, that's probably where he's going to be ending up, is in Supermax out here in Colorado.
Yeah, it seems so. Also, by the way, I see a lot of people debating the camera thing. Judges typically don't allow cameras in courtrooms. That's typically the way it works. But judges can allow them based on the judge's order. That does happen from time to time. It's happened in a pretty notorious rappers trial in Atlanta a short while back, where they were doing a whole horse and pony show about thug meaning truly humble under God and things like that. So they can allow the cameras in the courtroom, and I'm not sure if they will though. This one will be, it's a 50-50 chance that they'll allow them in the courtroom. I hope they do, because it'll be very fascinating to watch from a legal perspective how this is going to work with a foreign leader like this being put on trial. But I'm kind of leaning toward the odds they probably won't let cameras in there, I'd imagine.
Also, someone just said, the thing is, only international laws are going to apply. He is not a subject of U.S. laws. Yes, he is. He's in U.S. custody right now. Anyone who's in U.S. custody is subject to the laws of the Republic at the federal or state level, depending on where the crimes were alleged to have been conducted. The crimes are alleged to have been conducted against the United States, so this is being tried in a federal court. But a U.S. court cannot view a case that is pertaining to international law, because a U.S. court's jurisdiction is through U.S. law. That's where it has its authority. So you can't go, okay, we're going to have this on UN international law. I mean, that the U.S. court doesn't even work on that law. The U.S. court is bound to the Constitution, not the UN Charter. And also we can even find we can even go and cite the Constitution where it says that the Supreme Court of the United States, which can then have its power vested in lower courts or inferior courts, which would be the federal district court that he's going to be tried in, can actually have jurisdiction over foreign citizens that have now been taken into U.S. custody. It specifically says that almost verbatim right within the U.S. Constitution, which was ratified in 1787. So, oh, damn, someone out there is absolutely gassing it. But nevertheless, that is exactly what's going to happen. He's going to be tried under U.S. federal law. So with that...
Also, I saw someone debating earlier whether or not the U.S. even had the authority to go and abduct, kidnap, capture, whatever you want to call it. People get offended when I say kidnap, but whatever you want to call it, capture, I'll just use that term. People are saying that the U.S. didn't have the authority to do that, but actually they did, though. They laid the legal framework for it before they conducted the operation. They named Maduro as the leader of the Cartel of the Suns, which is a designated terror group, according to the U.S. government. So that made Maduro a terrorist in the eyes of the United States. So that gave them the legal authority to go capture him, or perhaps possibly even do worse, actually, because it pretty much opens the floodgates whenever someone's deemed a terrorist. So that's how they justified doing that, was through that basis, to my understanding, and that's how they went and nabbed him.
So, also really quickly, just to make sure that we back this up, because whenever we say anything about, say the law of the United States, especially when it comes to anything that's generally a question like subject matter jurisdiction, like does the U.S. even have subject matter jurisdiction over Maduro and his crimes, we can actually reference Article 3, Section 2 of the U.S. Constitution. Reading past everything else, I'll just read you all the first part and then the part that matters. The judicial power shall extend to all cases in law and equity arising under this Constitution, the laws of the United States, and treaties made or which shall be made under their authority to all cases affecting ... and then it gets down to and between a state or citizens thereof and foreign states, citizens or subjects. Right there at the end of this paragraph in section 2, it specifically states that U.S. courts do have power extending to all cases in law and equity arising under the Constitution of foreign states, citizens, or subjects, meaning that Maduro, according to the U.S. Constitution, can actually be tried here in the United States, and that is entirely lawful, even on a constitutional law basis, not even speaking about the U.S. Code or any sort of congressional acts or anything else along those lines, or statutes that someone else could bring up. This is constitutionally legal, trying him in the United States for crimes that he has conducted and the U.S. has alleged that he has been involved in. So I hope that doesn't address that well, just to make sure that we get the proof of that. And also on top of that, just to address this once more, a U.S. court operates off of U.S. law. There is no such thing as having a trial in a U.S. court on international law. An international law situation is something for some made-up, fanciful thing in the world like the United Nations or an actual institution like The Hague, but that's not the U.S. So with that, I hope that does address that well, and with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Chef Danny B, who puts in a $50 support. And thank you very much, Chef Danny, once again, for throwing in that generous support. He said, "Good evening, enforcers. Chef Danny here. And they might release the helmet cam for the Maduro capture like they did with that movie Zero Dark 30 with the whole UBL situation. And do you think we could do the same operation, but in Iran or Russia?" Now, Danny, I will say I would be surprised they released that helmet cam footage because I think we were told, and once again, I'm still a little bit questionable about this because usually they don't say when Delta Force does stuff, but I believe it was the Delta Forces actually grabbed Maduro, if I have that correct. So I doubt they're going to release the helmet cam from that group because they're highly secretive and they probably wouldn't. If they do, I'll be shocked, but maybe so. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say it's probably going to be unlikely. The U.S. is very tight-lipped when it comes to operational security, and anything that looks like it might start to violate operational security, they're never going to let it see the light of day until about 70 years from now. I mean, crazily enough, folks, there's actually stuff right now that's being declassified that's as old as the Second World War, just to give you all an idea of how long things can remain classified here within the United States. So I'd have to say it's highly unlikely that we will get to see that footage. I hate to say that, though, Danny B, because I would love to see the footage. I think that would be amazing, and I think it's such a shame that we probably won't be able to, because the Ukrainians publish everything, even from incredibly sensitive military operations. I wish the U.S. would kind of do that as well, because it would be quite interesting to take a look at it and sparse through it live on air with everyone. But a big thanks to you for the support, official chef of the LSA, Danny B, and I hope that this addressed that incredibly well. And a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on rolling. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Also, by the way, I want to make a slight correction here. People are correcting me on this. Because this is happening in a federal court, by the way, because obviously Maduro is not going to a state court. He's going to a federal court, to my understanding. Apparently, the cameras are not allowed in federal court due to Federal Rule of Criminal Procedure 53. But there is an exception, though. A judge can authorize broadcasting or photographs or recording in a courtroom and in adjacent areas of a courtroom during investigative, naturalization, or ceremonial proceedings only. And also there's like a handful of other I guess you could say caveats to it, but generally speaking, though, the audience is correct, and I stand corrected. In a federal court, the cameras are not allowed, even if a judge wanted that to happen. The judge can't order cameras in the courtroom. In federal court, in state court, it's different. I was getting confused with state court. They can order it allowed in a state proceeding, which is what that rapper's criminal trial was all about. It's in state court in Atlanta. It was not federal, I don't think, at least. But apparently, you're not allowed cameras in the federal courtroom, so we're sadly not going to see it.
That's unfortunate. I wish we could. I mean, that would be one hell of an interesting trial to watch, especially with the kind of evidence that they would bring up against him. It's like I wonder what they're actually going to bring up as concrete evidence for the prosecution against him.
Yeah, I wonder about that. Also, by the way, did that indictment mention fentanyl? Because I saw the cocaine charge, but there was no fentanyl charge.
No, because once again, Venezuela is not involved in fentanyl trade, so it would be really hard to bring up that charge against it because that just would absolutely not stick. I mean, there's literally no proof that Tren de Aragua has been involved in really any fentanyl trading. It's basically those two big cartels in Mexico that do it, and that's it.
Yeah, that's interesting right there. So they hit him with a cocaine charge. I'm not sure how they're going to prove that he himself directly was doing that. It's like I'm not really sure. We'll find out though how that's going to happen. But also, Danny B said, what about the whole UBL and the footage on that?
Unfortunately, I haven't really looked at that movie a lot, Zero Dark 30. So unfortunately, I wouldn't know a lot about that in particular. Unfortunately, but I do think I'm asking for your support. And Matthew, do you know anything about that?
I'll be honest with you, I don't. Let's see here. Let me pull this up real quick. Uh, yeah. Oh, he's talking about Bin Laden. That's what he's talking about.
Oh,
So the Bin Laden footage, the whole UBL situation. I'll be honest with you, Danny. I'm not totally sure, to be honest. I'm kind of leaning toward no, but I'm not totally sure.
and I'll have to leave Matthew's answer as my answer as well, because I'd have to start looking into that on air. But a huge thanks to you so much for the support, and I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to David Ferriello, who puts in a 50. And thank you very much, David, as well, for that support.
Hey!
He said, being an RN, registered nurse, I would imagine, he said, I get the same anger when someone tells me something to be fact. It's like, where did you get your medical degree or your nursing degree?
And like I generally like I would say this. I definitely agree with that, but also I'd have to kind of agree with Matthew. I have seen some people who have gotten university degrees, and they're quite ignorant. But then again, there's also like it's kind of a nuance because there's a lot of people out there who get a degree and they honestly still don't even know what they're talking about, and then they're really confident in it, and then that kind of like that makes it bad in its own way because it's like you're supposed to be university learned on this topic, and yet you're not. Why? What is the malfunction here? But then other people who have had absolutely no learning in that topic or education in it, and then they want to talk about it, and then they're just entirely wrong on a whole bunch of stuff. I'm like, why the hell are these people so confident in what they're saying? Because if I don't know something, I just tell people I don't know it. Like, or I might say that's what I think, but I might be wrong. Like so that way I can hedge my answer because it might actually be wrong. So that's something that I just find really weird with some folks like that because a lot of people are overly competent. Well, not overly competent, but overly confident in this idea that they have of what they think is right, and they don't even really have enough knowledge on the topic to know whether it's right or not, and usually they're wrong. That's one thing that I have run into, but then there's also a lot of people who've also been university educated, and they're a lot like that as well. It's just generally an issue of like people just wanting to, I don't know, be right. And I don't even know why, because it's like, if you're right, you're right. And if you're wrong, you're wrong. There isn't really a lot to it. It's not like you win a trophy if you're right. It's not like you get zapped electrically if you're wrong. It's like, it just is what it is. And if you're wrong, just take it for what it is and be like, oh, I'm wrong. Let me retract that and clarify that and then move on. But for some reason, a lot of people don't like doing that. I think it's the way people have always have been, but it's just so annoying. I wish some people would actually move on from that and be a little bit more open-minded, and to being wrong or being right. But still, a big thanks to you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next super chat goes to Wubba, who puts in a 25. And thank you very much, Wubba, for that support. And Wubba said that they believe that the current U.S. Leadership has destroyed credibility or moral high ground that the U.S. had left by doing exactly what China is threatening and Russia has been trying to do for 4 years in Ukraine.
Not really. Foreign policy is rules for thee, not for me, sort of a thing. That's something that a lot of people always kind of seem to miss a little bit. And I see what you're saying, and I could definitely see an argument in that direction. But at the same time, the U.S. has to look out for its own interests. And if the Chinese are building a satellite state out of Venezuela 1,000 miles away from us, then we have the entire right to go down there and wipe that government out and put one in that we would be behind and we would like. It's kind of like the thing is though is that it's kind of similar for the Russians, because if I was a Russian, just to be entirely honest with y'all, what they are doing generally makes sense, especially when they look at themselves as a existent major power in the world that's creating a sphere of influence. But I'm not Russian. I'm an American. So when I look at it, we're building our sphere of influence. I'm never going to be a Russian, so I don't ever have to try and even level with what they're doing or make sense of it. They're going against our interests. They're going to hurt our people, so we're against it. And that's basically how it works. Because a lot of people think that in foreign policy we're supposed to be fair. So if we invade Venezuela, then that gives Russia a right to invade Ukraine. No, we have a right to invade Venezuela and overthrow a Chinese-aligned government, but that doesn't mean that Russia has a right to invade our guys and take them over and turn them into Russian-aligned states, because that's against our interests. So it's more so. Mhm.
That sounds kind of like that fella. You know, there's some fella in an African country, and he was like, "Corruption is bad if
I'm not in it.
But
Yeah.
if I'm involved, then I defend it." It's like it's kind of like the same. Like I'm not sure about that rationale, man. I'll be honest with you.
What the rationale I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm not totally sure about that. I think I don't know. Like, here's my thing, folks. We have to. Well, first of all, let me actually back up a little bit. There was an actual justification, at least slightly. I can see the argument to the contrary about going into Venezuela. The Chinese are actually embedding themselves deeply in Venezuela. That's not up for debate. I mean, it's documented. Maduro literally met with a Chinese leader the morning of the attack. That just took place. They were in the country, and it's clearly a very strong relationship. And then you have Iran bringing oil back and forth from the country. It's a whole thing. So, I mean, it's documented. They're making a huge stronghold in our hemisphere, which is obviously something that the United States should not allow. With Ukraine, though, Russia annexed Crimea, and Ukraine wasn't even seriously considering or pursuing NATO membership. There was no justification for Russia to even annex Crimea or invade Ukraine whatsoever. Literally, that's what caused Ukraine to start pursuing NATO membership, was the fact that Russia invaded and annexed Crimea. So Russia started that situation. We didn't start the Venezuela situation. We're just jumping in and trying to fix it.
Well, actually, it's a little bit more nuanced than that, because the Euromaidan Revolution, or the Revolution of Dignity, as it's actually called, actually preceded the annexation of Crimea, because Yanukovych, who was the president at the time in Ukraine, who was Russian-aligned, actually agreed to extradite Ukrainian citizens out of Ukraine into Russia for crimes that they had conducted in Ukraine to face trial under Russian courts in Russian law. And so the Ukrainian population absolutely bucked that, as they should have, and they conducted the Revolution of Dignity. So they basically threw out Yanukovych by just public revolution, and because of that, they brought in a new guy at that time who was heavily leaning towards the European direction, and they were bringing in a government that was generally in that direction as well. So the way the Russians looked at that is that this new guy who just came in that overthrew Yanukovych, he's generally aligned with the European Union. He's already talking about joining the European Union, which means that they will be outside the Russian economic sphere, and then later on they might even join NATO as a result of that as well. Then the Russians sat there and looked at Sevastopol, where the entire Black Sea Fleet was at, and then went, you know what, we can't let that fall, because they're going to boot us out of that if they join the European Union, because it won't be allowed for us to stay there. So then that's when they went and they annexed Crimea. So if you look at it from a Russian perspective, you can actually come up with a little connect the dots there, to where if you were a Russian, you would go, well, this makes strategic interest if we look at ourselves as a major world power. But the thing is about that, though, is that we're not Russians. We're Americans. So when we look at... go ahead.
But the Euromaidan was something that the Ukrainian people did, though, right?
Yeah, but I mean, it doesn't matter. I mean, like the Venezuelan people technically voted for Hugo Chavez. We're still overthrowing them because they're Chinese aligned.
But I mean, like Maduro, but the allegation is that Maduro was illegally elected, that he was elected through force, kind of like Putin is in his country. So they can have an election, but it's all symbolic. It's for show. He's really a dictator. So everything they're doing to make it look like it's legit is just to try to tamp down the allegations that it's a dictatorship. But in reality, we all know what it is.
Well, yeah, but I mean, at the same time, though, you could say similar allegations against Ukraine, like Petro Poroshenko, who was the opposition to Zelensky when he was elected in, I believe it was 2019. He actually rigged the first election and won that one by 72%. Then they had a rerun of the election because there was a public revolt to the results, and then Zelensky won almost by 60-something%. And just by the fact that Poroshenko had rigged the first election in 2019, many people could argue that the second second run of the votes could have been illegitimate as well, and then you could argue that Zelensky is an illegitimate president due to the questionability of the results of that first round of the election or votes that were had that year. And you could go on and so on and so forth and try and make that argument in all sorts of ways, but it's more so about what is aligning with our interests and what isn't, because we say that we work off of a higher moral level and this is bringing America down a step. But I got to ask you all this. What did America do in Grenada in the 1980s? And what did we do in Panama in 1989? And what in the world were we doing selling missiles to the Iranians to give the money to the Contras to keep fighting the communists inside of Nicaragua? And what were we doing with the Bay of Pigs in the invasion in Cuba in 1961? And what were we doing inside of, say, Mexico with the hunt for Pancho Villa? Or better yet, what did we do with the 1953 coup d'etat against the Islamic Republic of Iran? Or the military invasion of Iraq and Afghanistan in the early 2000s? Why in the world did we get involved in South Korea and Vietnam, trying to help and support those governments, or in other words, according to our opposition, prop them up? Like a lot of what we claim that our enemies do, we do because foreign policy is inherently unfair to our adversaries. We are advantageous to ourselves. We say that what we were doing is justified and right because it is, and it's supporting our interest and our people. But when other nations try and support their people and their interest, it's usually, if not always, at the detriment of ours, and that's where we draw the line.
I just don't see it the same way personally because I'm not naive. Like, obviously the U.S. isn't a saint. We're not saints. I mean, I'm not naive like that. But at the same time, though, we're a democracy in theory. We preserve democracy here in the United States of America. Russia's a dictatorship. So if Russia does something as a dictatorship, it's naturally serving the dictator. It's not necessarily about serving the people. It's about enriching or entrenching the dictator further in his position. So if the dictator Putin goes and invades Ukraine, it's not for the people of Russia to enrich them. It's about him solidifying power and going on a conquest for his own personal ego. So I see a big difference. When the United States does something, in theory, it's supposed to be to help and improve the country, and not just the leader, because the leader is exchanged every 4 years through a valid election. So I see a difference between those two things right there.
Well, yeah, but at the same time, though, sometimes benefiting the leader of Russia is benefiting the country because Putin is enriching himself through the oligarchs, and the oligarchs employ tens of thousands of people, millions of people in the Russian Federation. So if he's doing something in the interest of himself for his own enrichment, at least by their system, the oligarchs are opening up a new business somewhere, hiring people, expanding that industry because people have to work there. And while those people might not be living the greatest lives, they're still getting a job, and also they're enriching themselves. So in their own sort of a twisted system, they're actually growing their own interests in their sphere of influence. Here in America, we do those very same things, but we do it for the interest of the citizenry, at least in what we would hope, and that's why we take the actions. But if you look at history, and history is quite clear, basically everybody does the same thing in foreign policy, whether you're a democracy, a dictatorship, or what, because everyone's trying to make sure that they line everything up and put all their ducks in a row for the best interest of their nation, no matter what kind of government system they have at home.
Well, yeah, maybe. Also, I see here, Marion Deemer said, so Enforcer Matt, what's your answer? Because I won't say the political part, but Marion's basically saying in theory, the actions here seem to enrich not necessarily the people of the United States, but just a small select few. Well, that's my problem with the oil argument, because how is invading Venezuela and taking back the stolen oil infrastructure and the oil fields, how is that helping the average American citizen? It may reduce your gasoline cost, maybe at some point in the future, possibly. It may reduce it by some amount. We're not really sure, though. But it's really mainly enriching the people that are the oil executives and the oil companies. That's what it's really enriching. So I see the argument there that you're making, and it's a fair one because, I mean, the invasion of Venezuela is not going to really help average everyday Americans. It's really not. It's just really going to help companies, essentially. So it doesn't really benefit us. That's why, me personally, if we're going with the main primary motivation of invading Venezuela to be the oil, I mean, outside of keeping American interests at the forefront and making sure that we hoard all the oil, I'm not really sure how that really helps.
I mean, I would be honest as well, and I would say that this whole deal that we're doing with Venezuela, with how it's being posed, doesn't necessarily support the interests of the citizenry. If it was being presented, however, as us removing Chinese influence from the Americas, and it just happened to be the U.S. oil companies were going to go into Venezuela under the explanation of they're going to economically tie Venezuela to us so that way they can't be a free agent again and just wander back over in the Chinese direction, that sounds strategically pertinent. But the way it's being put in right now, which is just making money, that doesn't really sound like a massive benefit to the citizenry because who in the world's going to be working those refineries is going to be Venezuelans, not Americans. So they're going to be working in the refineries getting paid pennies by whatever U.S. companies are running those refineries, and those refineries are going to be making money hand over fist. So, the shareholders and the CEO will be making a good deal of money, but basically nobody else in that whole endeavor. So how does that necessarily benefit the citizenry? It really doesn't to a great extent. So I would say that the justification that's been given today isn't really a good one at all. But if it was phrased in a different way and presented in a different way, it would make a good deal of sense. But the intentions that have been publicly stated as to why we're doing this now today, they don't really sound that good in my opinion. But I hope that does address it the best I can, at least in my opinion. But with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next super chat goes to none other than Marion Deemer, who just asked the other question and put in a $30 super chat. And thank you very much, Marion, for that support. And Marion said, Slava Ukraine and Hiram Slava.
And Slava Ukraini, Ram Slava, and thank you so much for the incredible support and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible and keep this thing rolling. And so with that, a huge thanks to you once again, and we are on to the next one.
Also, by the way, one more thing I want to address real quick. Someone said the resources belong to Venezuela. That I do agree with that in theory. It is Venezuela's territory, so the oil is theirs. But here's the problem, though: the regime stole a lot of infrastructure from U.S. companies. They did do that, so that's a problem. And honestly, I think paying that back with a little bit of interest might be in order because they shouldn't have done that. So I'm not saying to rob the Venezuelan people of their resources, but we also have to have due consideration that our companies did take a loss because they lost their oil fields and also lost their equipment that we literally built from the ground up in Venezuela. That is true. So, a little bit of interest on top of getting our stuff back is probably in order.
Also, I saw someone say this. This is an interesting point. Someone said Maduro was trafficking drugs into the U.S. Those drugs were killing thousands of Americans. That benefits average Americans. I'm gonna have to be a devil's advocate here for a minute. I'm gonna say it in this way. So, based off of that logic, anything that ends up killing an American that they voluntarily indulge in, because nobody is ever forced, to snort down a line of cocaine, anything that anyone voluntarily engages in that may lead to their hazard or death is something that the United States government should be taking direct action on, just for the fact of it. So if we take a look at that, should the United States government now conduct special forces raids on the houses of the shareholders and CEOs of the tobacco and alcohol industry, because tens of thousands of Americans, if not hundreds of thousands of them, die every single year from lung cancer and also liver failure caused by overconsumption of alcohol or the consumption of cigarettes? Or should we go after all of the people who run the car companies, because 40,000 Americans die every year, which is actually incredibly comparable to the amount of Americans that are dying annually right now from drug overdoses in car accidents. And then it's like, where in the world does it go from there? Because the way I look at it is, it's quite unfortunate that American citizens are dying, and I think that the United States does have a responsibility to stop illegal narcotics from entering the country, because it's not entering through illegal port of entry, and it's also contraband that is not authorized to enter the United States by law. But at the same time, though, it is on the responsibility of these individual citizens that are taking upon their own willful consciousness to consume these drugs, and in which the final fault of the fatality lies. Because while it is illegal, sure, and I say that we should definitely stop it, I'm also not going to act like these people are, getting mowed down in the streets in a cocaine snorting massacre, because, nobody's involuntarily taking drugs. Basically, everyone's voluntarily taking it. So, it's unfortunate, but it's not also something to where it's like we have to go to war over this, and on top of that, going over to war over this, it doesn't really fix the problem at that. And then on top of that, the main thing, the trump card of this all, is that we completely dropped that logic today. We didn't even bring up hardly anything about the drug trade from Venezuela. It was basically all about the oil and how we were getting it back, and it's finally ours again. So, if that was the actual justification, it would have stuck through to today. And then as soon as we took Maduro out of the country, we immediately dropped the whole drug talk and we went straight into oil. So, I hope that does address that the best I can, at least in my opinion. And also, someone said it's the fact that they are cutting other drugs with fentanyl. Well, yeah, but then you go after the people who are doing that. Trinidad Aragua isn't doing that. That would be the Sinaloa cartel and the IJNC, I believe it's called, inside of Mexico. So then that's where your attention should be focused, because those are the two cartels that are involved in, I believe, according to the DEA, 95 to 96% of all the fentanyl trade here in the Americas. So you would go after them instead of Venezuela. So if you want to make that argument, you have to actually make it against someone who's doing it, because saying, there's shootings in Chicago, so we're going to go invade Montgomery, Alabama, and go deal with that. It's not really lining up, to where the actual problem lies. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a $20 support from none other than Jay Bagwell. And thank you very much, Jay, for that $20 support. And we do appreciate that very, very much. And he said overtime pay for last night. And great job, guys.
And thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And I got to say, it's a wonderful and incredible thing to know that folks like you are helping this channel to keep on running and making this thing possible. And so a humongous thanks to you so much once again for the support. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Dylan Hatters, who puts in the 20. And thank you very much, Dylan, also for that support. He said, I was really confused on that matter as well, and the fact that the opportunities on not letting the opposition leader potentially take over, and what will be the other option? Is Marco Rubio getting his next job there or something?
Here in the future, Marco Rubio is going to be the Secretary of State, the Minister of the Interior, the Shah of Persia, the President of Venezuela. Like, this guy is basically going to have like an imperial title. He's going to sound like an old emperor of of the Akhenaten Empire, or something along those lines. It's going to be crazy. But I guess it'll be a military occupation that's administered by a military governor. That's usually what we do in occupations. So I hope that does address that the best I can. And a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Valoran Deathblade, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much for that support. They said, we know it was Delta because if it was the SEALs, they would have used some weird prototypes, a plan that failed upon contact, and would be signing up for book deals and podcasts already. They deliver. Damn, they've got some beef with the SEALs apparently.
Damn. Oh well, I gotta say, I always do get a crack out of how much the SEALs write. I mean, they're truly warrior poets. They write books. I've never heard of any other special forces in America, for that matter, writing as many books as the SEALs do. Like, the SEALs can fill a library with the amount of books that they've written. But you would know. Like, I do have to add into the joke. I don't have like a huge beef with the SEALs. I actually have a great deal of respect for all the special forces. But I do have to lean into that joke, because it's got a good bit of truth to it. If the SEALs were involved in that operation to capture Maduro, there would already be a book coming out this weekend about that right now. So with that, I hope that does address it the best I can, and a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Me personally, I like the SEALs. There's something endearing about the way that they like to tell about their operations and stuff like that. And also, as someone who's fascinated by this stuff, I like to hear about it personally.
Oh, yeah,
the Delta
cool.
people, the Delta guys don't really get to talk about it that much and stuff. And also, they really just don't talk about it because nobody really knows who those guys are, even after they're out. So it stays kind of secret all the way around. So they don't really write books. But jumping into our next one, this one goes to Moity Movies, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much, Moity, for that support. They said, Happy New Year, and you're doing an awesome job here on the channel.
And thank you so much for the support, and thank you for enjoying what we do. We try our best, and I hope that we've had a great deal of success once again tonight, and it appears that we've had about 210,000 views so far. So a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are going to be moving on and into the next one.
And our next one goes to Arar983, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much, Arar. And they said, all of a sudden, y'all got a ton of content. Holiday breaks over. 2026 is about to pop off in LSA. And also, wait a minute. Let me do the quote. Welcome to 2026. This is the year of the badass. Welcome to Valhalla, brother.
We have the watch or something like that. But still, oh, man. But still, a huge thanks to you for the support. And I'd have to say, oh, man, it has been a crazy year already. We're only 3 days in, and we've already had about enough news for about 3 weeks or a month right now. So a humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
All right, and also our next one here goes to none other than Bernard Rubin, who puts in a 20. And he said, hey, you guys, I'm glad to see that you're still streaming in 2026. And now I have this feeling that the armored car thing with the cannon from last night is a V-150 recon vehicle. And anyway, long live the LSA and long live free Ukraine.
And let me go pull up that little recon vehicle just to see what it looks like. Because earlier we had something 300, uh, the LEV 150. Oh yeah, that is. Um, the Venezuelan one has a different name, I think, but it looks just like that. It is that thing actually. So, it was a something 300 according to the Venezuelans. I guess that's the export variant, but that's still pretty cool. But it's cool for the 80s, not cool for the modern day. But a big thanks to you so much once again for support and help with the channel keep it running, and I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Also, by the way, I formally petitioned the United States government to ban the word FAFO from their vocabulary. I do not want to hear any more government officials getting up on a microphone and thinking that it sounds badass to say they effed around and they found out. It's like, please spare us that crap, please. Like, please, just get up and say it with some dignity, because of course, even though these are enemy forces that we're fighting here, like lives were lost. Let's not get into all this male bravado junk. It's like everybody knows you're a man. Everybody sees your tight T-shirt. You don't have to go around proving it 24/7. So just say it with some respect and dignity, because you know there is real lives being lost here, and also our soldiers got injured during that strike too. So we don't need the whole FAFO statement running around like it's just something just to lob out there, like it's just whatever.
They do that stuff, man, up there on the podium. Like the special forces went up into Maduro's place and went, frag out. It's like, no, they didn't do that. It's like this is a professional business here. It's like I don't think they get that up there. But we joke around about it on air because that's what we do. But if I was the Secretary of Defense or the Secretary of State or anyone else involved in that, this is now a business affair. This isn't something that we're just here to talk to tens of thousands of people and joke about. We're actually on the business end of this. We're the ones calling the shots. So it becomes a lot more professional at that point as far as what kind of an affair we're involved in. So with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to Cerebrus, who puts in a 20 once again. And Cerebrus said, that's good to know. I was trying to read through it and messed up that part, but thank you.
And thank you so much for the support. And okay by us, Cerberus. And I thank you massively for helping this channel to keep on running and making this thing a reality. And so a big thanks to you once again for the support. And we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Jack ALN, who puts in a 20. He said, TikTok warriors have extremely short attention span. That's the purpose of the CCP after all.
Wow, short attention spans. Remember that, everyone. If you cannot think for longer than 8 seconds, they got you. Squirrel! So, big thanks to you for the support. That with this channel to keep running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one here, also let me grab one thing from the chat because my mouse is not cooperating. Let's see here. There we go. Grabbed it from the chat. So our next super chat is going to go to none other than Nathaniel Duggett. And he put in a 20. He said, the U.S. is concealing objectives. First, it was the narco thing. Then it's the oil. But no one in the Pentagon's unaware of the negative effects of Maduro's removal for our enemies. It's dual purpose action. And but let's hope that we don't do it with Mexico and LSA.
And I would definitely agree. And I do thank you massively for support and help this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a 20 from Joppy. And Joppy said, people with a low IQ tend to think that they're right, while people with a high IQ tend to think that they're wrong. The theory is that those with high IQ tend to overthink things, while people with a low IQ tend to do the opposite.
I've never thought of it like that. But that's interesting. That's interesting. We'll have to look into that. We'll have to have a congressional study on that one, and probably give a study group maybe $3 billion to look into that and see if that's accurate. That's America, baby. But still, a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep it running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a super chat from none other than JC the Music Man, and he puts in a 20. He said, do you remember when Maduro jailed the Citgo 6 execs to force the U.S. to trade his wife's 2 nephews who were serving 18 years for allegedly some trafficking? And the U.S. oil companies have been in Venezuela for many years, in LLT, LSA.
I thank you for the support. I'd have to, unfortunately, say that I have to declare ignorance on that. I haven't really followed this Venezuelan situation a great deal up until the past 4 months. And then it started to hit our radar, and then we started to pay attention to it because it kind of came out of nowhere. So it wasn't anything that was a huge point of study on my end to really know a great deal about. So unfortunately, I'd have to declare ignorance on that point, but I do thank you massively for support and helping the channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, by the way, did we show the pictures of Maduro in the hangar doing a thumbs up and everything, in the handcuffs in the chair?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, we did.
We did.
Oh yeah.
Let me go grab those one more time because I'm seeing a lot of people say that they haven't seen them or something. I think did we show that like at the very beginning of the stream?
Oh yeah, yeah, we showed it at the beginning. Here they are.
Okay, there we go. I showed. Yeah, there's the one in the chair right there. This is the one everybody keeps talking about. They have him with the DEA agents all around him right here. I guess they have him in a hangar. It looks like, and they brought up a metal stool and had him sit on it. Changed his clothes too for whatever reason. Put him in handcuffs, and he did the famous thumbs up thing right there. So this is a very odd looking picture, by the way. Very awkward looking. But I guess you couldn't expect anything more than that. It's kind of wild that Maduro was squawking at the top of his lungs down there in Venezuela, barking at U.S. officials saying, "Come get me, you cowards. Like, you're too cowardly to come get me. You won't do it." And then here he is right here with a beanie on his head like a coffee house hipster, sitting in a chair doing a thumbs up motion at the camera with agents standing all around him.
I'm not gonna lie, dude. The guy with the hand on his shoulder, I can just imagine him coming up and going, "Hey, dude, big fan. You wouldn't mind if we took a picture, would you?" "Oh, no, no." And then everyone gathers around and takes a picture. Man, there's a video of him out there actually walking through the detention center, and he looks at like some guy and he's like, "Happy holidays and a new year to you." Like, it's like, what? It's like, have you seen
Peace
it?
forever. Peace forever. It's like, can we get a little bit of a rendition? Listen, here's the thing. If he's going to get found guilty for something at the sentencing hearing, he could offer to sing a rendition of Peace Forever and do the remix and stuff in the courtroom to get a couple years shaved off the sentence.
Man, honestly, I would wonder. And also, I don't know why you look so like hunched over in this, like it's cold out here or something. I mean, it is actually cold up there compared to Venezuela, so I guess that makes sense.
Every DEA agent and their family wanted to be in this photo right here. They literally had the whole tarmac full of agents. They were all one in this picture.
Also, why did they even blur out this guy's picture right here next to Maduro on the left? The guy with the hand on his shoulder? That's literally this guy right here. You can see the same necktie and badge. He's not blurred out there. So why did they blur him out here? Like, it's not like they're protecting.
Are you sure it's the same guy?
Yeah, it's literally the same dude. Look at that tie right there. You notice how it's kind of like this, the maroonish color with like the white little like dimples inside of it, or the best way I can explain it right there. I don't know what to call them, but you can see that
I was
same.
like, what the hell are you saying? But
like dimples, I guess is what I was trying to say. But you can see that right there, and he's also got the same colored like shirt, like in the pixelation right there, and he's also got the same silver DEA badge on the left side of his jacket. And he also has the DEA symbol right there on his coat. He has the same like shaped body. If we look down here, you can actually see the same blue pants and black shoes, like kind of like the loafers deal. That's literally the same dude, just not with his face blurred out.
possibly so, but you got to imagine this has to be humbling right here. This guy went from being on top of the world in Venezuela, for whatever that's worth, to now being perp walked across the tarmac and going to a really, really nasty place in New York. This jail that he's going to is a nasty one, to say the least. So, I mean, that's got to be humbling right there. Getting snatched out of your house in the middle of the night by Delta Force, most likely, in allegedly trying to shut the vault door, and you're too wimpy to close the vault door, so they snagged them.
Yeah, you sitting there going, excuse me, I'm having a problem closing this door. They say, "Oh, you won't need to worry about that anymore. Get him, boy." So like, oh God, like,
He closed the door like a dog.
He was so wimpy, weak-wristed, he was trying to grab the door and close it, and he couldn't. He said, my hands, they're so weak, and I don't have to worry about that because I have absolutely giant, meaty hands, the biggest hands. People look at my hands and they go, "Wow, they're so big." You know what they say about big hands, big gloves. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to David Ferriello, who puts in a 20. He said, "Great job last night, and I was up until 4 a.m.
And we were happy that we knew that we were able to keep you up till 4 a.m. hearing that big news that happened last night. And a humongous thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have an 11 from Putin Puppet, who said, "Venezuela looks funny, but it isn't. What's next? Colombia, Cuba, Greenland, Canada. Exactly what George Orwell wrote about in the 1984 book. Only 3 dictatorial powers left over."
Oh, well, I mean, it's literally 1984. Strong and peaceful. It's the anthem of the Ingsoc people. But
Is Mark Zuckerberg the guy that looks through the camera and stares at people like creepily?
no, that would be Lukashenko.
Yeah, that could be him. That could be him.
I have a mustache as well.
You know, maybe. I don't know. I honestly think though this whole sort of like a invasion spree sort of a deal, it needs to be real then. Maybe by the Congress if necessary. So with that, I hope that has addressed that the best I can. A big thanks to you for support and helping the channel to keep it running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, by the way, there's going to be a vote on either Monday or Tuesday for I think another war powers resolution, I believe, or trying to stop this action in Venezuela. So that's something to watch too. They could vote to suspend it or put a stop to it somehow, or maybe not. We'll find out though. But jumping into our next one, this one goes to Melinda Grifford Vaughn, who puts in a $50 super chat. And thank you very much, Melinda, for that support. And we do appreciate that, and also being a longtime viewer. And Melinda said, "Great job last night, and Happy New Year, LLTLSA. FYI, Venezuela crude sent to the U.S. for refining before sold. Very little will be done there except extraction and a little cleanup, and probably will be sent to Texas or Louisiana."
Thank you so much for the support, Melinda Griffith Vaughn. You are absolutely correct. And a happy new year to you, and long live the Lee Spring Army. And I'd have to say it's going to be quite interesting to see that Venezuelan crude is returning to U.S. refineries, because we have the ability to process sour crude. Sometimes, folks, whenever you run into some ornery, angry person that just cusses endless profanities, they go, "Wow, that's a real sour crude right there. Oh, damn, that was one hell of a dad joke right there." Huh?
Prune.
No, that's not what we're doing here, man. No prune juice, just sour crude. Oh, man, it's real quiet in here. But anyway, so that we're on to the next one.
And with that, we're moving on to our next one here. And this one is going to go to W Subsea, who puts in a 10. And they said, "Thank you so much for the advice on the beeswax. It worked a treat."
Oh, and thank you so much for the support. And I'm glad to know that it actually did work, because that's what I used on my boots, and I hope that it's working on your boots. So huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that it's addressed that incredibly well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next super chat is going to go to none other than Hachi Odie, who puts in a 10. And thank you very much, Hachi, for that support. He said, "What interesting times we live in, LSA."
And I'd agree. I mean, one hell of a time that we're living through right here, that's for sure. And I got to thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep running. And we're on to the next one.
And our next super chat here is a $10 super chat from none other than Space Fraggle, who puts in a 10. And he said, "Keep those lights on, enforcers, and LSA forever."
And we're going to keep the lights on. We're going to keep them burning, because that's what we do here behind the HQ. We keep the lights burning so that way we can eat a Costco chicken in the warmth of our home with electricity and light provided. And then maybe every once in a while get out and wander around. Maybe buy something. Very seldom, though. And then sit in our house and do this. Honestly, it's one hell of a life, honestly. I really rather quite enjoy it, because I would rather do no other job than this. So I thank you massively for the support and helping this channel keep it running, because you're not only helping to keep the LSA alive, you're helping to keep the dream alive. So a huge thanks to you once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, by the way, just for the people saying this, just to clarify, apparently Diddy is no longer at that New York jail. He's apparently at Fort Dix. So Maduro will not be locked up with Diddy, which is honestly kind of thankful for Maduro. I'm sure he's glad about that. But jumping into our next one, this one goes to Just a Plumber, who puts in a 10. And they said, "That operation seemed like it went super smooth. And I know we are the best, but did it seem too smooth?"
Some people have been saying that, and I don't know. Like, kind of on the fence on that one, but I think I would lean towards the operators were just so good at what they did. That's why it looked like it went off without a hitch. But a big thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And honestly, Matthew, it's lucky that Maduro never has to get into that sort of a situation, being put in the same place as Diddy. But I've actually heard that they've got a lot of prisons like that, and if Maduro has to go to one of those, it's going to be a real bunch of dicks, at least in the options that could be picked from. So with that, we are on to the next one.
Honestly, I would hate to go to any type of prison or like anything these days. Like, I mean, it's tough. These stories that are coming out of these prisons and these jails and stuff, it's just crazy. Like, even like federal penitentiaries are kind of getting a bad rap. They used to be considered kind of like semi-cushy, depending on what security level you were in. But now it's like, those are getting almost as bad as some state jails. Like it's really wild how it's getting worse. State jail's always been bad, like especially in Alabama. My God, like state jails.
Mm.
If you went there, like you're in for some stuff. Like you're in for some bad stuff. If you go to like a state jail in Alabama or something, you're in rough shape. That's a tough one. Whatever you did, it probably didn't warrant what's about to happen. But anyways, jumping into our next one here. This one goes to Cachulian 343, who puts in a 10, and they said the way that this is presented makes it sound to me like it's a war conquest. I approve of ousting Maduro, but directly taking over the running of a nation with violence, that's what the Russians do.
Well, I mean, foreign policies like that. It's generally rules for thee, not for me sort of a situation. That's how every country's run it. That's how every country always will run it. And that's probably how we'll keep running it until there's some sort of a unified global government, which will eventually happen at some point. But a big thanks to you so much for the support and help with this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to Chris Feilbach, and he put in a $50 support. And thank you very much, Chris, for that support. We appreciate that. And Chris said there is a non-zero probability that Maduro was wearing Hello Kitty pajamas when he was apprehended.
You know, I've never thought of it like that before, but there is a possibility. There is a chance. And I gotta say, a huge thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope that does address that well. And a very deep thought right there. We're gonna have to look into that and see if we can get an answer to that someday. But a huge thanks to you once again. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a $10 support from Cachulian343 yet again, who said occupying them long enough to gut Maduro loyalists is one thing, but taking over the running of the country is completely different. And everyone likes a liberator, but no one likes an overlord, and this is overall a bad idea.
I mean, you know, you couldn't have said it better. I mean, I got to be honest with you, the whole plan that we got here doesn't really sound that good. You know, and this is, you know, this is coming from the guy who said that we were in Afghanistan for too long. We should have never been there in the first place. But apparently we should be in Venezuela. You know, it's interesting, folks. It's really interesting how there's always inconsistencies in what people say. But with that, I hope that does address it the best I can. And a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Gurr, who said, people keep saying that Maduro is bad, but this was not the way. There are problems, two problems. First, do nothing was not working. And second, nobody's given a better way to do it. And as usual, complaining without offering useful ideas.
Complaining without offering useful ideas. Is that what they're saying about us?
No, I think they're just talking in general. But they could be talking about you. Are you going to fight them?
I mean, hell, I might.
No,
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding, folks. But I mean, no, I mean, you know, we bring up ideas. If you're talking to us, we bring up ideas all the time on the show about how things could be done way better. I mean, we always say that because complaining without offering a solution is just, or griping without offering a solution is just whining. Complaining is saying that there's a better alternative, and we always try and bring up a better alternative. So I hope that does address it the best we can, and a big thanks to you for the support and help the channel to keep running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Ross Nib, who puts in a $50 support this time. And thank you very much, Ross, I believe, for the second support of the night. We do appreciate that. He said, it's so sad. No Maduro meets Diddy in jail to fill, let's see. I don't know about this. I don't know about this right here. I'm going to have to pass on reading the rest of this right here, Ross. This is getting into territory here that I'm not sure if the audience can handle this right here. This is getting tough right here. This is getting a little bit too real life. Another one. But Enforcer, what say you?
Well, I think you've asked me for support, Ross Nib. And unfortunately, I think we're going to have to cut off the super chat a little bit early. But a humongous thanks to you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Dirty Dog, who puts in a 10. And this super chat couldn't have been timed any better after that one from Ross Nib. This is Dirty Dog coming in with a little bit of a statement. They said China, Iran, and Russia was using Venezuela to bypass sanctions, and it funds terror in Middle East and Russian war. Also, the threat of North Korea 2.0 is a legitimate threat. And keep all this in mind. Freedom isn't free.
And that's what I've been saying. That's what I've been saying about the strategic outlook. I think you and me are on the same page with that. And I would agree with that. There's a lot at stake with having a country that's Chinese and Russian backed 1,000 miles away from us. And that is not a good situation for us to be in for stability reasons. So I hope that does address it the best I can. And big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, by the way, Art in the live chat said, I thought the new vice president of Venezuela ceded authority to the United States. Was that fake? Yeah, that was bogus. I'm not sure if maybe she said that over the phone privately and the U.S. officials ran with that and then she changed her mind, or if it was just a complete lie by the United States the entire time. But the vice president of Venezuela, who is apparently now the president, the acting president of Venezuela, is saying that she's going to fight the United States. She's definitely not working with anybody in the United States, and that she's basically going to take a piss on the United States, basically, from the sounds of it. So it's not good. Like, I don't know why they were saying that they were going to work with the U.S. They're not. So I mean, it's up to you to determine, who was lying there. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say, I generally concur with what Matthew said there. The facts are factual and accurate. And so with that, we're about to be moving on to the next one. But before we do, Matthew, how many do we have left?
How many do we have left? We have a good bit left, actually. We have about 50.
50?
50.
Are you sure? Are you sure?
Yes.
How? Like we've already gotten down into the tens.
Tens. We have 50.
Yeah, but we've already gotten down into the $10 super chats. I mean, there can't be like $10 and $5 super chats, right?
I
mean,
thought
50.
you said you had a history degree.
Well, I mean, hell, man. I mean, like that number sounds absolutely crazy. I mean, like 50. I mean, hell, we're gonna be here for another hour. And we've gone.
We will
through
be here for another hour because that's the way it is. We'll be here for another hour. We'll be here for another 3 if we need to.
I mean, that is true. But I mean, still, I was like that number's absurd sounding. But with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Nancode, who puts in a 10. And Nancode said, "God bless America and God bless you guys, and cheers from Brazil."
And thank you so much for the support all the way down there from Brazil. And a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like y'all, we wouldn't be able to keep this channel running and make this thing possible. And also, folks, I got to tell y'all the reason why I was kind of blown away with it. Usually we have I think it's something like 40 super chats a night. So hearing that there's 50 left when we've already answered like 30 of them, it sounds unrealistic because I'm used to maybe like 30 or 40 super chats, and I kind of paced it out to be able to get to 30 or 40 of them and then as many live chat questions as we can, hopefully. But hearing that there's still 50 left, I'm like, dang, how many people have supported the channel tonight? I'm like, a lot, and we're very appreciative of that. But it honestly just it dumbfounds me every time because I'm like, what, 50? But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
And we've already had 220,000 people here, so almost 250,000 people have watched this thing so far. So I mean, it's a lot of live chats. I mean, the chat is still running at hyperspeed, even this far into the stream. It's wild tonight. A lot of viewership. We appreciate everybody being here with us tonight. But jumping into our next one, this one goes to Alex, who said, "You'll be here for another hour," and he put in a 10.
Like it. and I thank you so much for the support.
And she'll like it too.
Oh no, not that ad. Oh no.
I'm sorry I had to do it. That sounded so bad. That was an ad. I was mocking an ad, people.
He said, "You'll be here for another hour," and I said, "You'll like it." And then at the end you said, "And she'll like it too." I was like, oh my god.
Oh man, I tell you, that was just a little old ad. I'm sure everybody's seen that one, so hopefully everybody got that.
Oh man, and I gotta say a big thanks to you for the support, Alex Wider, and helping this channel to keep it running, and we will be here for another hour most likely. Also, Poopful, good name by the way, said, "My lobster too buttery, my steak too juicy." Yeah, honestly, I mean that kind of like saying 50 super. Like honestly, we're very fortunate that so many people love this channel, support the channel, to the point that we've gone through I think like 30 of them at least, and we still have like 50 to go. But still, with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next super chat here is a $10 one from Cachulian once again. He said, "Also, in my opinion, the real reason behind all this is the fact that a certain someone's name keeps showing up over and over in certain files, and this makes a good distraction."
Oh, well, I don't know. You can't rule anything out these days, but I do thank you for the support. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Nancode once again, who puts in a 10. And they said, "Quick question, Brazilian here. What should happen in Venezuela next, in your opinion? And cheers."
Basically, the U.S. has to go in and clear out the government. That's what I think what had to happen next. We really can't walk off from this now, at least in my opinion. So, Matthew, what do you think?
What's going to happen in Venezuela? I mean, if the U.S. carries out what they're saying they're going to carry out, then we're about to conduct a ground invasion, it sounds like. They'll have to, because the Venezuelans are going to mount a defense. So we can't just, we can't just fly passenger jets in with new government officials. It's not going to work.
I mean, that's true. That's true. We're gonna have to go in there and we're gonna have to clear them out. There really
First, let me actually hold on. Let me clarify for a second because I read their question again. Am I in support of the ground invasion of Venezuela? if it was a clean situation and we did it cleanly, possibly, but I'm not sure how clean this is going to be because they have guerrilla forces ready to fight. With the fact that the guerrilla forces are going to be mounting a guerrilla defense probably in the perimeter of the city, which is going to bog us down for probably a long time, then I'm not sure how feasible it is to actually accomplish our goal. So other than getting bogged down, I'm not sure how well it's going to work.
I have the perfect answer, Matthew, to guerrilla warfare.
What?
Gorilla glue. And so with that,
Oh.
we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Mechtild, who puts in a 10. And Mechtild said, wisdom's problems are like bathtubs, easier to get into than out of. Wisdom is understanding the consequences of one's actions before one takes them. Never judge a situation by what it is, but what it might become.
And that is a very interesting take right there. And I appreciate that. It's very philosophical. And I got to thank you massively for support and helping this channel to keep on running and sharing such wisdom with us. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a $10 super chat from you are who put in 10, and they said the Mexican president's an absolute incompetent person in their opinion, and they said but the United States has no idea what the Mexicans are capable of in Mexico. We are not Venezuela nor Cuba, and Mexicans will never accept a U.S. intervention. Well, the cartels certainly aren't. I can promise you that. The cartels are going to, they have a lot of people, those cartels there, and there's a lot of pretty large ones there in Mexico, and they've got some damn big firepower. Like, they've got some serious firepower, and also they got a lot of money to sling around, too, to buy people off. So I'm not sure how that's ever going to work. I don't think the U.S. is going to move against Mexico for economic reasons and also because the cartels have a lot of influence. That's just the unfortunate truth. But Enforcer, what say you?
Yeah, I'd have to say, I generally agree with Enforcer Man on that, I'd have to say. And I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep running. And I hope that none of the Mexican folks, people are, taking this too seriously because, the president, he says stupid stuff sometimes, like, just to be entirely honest. And I really don't know why in the world we're trying to infuriate our largest trading partner right now. So, don't take it personally. It's just what he does. He's like that a little. But still, someone's about to come here. Oh, he's got Trump derangement syndrome because I'm saying that we shouldn't be going up against our largest trading partner and obliterating that relationship that could end up devastating hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of American jobs. Thinking in the big picture. Apparently that's having some form of derangement syndrome, which we also did in the last administration. But many people who are political like to overlook that because then it makes us a little bit too balanced and we have to be a punching bag because they have to think that we're some sort of a raging someone from the other opposition. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
No way. Also, by the way, I just saw on Twitter, it looks like, if this Twitter post is accurate, it looks like the company. So that blue sweatshirt that Maduro's wearing?
Yeah.
That one that I think the feds actually put on him. The company that makes that sweatshirt put out an ad literally saying, "Welcome to America. Unfortunately, our Patriot Blue shirt won't be shipping until spring, but they're available for pre-order."
What? Dang. Bro, they
Go look at this.
Where is it?
It's under the likes tab. It's under the likes tab right here. I'm trying to make sure this is the legit page. Let's see. I think it may be legit. Look at that. That's a top tier marketing of the year right there.
Man, that's incredible. And it really
That's
is
crazy.
It really is the one he's wearing too. It's the same brand and everything.
How much are these things? Let's see here. How much are our government spending? Let's see. Tops. Let's see here. Hoodies and fleece. Let's see here. How much does this stuff cost with this brand? Oh, it's not too bad. Looks like they're somewhere around $48, I think, or something like that. So I guess the feds gave that to him, I guess.
Oh, it's a free present from Uncle Sam and our tax dollars. Is this what my tax dollars is going into support and is giving the damn illegitimate leader an origin hoodie? What the hell? But anyway, so we're on to the next one.
Honestly, crazy marketing, though. That was a good one.
That was good, yeah.
Jumping into our next one, this one goes to Andrew Honeycutt, who puts in a 10. He said, it's a foregone conclusion the U.S. military has supremacy with the military, that is. But is it really a boast going against antiquated military systems? And I guarantee there were probably collateral casualties in LSA.
Hopefully there weren't collateral casualties. We have been hearing apparently alleged reports that there may have been some, but we just haven't seen any proof yet. But outside of that, it is a brag because that's not dated equipment. That's usually the best equipment most other people have in the world right now. So we're basically going up against most other people's best equipment on the globe right now. So I hope that us address that the best we can. And a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Cerebrus, who puts in the 10. He said, "Sir, the enforcer is covering our operations." Oh, wait a minute.
Sir, the enforcer's covering your operations. Send donations, sir. Send them, sir. Come on, sir. Sir.
We said, they're so good at what they do, we have to keep them on air, make a whole bunch of fake YouTube accounts and pour in super chats. It'll fund them personally and it'll help them to keep their channel rolling so that way the lights are on and everyone can eat a nice Costco chicken and maybe some Exxon oil. Everyone loves oil. But still, big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
"But sir, they're talking about the size of my shirt being one size too small, sir. It says too tight."
Well, I mean, that shirt is a little bit tight. I mean, it's a little bit tight, that shirt right there. You might need to get out of the baby section and move on up to the men's. Maybe big and tall. That might be what you're looking for. They said big and tall. Old-fashioned term. Big. You can't say that word anymore. It's not a word you can say. You can't say it. Big. It offends people. They said, take that word off the shelf. They said, sir, take it out of the Webster's. You don't want to have it in there, sir.
But anyways, jumping into our next one, this one goes to Crispy, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much, Crispy, for that $20 support, and we do appreciate that. And Enforcer, what say you?
And thank you so much for the support, Crispy, and helping this channel to keep on staying crispy. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Dark Galaxy, who said, "Thank you for everything you guys do. I love watching the show, and keep doing what you're doing, and victory to Ukraine."
And thank you for enjoying what we do, and we'll keep doing what we do. And, of course, Slava Ukraini, Rom Slava. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And this one goes to UR once again, who puts in a 10. He said, "LOL, the Mexican cartels have better counterintelligence than Venezuela." Well, actually, they do. Seriously speaking, that's actually truth. And he said, "But seriously, make a real and serious analysis on Mexico-U.S. relationship status. It would be super interesting to get the POV."
I would actually have to do a good bit more research on that because I know some of the larger details at the moment, like our trade relationship with Mexico, and such things as that. But I wouldn't really know the in-depth details of the position of the Mexican government on the United States in intricate detail, and the position of the U.S. Well, we already kind of know the position of the U.S. on the Mexicans, but we don't really know of the Mexican position in foreign policy and exactly what they're thinking about the U.S. right now. So I'd have to do a little bit more research on that to get you a good answer. But a big thanks to you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Right Guy SR, who put in a 10 and said, "Coffee fun, or maybe try some of that Magic Mind or that mushroom coffee. Mushroom coffee. They work. And it looks like you guys will need it all. And LOT-LSA. And I love Zelensky's statement on Maduro and USA, and take one from the chat."
And I'd agree, and I do thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And it's a great thing to know that you enjoy our channel and want us to see it to keep on rolling. And so with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Cerebrus, who said weapon charges seem wild, and how do you even know to charge them and the USA weapon laws on them? That's why I was wondering, Cerebrus. I was wondering that myself. I was like, well, you know, Maduro wasn't subject to like all the NFA acts and things like that in the United States. He was in Venezuela. So how are they charging him with a weapons offense when he was literally in Venezuela? Also, where was his machine gun at? Like, what machine gun did he have, allegedly? But Enforcer, what say you?
Man, the guys of the ATF, we're going on tour. Man, like going around the world. Oh, man, I don't really know how they actually get him on the firearms charges because, like, wouldn't Maduro have, you know, Venezuelan firearms laws apply to him, considering that he never was in the United States with an illegal firearm? That one I'm actually wondering about. The drug ones, that's par for the course, normal fare. But the gun ones, though, I actually do have a question about how in the world that's going to work in court. So with that, I hope that does address it the best I can. And a big thanks to you once again for helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a $20 support from Ross Nib once again, and thank you very much, Ross, for that support. He said, "Is Colombia maybe in trouble with the Don after the latest round of commentary from both sides following the arrest of Maduro?"
Honestly, Colombia has been in trouble ever since that clown came to New York and he started chanting on the megaphone, "They need to overthrow the government." And it's like, okay, now he's actually stepped in it. I mean, he would have stepped in it with anyone at that point, because how in the world do you end up on a diplomatic visit to the United States and then get involved in the protest out of the UN building right outside of it, and then get on the megaphone and then demand for the US military to turn against the government? I mean, that is something right there that generally would get you on very bad odds with the United States, no matter who's in charge. So I would actually say, I don't think the U.S. is going to go directly out of its way to do anything with Colombia, but I have a feeling that they probably definitely have the ire of the U.S. government on them just for that fact alone. So big thanks to you for the support, Ross, and I hope that does address the question incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, by the way, Rye Guy SR, he did ask for a live chat. I forgot to grab it. So let's grab that one right
Heavens.
now. This live chat goes to none other than Miss Disa, who said, "What happened to Venezuela's aircraft?"
They disappeared. Like we don't know. I'm assuming that they landed back at their air bases intact at the moment, but after they took off, they kind of entered the twilight zone. We never got footage of them landing, and we also don't have any footage of them being shot down. So we don't know really what happened to them, but I'm assuming that they returned back to their air bases at some point and refueled or are sitting there right now. So I hope that does address it the best we can, and a big thanks to you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Oh, also, by the way, we have a little breaking news right now. We have just heard that apparently China has joined Russia in demanding the release of Nicolas Maduro and his wife immediately and resolving the issue now, according to China. So China and Russia, they are locking step right now. They're trying to get their boy Maduro out of jail, but I don't think that's going to work. And also, I don't know what the hell they're expecting to do about that if we say no. It's like, what are you going to do about it? It's like, are you going to invade Taiwan because you won't let Maduro out? I doubt it. So we'll have to see what's going to happen with that. But China is now saber rattling a bit.
That's very interesting and very, very telling to hear. So with that, I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, by the way, I'm getting a very strong feeling at this point that these massive Globemaster flights that we're seeing right now, I'm starting to lean toward the idea that this is likely something having to do with Iran because we're still seeing those taking off. And I just saw another article. Let's see here. Dang it, I just lost it. I'll have to go back and find it. But it looks like that most likely has something to do with Iran that we're seeing right now. These flights heading over to the UK and then heading to Ramstein, and then they might be heading out from there to the Middle East. So we'll have to watch that closely, but that's a big one. But moving into our next super chat, this one goes to Howard Mendelson, who put in a 10. He said, "What's the basis of the weapons charges? He wasn't even in the U.S."
I don't really know, to be entirely honest with you. I'd have to declare ignorance on that at the moment. But I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And we are on to the next one.
All right, and this one here goes to none other than, let me grab one thing from the live chat here. That was a quick response. This one here goes to Nathaniel Doggett, who put in the 10. And Nathaniel said, "I sympathize with Matt deeply on his stance on the morality of our actions, but I see how ultimately our interests come first. And as uncomfortable as it is, or it may be, our interests first." Now, I do want to say, though, I think maybe you misunderstand my perspective. I don't have a problem with the United States getting dirty. Sometimes, and people don't like to hear this, sometimes you have to get in the gutter, like sometimes. I'm not saying to justify bad actions, but when I say get in the gutter, I'm talking about in a geopolitical sense. Obviously, nobody's in favor of invading foreign countries. I don't think anybody's in favor of that unless they're maybe a lunatic or something. I don't like that idea, but there is a time when sometimes it is necessary. Like, it is necessary sometimes. Like, for example, if a country wants to put nuclear weapons in Cuba, it might be time to invade Cuba. There is a time to get dirty like that. So I'm not one of these people. It's like, oh, we can't do anything that might have a bad appearance to it because we have to be saints. No, I'm not like that. But at the same time, though, I prefer restraint very heavily over having to do something like invading a foreign country. So that's just the way I see it. But I mean, I'm more concerned about the fallout of the Venezuela situation than necessarily the morality of it. The fallout could be horrible. If we get bogged down there and this turns into a prolonged issue, this is going to be a major national embarrassment. We're probably going to get a lot of service members hurt or killed doing this, and it's also not going to achieve anything, and we're going to lose all these lives for no reason. That's what I'm worried about. But Enforcer, what say you?
I take the position that any action, no matter what, has to be made, as long as it's within reason, and as long as the situation is being maneuvered properly in the best way possible, should always look out for the best interest of the citizenry and the nation at all costs. That's generally how I look at it. Of course, that does not mean, like the Israelis, let's just go level the Gaza Strip and see what happens. Of course, it's within reason. But at the same time, I'm not one to say that I would limit ourselves, because in the reality of it, folks, there are really no rules rules out there in the world, especially in between the dealing of states, the United Nations is non-existent in reality. It's still a lawless land in the dealing between a nation and another. So in that sort of a situation, we have to do whatever we need. If the Russians want to try and conduct some sort of an illegal invasion of Ukraine, then we have to respond properly. If they try and build a satellite state out of Venezuela within the Caribbean, we have to deal with that however we have to deal with that to make sure that doesn't pose a threat. That's generally how I look at it, because otherwise, all these other countries that don't play without any rules are going to absolutely curb stomp us in the long run. The U.S. played that very same rule book that I'm seeing right now throughout the entirety of the Cold War in more than a dozen different ways, and that was how we ended up coming out on top. So I would say that that's generally the way I look at it, is that I hold bar no exception to anything that must be done to look out for the interests of the nation and primarily the citizens of the country, first and foremost. So with that, I hope that does address that the best I can, at least in my opinion. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Chase Maddy, who puts in a 10. And he said, are you familiar with Operation Storm 333?
Unfortunately, I'd have to declare ignorance on that. I don't think I'm incredibly familiar with that operation. But I do thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to David Ford, who put in a 10. He said, if the Tsar Vlad the Flatulent I is hindered by this event, then let me pull up this word real quick.
It
Here, I've never
is
seen
what
this
it
word
is.
before.
Man, like,
Let's see here. A little something extra. Yup. What in the world? This is like a Creole or something. So is this Creole? So let me reread his super chat here. He's getting Creole on us. Louisiana. David said, if the Tsar Vlad the Flatulent I is hindered by this event, is it just land yap, as we say here in New Orleans, LSA, and Slava Ukraine?
and I would suppose it is. So big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep it running. And so a humongous thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Real Patriot, who put in a 10. And they said, just sending my support. And I found you guys a month ago. And the enforcers are awesome. And thank you very much, Real Patriot. He said, thank you so much for the analysis of all the things happening in the world and LSA.
And thank you so much for enjoying our analysis, and thank you for helping us to keep this channel running. And so a humongous thanks to you once again. I hope that does address that well. And also, Robin Stevenson said, how are our interests to be calculated? If Venezuela backfires, it's not our interest. Here's how it's calculated. I'll tell you how I calculated. If we allow Venezuela to sit around, now given the current situation, we can't change anything that's happened in the past, so we're dealing with this right now. If we walk off, the situation is going to be far worse than if we were to get involved. We're basically losing without even firing a shot, because the Chinese and the Russians are going to come to Venezuela, and they're going to make sure that there's no way in hell in the future that we can ever deal with that situation. Now they're able to directly influence the development of domestic, well, not really domestic, but foreign policy situations directly within the Americas, meaning that we're starting to lose our grip of our very own home front, basically on our own our own continents over here, basically on our own island. That's not something that we can have. On the other hand, if we get involved in this conflict, no matter how it goes, we generally are able to curb the Chinese and the Russians from having significant influence here within the Americas. So even if it turned out in an incredibly bad, well, even if it turned out with significant casualties, that's far better than having the Chinese and the Russians completely undermine us for the next however long, pretty much in perpetuity, because we weren't willing to make the tough call to go down there and do something about it. That's generally the situation, because in reality, we could say the same thing about supporting Ukraine. I mean, what in the world if Ukraine backfires and we end up getting in a war with Russia? Like that didn't really serve anyone's interest. Now the Baltics, Poland, and Finland are getting bombed, and who knows, maybe the Russians will never invade those countries. Maybe Putin will die before he can ever realize that ambition. Who's to say? But at the same time, we're faced with the situation right now that if we back off and allow the Russians to take Ukraine, we're damn well guaranteed they're going to move on to the Baltics and elsewhere. Or we could see a situation where there's an even worse sort of a strategic outlook for us inside of Eastern Europe. So you can make that argument about why in the world do something, we could just back off and do nothing, and that might be better for our interests. But in reality, being reactive to situations is usually far worse than being proactive. And I'm generally one for more proactive options. And so with that, I hope that does address that well. And we are on to the next one.
And our next one here is a $50 super chat from Ross Nib yet again. And thank you very much, Ross, for the very generous support all night tonight. We appreciate that. He said, if China wants to demand the release from jail of a criminal politician who did not respect the vote of the Venezuelan people, maybe we can arrange a swap for Kim Jong the second. Haha.
That's Kim Jong Il. He was quite ill, and he was one
Oh,
ill.
ill. Yeah, I'm sorry. They look like a Roman numeral too, but yeah, it was ill.
Man, he's one ill MFer. He died of a heart attack on his train. I think going to Russia or back from Russia at some point. But anyways, I would say, yeah, we could definitely try and arrange that trade. I think it should be Kim Jong Un for Nicolas Maduro, or maybe they could trade us an Assad for nothing. Man.
Maybe. How about this? Here's a novel concept. Get this. What if Russia sent over one of their WNBA players to the United States? Get this. And then the United States arrested them. And then we swap the Merchant of Death for the basketball player. How about that?
Man, that's gold. That's gold, Jerry.
That sounds
Gold.
like a damn art of the deal.
Oh man, masterful dealing right there. It's kind of like, man, there's so many deals like that. It's kind of like opening up a casino and then somehow running a casino into business bankruptcy. It's like that.
Although to be fair, I will say it was not that guy. It was not him that did that trade, by the way. Whoever did that trade, that was not a smart trade, by the way. That was pretty stupid.
Look, Jack, they said basketball player. I thought they meant an arms player. That's what I thought they meant.
They said, sir, we have a proposal for you, sir. Would you like to approve the transfer so that way we can get back our WNBA player for the guy that's colloquially known as the Merchant of Death? Look, Jack, do it. It's like, are you insane? It's like, how are you going to trade for somebody called the Merchant of Death? Are you crazy?
Look, Victor Bout may have been throwing around some guns, but Baller's got a ball. Get that B out of prison. Let's exchange him. It's like, what? It's like, no, that's not a fair exchange. It's like, we should have waited until we got some other low-level person. I mean, hell, at that point, folks, just look around for any Russian tourist that's doing questionable activities in the United States, get them, and then make the exchange there. It's like that would be my honest assessment of it. And I know some people are gonna be like, well, what if they really weren't up to anything? I mean, hell, the basketball player they arrested in Russia wasn't up to anything. If they want to mess around with U.S. citizens like that and disrespect our country like that, we'll disrespect them by just grabbing some Russian tourist who looks to be doing something suspicious and then hold them. And then we'll just hold them on a trial.
I wouldn't delve down to that. I wouldn't do that personally. Here's my thing. If Americans are stupid enough to go to Russia and they get locked up, this may sound cruel, but I'm like, you did it to yourself. Like you'll sit over there until we can actually get you out logically and appropriately. You don't whine about getting stuck over there. You shouldn't have gone. And so we're not going to start trading devils for a basketball player. It's like let's let Satan out of the jail. We need a basketball player back. It's like no, you keep Satan locked up in the prison. It's like we're not letting them out because of someone's stupid decision.
Well, yeah, but here's what I'm saying, though. They want to mess with a U.S. citizen. I mean, it was a stupid decision, sure, to go over there with, what was it, TBC or something in a vape. I think that's what it was they said that the basketball player had. But they're screwing around with a U.S. citizen, basically, because what they could have done is, instead of putting that person in prison, they could have just deported them, which usually is what you would do. Instead, they wanted to mess with us, and they wanted to mess with the U.S. citizen. So here's what I do. I go, oh, okay, they want to mess with a U.S. citizen. Hey, what's that Russian doing hanging out near a U.S. airbase? Go and have them arrested and have charges brought up by the prosecutor for charges of possible spying or espionage, and then we'll play ball. And then you can sit there and go, all right, so since you wanted to mess with an American citizen and screw their lives over, here's this Russian of comparable value that we found outside of one of our bases. We'll exchange them for the basketball player. We're not doing any other exchange. And that's what I would do, because it's like I don't like the idea of, even though that was quite a stupid thing for them to do, going to Russia, the Russians just screwing with a U.S. citizen for the hell of it, and then basically our hands are kind of tied. It's like, if they want to have such bad faith in acting with our citizenry traveling to Russia, which they generally go, come to Russia in their propaganda and such, so then they're going to mess with them once they get there. It's like, fine, if there's a Russian in America that looks to be doing anything suspicious, and there's any possibility of bringing up a charge on them, we'll bring up a charge on one of them, and we'll say, this is our comparable trade. We'll deport them back to Russia if you deport our person back to America, but we're not trading the literal Merchant of Death for a basketball player.
Yeah, I mean, that's just crazy. Like, hopefully we don't ever see a trade like that again. Like, and also, by the way, I'm not saying that the basketball player, like, oh, she should stay over there for life. If they can get her out, then great, then get her out. Because obviously the Russians are trying to harass the lady. But at the same time, though, you can't make stupid decisions like trading the Merchant of Death for someone that's just a basketball player. Like, no offense, but you can't let out somebody who's going to, like, massacre people with arms sales over somebody made a stupid decision. I mean, that's just not logical.
Yeah, I would have to agree. And also, someone said Putin doesn't care about Russian citizens. He doesn't, but it's also not a good optic that they are screwing with a U.S. citizen, and then a Russian may have actually possibly conducted a crime in America, because taking photographs of military aircraft as a foreign national is usually something that could be along the lines of, say, intelligence gathering, espionage, and so on. Something we could actually bring up a charge for, and so it wouldn't look that good because then it looks like we just caught a Russian spy. And then at that point, it involves a Russian citizen, and it's an optic that's now international. And if the Russians don't try and save that citizen, even if they don't care for them, that isn't going to bode well internally within Russia for public order and possible public dissent. So then they'll have to do something about them, even if they don't want to. And they'll have to conduct that exchange, which would then be fair. But with that, I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a $10 support from Steve Wagner. And he said, Coffee Fund.
And thank you so much for the support to the Coffee Fund and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a 5 from Fire Guy, who did not leave a comment, but thank you very much, Fire Guy, for that support. And we also have a 10 from Name Change Ryan Peacock, who put in the 10. And he said, I usually don't do super chats, but y'all earned it last night. And can we look into last night's news rankings on YouTube to see where y'all ranked?
Yeah, we actually...
The ratings. We want to see the ratings. Sure.
We weren't that high actually last night. We were in the top 40, I believe, but there was a whole bunch of channels that algorithmically blew up. And I gotta say this, folks, it's an absolute shame because tonight is the aftermath of what happened, and we had 21.8 thousand live viewers at the peak tonight. If we had actually gone live with a breaking news stream and we didn't have a normal stream last night, we would have probably been way on up there because this is literally the aftershocks of the news, and we are still higher than we were last night. But moving us on down the list, we were at, actually not that high to be entirely honest, we were at number 43. So we actually dropped 22 slots, although we had 7,000 more live viewers than the day before. So pretty funny how that worked. But, the U.S. Operation in Venezuela was huge news. And you can literally see that a whole bunch of other channels that actually went live with that news specifically got humongous viewership compared to us. I mean, hell, there were so many channels that got more viewership. They got more viewership than iShowSpeed. And I mean, that's getting way on up there. So with that, I hope that does address that well. And a big thanks to you once again for support and help this channel to keep running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next super chat goes to Dylan Hatters once again. And he said, hello, enforcers. I may not be new, but I'm happy to finally pledge some coffee funds.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support and helping us out with the coffee funds, because it helps us to be able to stay awake and run these long shows. And so a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And we are on to the next one.
Also, someone said steak. I always ask every single time we look at the charts. I'm like, who's a steak? There's like a picture of a steak, and his name is Steak. I think he does gaming or something. I'm not familiar with him personally, but that Steak's like killing the ratings. Like they're always high. Like it's wild. Steak is beating out like everybody. Like it's wild too. It's like Steak. Look at that Steak. But anyways, jumping into our next one here. This one goes to Daniel, who puts in a 5. He said Maduro needs more empanadas, and how not put some bolivars on his commissary.
Oh, well, you can always contact the Metropolitan Detention Facility and see how to do it. You can always try and help out a poor Maduro. And so with that, a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Valoran Deathblade once again. He puts in a 5. They said they don't want you to know this, but the dictators in the park are free. You can take them home. I have 47 South American dictators in my garden.
That's actually a really good one. I know exactly what you're referencing right there. They're like, the pigeons at the park, they're free. You can take them home. It's like, oh man, I love that one. That's actually a pretty good one. And I got to thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. That was hilarious right there. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Just a Plumber, who puts in the 5. He said, I was going to take my family to see the big tree in New York City tomorrow. I thought it would be good to wait until after Christmas, but maybe not, LOL. Also, take them to go see that Big Apple, too.
Yeah, and go take them to see that Metropolitan Detention Center and say, inside of there is a president of a country. We literally put him in a prison. Like, it's like he's sitting in there right now. That's kind of wild. But still, a big thanks to you for the support and help with this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Rar Dakota, who put in a 5. He said, it's not even good oil. It's that poor quality, high sulfur junk that isn't even good to make gas out of.
Oh, but we can refine it. Actually, a lot of our Gulf refineries were specifically built to refine that sort of oil. So we actually can work with it. A lot of countries can't, but we are one of the few that actually kind of specialize in that sort of refining. So a big thanks to you for the support and help this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a 5 from Alexander Oberlander, MD, who put in a 5. And he said, I'm an American and was recently detained in Bernal, Russia in 2024. Horrible experience. And I have heard, literally, there's been several YouTubers that have made the mistake of going to Russia as well. Horrible experiences. I mean, bad. Like, once the FSB gets involved as well, I'm not sure if they got involved in your case or not, but once they get involved, it starts turning into a nightmare the moment they get involved. And they will get involved because when there's a foreigner involved, they're going to jump in because they want to see what's going on. And usually that's when it gets nasty. So I feel for you. But Enforcer, what say you?
I have to say, I feel for you as well. And I'd also have to say this, folks. We need to do something about Russians trying to travel to America because of the Russian government's position. Either we need to completely revoke the ability for a Russian visa to be accepted at a U.S. port of entry, or we need to see that maybe we start to conduct reciprocal actions to what the Russians are doing to Americans that happen to have to travel or travel to Russia. The fact that they mess and screw around with basically every single one of our citizens that ends up over there, whether it's to see family, whether it's to go to work, for some reason travel. I really don't know why a lot of people will want to travel to Russia at all, but in case if they do, and then they try and screw around with them and mess with them. It's like, I don't really like that. It shows a great disrespect for our nation because our citizens are representatives of our country abroad, and I would believe that either we need to stop Russians from entering the United States as a reciprocal action to the Russian Federation for what they do, or we should see that if a Russian citizen in the United States conducts any sort of a questionable action that looks like it might be sabotage, espionage, or information gathering of sensitive materials, that the full weight of the law comes down on them as a return or in kind to what the Russians are doing. It's nothing against those citizens personally of the Russian Federation that are in the United States, but it's more so trying to make sure that we keep a pretty fair ledger with the Russians, to where the Russians can take advantage and reap the rewards of being inside of a Western country, while our citizens, if they travel to their country, are accosted and treated as though they are always a spy. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep it running, and I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Walt Davey, who puts in a 10. And thank you very much for that support. He said, this feels like a bishop moved across the board in a spot where opposing pawns haven't moved up yet more than a space. And do you think a move is like this or larger by any other state nations?
We haven't seen anything this crazy really ever. And someone tried to go earlier, oh, come on, the Battle of 73 Easting. It's like, that was a battle against the Iraqi Guard. It's like, that's a totally different thing than literally flying into a country and just nabbing the president of a country. That's totally different operation. So I would say I haven't seen anything like this ever, as a matter of fact. This is fairly special in the modern age. So I hope that does address it the best we can. And a huge thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one goes to Justin R., who puts in a 5. And Justin said let's see, let me read this one real quick. They said the administration naively seems to think that they can turn the regime to their side. I'm not sure if he's referring to Russia or Venezuela.
I don't know either. Yeah, I don't know either. Which one? But I do thank you for the support, and we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Cake, who said if they fight back, Venezuela will find out why Palantir trades at 300 PE multiple Venezuela Libre.
Actually, that's a good point. Maybe they will. Honestly, that's actually a really good one to think about.
I'll tell you what, this might make that fella bounce in that chair at least 100 times.
like he's gonna start climbing.
you gotta admit it's really a big day for the company.
Oh man, I'm telling you, the stocks are going to be going through the roof. But with that, big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep running. And we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Travy Trav, who puts in a 5. He said, not a fan of your politics. Also, we don't do politics. But he said, however, you guys do a great job with analysis, and last night was outstanding.
And I thank you for the support. And we don't do politics. And I thank you for the compliment on the news coverage. But just because we say something, like you've got to understand this, like a lot of people don't get this. Just because we say that the current administration might not be making a good move in foreign policy, doesn't mean that we're like some raging liberal, or if we say that the Democrats are doing something that's not the greatest, we're some sort of like a MAGA Nazi or something like that. Like we've been dealing with that for years. Like people make bad calls. Like everyone can make a bad call. I mean, you're a person. I'm sure you have regrets in your life where you made wrong calls. Everyone's susceptible to that. I don't know why people act like when we point that out about foreign policy actions made by the people who are in charge, it's always got to be political, and we've immediately got to take the position of the opposition. Because I'll be entirely honest with y'all. I mean, I'll just be frank. I'm not really a big fan of the Republican Party, and I'm not really a big fan of the Democratic Party either. I'm not really a big fan of either of them. I find them to be completely nonsensical, and a lot of what they say, in one moral sense, doesn't even line up with what they say on the same token on a completely similar topic. It just doesn't make any sense. So I'm not really a big fan of either of them. What we say is entirely based off of analysis and has absolutely no political bias involved in it at all. Maybe some disdain, general disdain for most of the political individuals out there, but it's equally applied to all of them. We complain about all of them equally. So with that, I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a 5 from Ian, and he said, bingo. And China has a mocked up Taiwan compound for their attempt against that president one day.
It's something that we have seen before on satellite. I think it would fail because the Taiwanese are a lot more competent than the Venezuelans are, and the Venezuelans are just absolutely incompetent. So I hope that does address that the best I can. And a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to D.H. Lawrence, who put in a 5. And he said, after seeing results in Iran and Venezuela, would you buy Russian military equipment?
Hell no. Absolutely not.
Who would?
That's like budget, great value style stuff. Like it's nothing good. I would like if you asked me what would I buy, and if I had to put it in a tier ranking, S tier is always going to be American equipment. S tier would also be French equipment. Which a lot of people don't really put them in that sort of a tier. I would say that A tier equipment would be German equipment. It's incredibly good. I would say that the French are kind of a step above. The Swedes also have some really good equipment, as well as the British. I would then put South Korea in B tier, because while their tanks are good, their small arms are kind of leave a little lacking somewhat, because I don't really like the Daewoo K2s. They're okay. The Chinese and the Russians would be in D tier or F tier. I would say that both China and Russia would be in the D tier. North Korea would be the country that I would put in the F tier. North Korea, as an arms producer and exporter, produces the lowest quality equipment seen anywhere in the world. Funnily enough, folks, I was able to actually see a North Korean made AKM at one point in my life here in America, and I looked at it, and they built those receivers using like a nail file or something like that. There were like all these little tiny scratches that they used to file down the sides of the receiver. It was just the most bizarro looking thing. It looked like garbage, and even their actual motorized equipment is garbage as well. All of it's terrible. So I would say that I would never, like, if you ask me what would I buy, I would buy a Western. I would never buy anything from a Chinese or Axis aligned country. It's absolute garbage tier materials. But with that, I hope that does address it the best I can. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Ross Nib yet again. And thank you very much, Ross, for the third or fourth support of the night. He said, one of these days, I would love to see Russia with European nations working together for the future of the children. And what are the chances, short of a nuclear war in the meantime?
And I would say, let's see. I would say that the chances are probably going to be fairly low, at least for now. And I also don't think that Russia culturally will ever be compatible with the Western world, to where it'll have a democratic government, where it would be accepted with the rest of Europe. I think it's almost always going to remain in this form for a very long time into the foreseeable future. Probably even the next, I would say at least the next 50 years, in my opinion. So a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from the B Night 3, who said that the movie Air Force One opening scene came to mind when I saw the headline this morning. The abduction of General Radek was cool, and it was realistic.
I've never seen that movie, at least in full. I've seen clips of it, and I'll have to take a look at it, because now it's sounding very interesting. But a huge thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a five from Walt Davey again. He said, given the force equivalent threats, what are your thoughts on this? Extraction being planned with Maduro accepting a way to be extracted.
It's
That's what some people
possible.
are alleging, by the way.
Yeah, that's actually one of the big rumors out there right now, and it's definitely possible. I'm not going to rule that out whatsoever. But I just don't really, I can't really say for certain whether that would be the case or not. So it's likely, it's a likely plausible scenario. It's just that we wouldn't know for certain. And so with that, a big thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Laser, who puts in the five. He said, do you think the NOTAM will be extended? My wife has a flight on the 8th. I think they lifted the NOTAM because I just heard a moment ago that apparently the flights are resuming to, let me check. Let's see here. San Juan and Caribbean airspace apparently is reopened. At least that's what I'm seeing on Twitter. So I think you're probably good, maybe, possibly.
I think you should be good. Yeah, I think it should be fine down there. But make sure to check with the Department of State's travel advisories. That's always the best place to get information on those sorts of developments. But a big thanks to you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Crean the Hussey, who puts in a five, who said, it's my belief that the USA is quietly in the background stoking the flames of revolution in Iran, but that is just a theory of mine.
I would say that it's probably likely. Not to a heavy degree right now. They're probably waiting to see if this thing will have any chance of success because it's a fairly young revolution. But I have a feeling they're definitely trying to stoke the fires and keep this thing a healthy, ongoing revolution. So with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to White Lightning 777, who put in a five, who said the U.S. military could easily disable jails or police stations.
I don't know why they would need to do that, but that is an interesting point. I'm sure they probably could. But a big thanks to you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Excuse me. And this one goes to Andrew Honeycutt, who put in a five. He said, celebration in the streets. Saddam, Taliban, Assad, Tito, the Shah, Batista, Robespierre, etc. Public display is not a good metric to measure success.
I would agree. I'd have to agree with you. And I thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a five from White Lightning yet again. He said Turkey should sell the S-400s back to Ukraine, not Russia.
Wouldn't that be a good one? That would be one hell of a trick. The Ukrainians don't actually like the S-400s, though, because they actually have no way to get them ammo. So it would be an interesting idea, but the Ukrainians would basically be buying a weapon they never really be able to use too much. But I do thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a five from Andrew Honeycutt, who said, honestly, I think this will set a disturbing precedent for the future. Matt was a bit prescient that these events may presage global conflicts at LSA. And honestly, Andrew, it's obvious at this point. Like, it is truly obvious. This is something here I think you can take to the bank. We are heading toward global conflict. These are not actions that you typically take when there's peace. Obviously not. The world's on fire. Iran is in a revolution. Venezuela has just been attacked. It's about to be invaded on the ground. You have in Africa tons of revolutions happening all over the place. Taiwan is at threat right now for an imminent Chinese invasion some point in the next year or two. Russia is invading Ukraine still and also probably going to escalate much worse, according to what Zelensky's saying. NATO's at risk. They might be about to be attacked by Russia. India, Pakistan is still brewing up in the background. The Middle East is a shit show. Syria just fell. I mean, it's a joke. I mean, it's literally the world's on fire right now. So it's not a good outlook. I'll be honest with you, but it doesn't mean it's time for doom and gloom. But it's definitely not a good outlook. But Enforcer, what say you?
I definitely agree with that. And I thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep running. And we are on to the next one.
And also, we have a 22 from 42 VS42, and thank you very much for the support. They said Maduro hosted RU and CN forces near the U.S. That whole thing. But the admin won't seat the democratically elected leader and is looking at sending troops into Venezuela. Nuts. And our military should help Ukraine beat the end boss first.
I would say that we don't want to necessarily go out of our way to get militarily involved in Ukraine unless there's no other option. And I think that there are some other options still left at the moment, including supporting Ukraine monetarily and militarily. But I would have to say that generally with the Venezuelan situation, if we don't have a clear opposition leader already lined up to take place of the leadership of the country, we have a very bad exit plan already. Like, that's becoming very clear. And no amount of statements about I'm the best at exit plans. No one's ever been better at exit plans. People call me up from around the country going, Sir, you're so good at exit plans. There is no amount of that to kind of talk that can actually clarify that there's an exit plan. And right now, it appears that there wouldn't be one. We just kind of be there indefinitely for now and figure it out later. But a big thanks to you for the support and help this channel to keep on running. And I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Kyle Padell, who put in a 5. And he said they're scanning for photos of Chris's mom.
Oh, and a big thanks to you for the support and help this channel to keep running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Jesus Guzman. And he said, so you think it's okay to import unregulated drugs into the United States? Well, we never said that. When did we say that?
Yeah, I said they were if they're entering through an illegal port of entry, and if they're against the law, and if they're contraband, which if it's against the law, it is contraband here in the United States, then no, we're not okay with that at all. I don't think you understand. It has to be within the confines of the law. Say weed is legal in the United States, then it's totally fine for it to be imported if that's within U.S. law. But for example, there are certain kinds of cheeses that are banned from import to the United States. There's a bacteria that grows inside of them. It would actually be destructive if it somehow broke loose into the United States. We don't allow that cheese in, and that would be contraband, and that's something that I'm completely against allowing in the United States because there's a good reason for it. Same thing with the drugs. We have laws on the books that state that unregulated drugs like that are class 1 drugs. We do that for a reason. They're incredibly dangerous and also highly addictive. Unregulated drugs are not allowed in the United States of America whatsoever, but that also does not mean that we go on the drug crusades down into the Americas and invade every single country and render them to ashes. That doesn't really make any sense. So I do thank you for the support and help this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to none other than Julie Jules, who put in a 5 and said LSA. And thank you very much, Julie, for that support. We also have a 5 from Alex Witter, who said, sorry in Venezuela to correct my previous.
And thank you so much for the support. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Dark Galaxy, who said, asking this from sunny Florida, what do you guys think of the situation with the Canadians trying to concede to the United States?
I haven't heard about that at the moment. There's always some sort of a movement like that. Like there's some people who want the western part of, well, the eastern part of Oregon to become a part of Idaho, and there's a whole bunch of people who want different parts of the United States to become a different part of a different country. Yeah, I wouldn't really put too much stock into it because there's always groups like that, and honestly, that doesn't really make too much sense for them to want to do that. And also, like people don't really get this because. Like, this is how it's always phrased, because, like, look, folks, I'm not ignorant to the situation that goes on around the world. We just don't talk about it a lot. But, oh, the terrible insert conservative or liberal government in Canada right now, the complaints to the liberal government, oh, it's terrible, let's secede from Canada and become a part of the United States. So then that's completely sidelining how difficult it is to even become a territory of the United States, much less a state, and also if anyone even wants you to be a state. Because a lot of people who consider themselves, like, this is something fairly interesting that people in the United States never think about, is that conservatives and liberals in Canada are very different than conservatives and liberals in America. So you could bring in, say, Saskatchewan, Alberta, and British Columbia as 3 brand new states into the United States, and guess what? They all might vote one way. They all might vote red, or they all might vote blue. They're probably going to vote in a giant block. So at that point, you either have 6 brand new Republican or Democrat senators in the Congress, and you've completely thrown off the skew. Because over the history of this United States, there's been a very deliberate balance that has been made in the Senate to where whenever a state that leans Republican is about to be ratified into the country, or a Democrat one, there's always one of an opposite political pole that's also ratified into statehood simultaneously in an even batch. You can even see that with Alaska and Hawaii. Hawaii generally leans Democrat. Alaska leans Republican. It was like that back then. And the reason why they were both ratified basically in the same year was so that way in the same year, 2 Republican senators would be added to the Senate and 2 Democrat senators would be added to the Senate. And that's something that you really could not necessarily guarantee with the Canadian situation. And to be entirely honest with y'all, I don't really like the idea of trying to absorb other nations, provinces, or territories into the United States because of some sort of a domestic political debate that they're having. That's something for them to decide. If it's a democratic institution, so if they want to change the government into something that they would like to see, well, they ought to start petitioning and appealing to people in the public to try and see if they'll join their side. If they're not good at arguing that, no one will join their side and it'll stay the way it is. If they're good at arguing it, then they'll turn some people their way and they'll get the government they want. But I hope that does address it the best I can, in my opinion. And with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Remember the Good Times. He said, hi from Malaysia. And 35 years ago, U.S. arrested Panama dictator, 3rd of January 1990. Oh, yeah. And it was the same day, wasn't it? The 3rd of January.
Yeah, it
And
was.
next, maybe Iran? And that was Noriega, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was Noriega. That was Operation Just Cause.
Yeah, that was Noriega right there. That was a little bit different, though, with the extraction. Like, I don't know the exact details of that thing, but I think it was a little bit slightly different.
It was kind of different, but actually fairly similar in a lot of ways, but different in the actual nuance of it. But with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. And big thanks to you for support. I don't know. Iran might be next. We're hearing of a lot of force movements into CENTCOM's area of responsibility, it seems. So it might be next. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we also have a 5 from Alexander Oberlander, MD, once again. And he puts in a 5. And he said, I actually sued both MVD Migration and FSB for my detainment and won. That right there is insane.
Wow.
Also, he said, I had a very good law firm that extended my stay to graduate. Okay. So you were there. I assume you were there for being for education, possibly then. So that may explain why you won, possibly. I don't know, though. Like, I mean, must have been a well-connected firm that you got there, to say the least. That's wild, honestly, because Russian courts aren't known for exactly being fair. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that that is very wild to hear, and also neat to know that you actually won. So a huge thanks to you for the support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to none other than Justin R., who said, Chad, are we cooked?
Yo, Chad, are we cooked? Like, nah, we're not cooking yet. But maybe in the future. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Born in Ukraine, who puts in a 2 and said, LOL at FBI open up.
I'm glad that you liked it. I was hoping that people would get a good crack out of that one. But a huge thanks to you once again for support. I hope that does address that well. And we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from TK, and thank you very much for that support. They said, real quick, sorry if it's off subject, but if space ends, what do you think is beyond it? Don't ask questions like that.
Yeah, I know. I actually don't know. I would have to be honest with you. I have no clue what's beyond it.
That's one of those ones, if you think too hard about it, your brain will burn up.
I mean, well, the honest answer, I mean, it's quite easy to me. It's just a void. It's just nothingness beyond the edge of space, I'd assume. So it's just the void of anything. That's at least what I think.
But space can't end. Space can't end, though.
Well, actually, from what we know, there is actually an observable end to the universe. From what they say.
Where's it at?
I mean, like, I wouldn't be able to give you the distance, but it's basically where kind of like, I think in one of like the very inner cores of the sphere that we can observe. But it extends out in a pretty damn long direction. I mean, it's quite literally like hundreds of billions of light years. I think it's actually trillions of light years. But they say that there's actually some sort of an observable edge to the universe. But beyond that, I assume there's nothing. Because, what else would there be? I mean, it's the edge of the universe. But, it's just generally, like, I'll be honest with you, we just don't really know a lot about that topic. There could be something beyond the universe once you reach the edge, or there could be nothing. I mean, who's to say? But I do thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep running. But that's a very deep question, and it really does keep you up at night when you start thinking about something like that. It's like, what is beyond the edge of the universe? And
I won't lose any sleep over it.
well, I mean, you were just saying you would a moment ago. I was agreeing with you.
No, I was just saying, that's why I don't even think about it, because I'm not going to lose any sleep over it.
Oh. Well, I mean, when you put it that way, that makes a lot of sense. But with that, I hope that does address that well. And we're on to the next one.
And this one goes to Justin Taylor, who puts in a 2. He said, Jax, Florida, USMC says hi.
And a big hello to Jax, Florida, USMC. And a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And this one goes to Mountain Mama, who puts in a 2. He said, we drilled the wells. We're taking them back.
Oh, you are? Oh, well, I mean, well, howdy doody. Well, thanks to you for the support. And we're on to the next one.
And this one goes to Mr. Hunky Dory, who put in a 2 and said $1.50 gallon gas in the near future, 2028.
Oh, one could only dream. Oh, man, imagine about that, folks. Airline tickets, they're going to be the same price. But still, big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, $100,000 houses in the near future, 2028 maybe. Maybe. Let's see
Absurd.
here. I don't know. $3 a pound beef, maybe sometime in the near future, maybe possibly. Maybe a little bit of that. Maybe like a affordable car in the near future, 2028, something like that. But anyways, our next one here
What the
goes
hell?
to. Our next one goes to Running Menort, who puts in a 2 and said the U.S. of North and South America, Monroe Max. Oh, is that like Monroe Doctrine maxing?
Oh, we're Monroe maxing. I'm Christmas pilled. Like, man,
Donroe Doctrine. Donroe. That's what they call it.
man, I'm Uncle Sam pilled. I'm America maxing. Like, man, oh god. But still, a big thanks to you for the support. And I gotta say, that Monroe maxing is something else. I think we got to slow our roll on that to a good degree after this whole Venezuela thing. Because it seems as though the president had like one success, so now he's wanting to repeat this 4 more times in the area. So maybe we want to calm that one down. But with that, I hope that does address that well. Big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one is going to go to Walt Davey yet again, who put in a 5. He said, these actions don't affect the Strait of Malacca, but how does this change the Pacific nation that share that southwest body of Japan and South China area?
Let's see. I don't know which actions you're speaking of in particular, to be entirely honest with you, unfortunately. So I would have to declare ignorance on that at the moment. But I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
This one goes to P. Fletcher, who puts in a 2. It said, thoughts on the Abrams tank Perch drone launch system?
It would be pretty interesting. I'd have to say that. It would be quite interesting. And so with that, a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, a big shout out to Andrew Honeycutt, who put in a 2, along with Jixer and Plizoth, and they each put in a $2 support, and we appreciate all 3 of you very, very much. And we also have a 2 from Bruce Lee, who said, in Fort Dix, where that fellow is locked up at, you're screwed. It serves time. It serves time. It's hard time.
I would have to say it must be. But so like oh man, that was actually a good one. I gotta say, but a huge thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep running. And we're on to the next one.
The next one goes to Ross Nib yet again, and thank you very much, Ross, for that 5th or 6th super chat of the night. He said, thanks for the dedication, brothers and forcers.
And thank you massively, Ross Nib, for greatly appreciating our dedication and supporting this channel so we can keep this thing running and make this thing possible. And so a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Litatunan No, who put in a 2. And it said, how did Canada and the Geneva Convention coincide?
Well, Canada actually had a propensity for conducting an exorbitant amount of war crimes throughout history. And I do not say that as a joke. I mean, they quite truly were the reason why a lot of the conventions within the Geneva Convention were made. In World War I, it was actually commonly known that the Canadians just didn't take prisoners. That was one of the most common ones. To recount a specific story to y'all, I forgot who it was. I think it was actually towards the latter end of the war, and the Americans watched this happen, but there was a Canadian unit in one of the battles that had taken a good amount of German prisoners, about 50 of them, I believe. And so the Canadian lieutenant, he just said, all right, have them get on their knees and have them pray. And he whipped out his Webley, which was a service revolver, and he just went down the line and popped them all right there on the spot. The Americans that recounted the story later, they said that they were sick and that they had to run out of the area and go throw up, and they were in just shock of what they saw. But the Canadians are truly not ones to be trifled with, especially back then. I mean, they were barbaric, honestly, with how they fought war, and it made the Germans fear them to hell because they were scared to fight the Canadians because at that point, you're in a fight to survive. There is no chance of surrender. They're just going to execute you. So that's actually the reason why the Canadians are actually kind of a big reason why there are certain conventions within the Geneva Convention about those sorts of actions. So with that, I hope that does address it the best I can. A big thanks to you for support and help with the channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, by the way, we don't have a whole bunch of time to cover this tonight, but a whole bunch of U.S. Air Force aircraft, I presume Globemasters, just went dark over the Atlantic, so they might be en route to a location that they're wanting to keep covert right now, but a ton of them just went dark. They turned off their transponders, so that's interesting. But this one goes to UR, who puts in a 2, and said, get to it, Enforcers POV, heart you guys.
And thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running so we can make this thing a reality every night. And so with that, a huge thanks to you once again, and we are on to the next one.
Also, the TS actual said direction. They're heading eastbound, so they're heading toward Europe, Middle East. They're heading that direction out there. We don't know exactly where they're going, and they turn off their transponders so that way they could obfuscate the direction they're going. But anyways, this one goes to Travy Trav, who put in a 2. He said, "I can respect your answer."
And thank you so much for respecting it. Put some respect on my name. But a big thanks to you once again for support and help this channel to keep rolling. And we are on to the next one.
And that is our last super chat for now.
Oh.
So thank you all once again for that support, by the way. And we do appreciate all of the massive support tonight. It's very generous, and we do sincerely appreciate y'all helping to keep the channel running. And jumping into our Morse code cutters, we had the whole roster tonight. Paul Schultz, Kevin J, Mason Miami, Johnny Dog, Norman Pritchett, Airball Garbo, Herb Fluffiness, Coach Kobe, Terry Sire, Brown, Blairstown. And also, I think also Levi as well, by the way. And also they said the Morse code says, "What do you mean the guy is captured by the U.S. forces?" It's not like they flew in and all they did LLT LSA.
And that's the sound of money, and you don't get the dead on the nail. That was the Morse code messages of the night. I got to congratulate y'all on the Least Spinner Cinema Corps for making sure to get that correct time and time again. Truly an incredible feat that y'all have been able to continue to get that correct through the years. So with that, I congratulate the Least Spinner Cinema Corps wholeheartedly once again, and it is time for us folks to move on into the live chats. Currently, this stream is 4 hours and 39 minutes long, meaning that we are 1 hour overtime. So unfortunately, we will only be able to get 3 live chat questions, and then we'll be rounding out the stream for the night. So Matthew, what do we got?
This one goes to Frozen Fire, who said, "Why was Maduro sent to New York out of all these places?"
I actually don't know why they chose that federal district to try him. I actually wouldn't know. But they seem to send a lot of high profile people there for some reason. So with that, I hope that does address it the best I can. And we are on to the second to last question of the night.
Also, a big shout out to Bruce Lee. He put in a 2, and he said very simply, and we appreciate that support. And moving into our live chat question, this one goes to Melanie Cortez, who said, "Will this Venezuela situation affect Russia in a negative way?"
Yes, it will actually plummet the price per barrel of oil here in the future, and that will absolutely devastate the Russian economy, which is a monolith and is entirely based off of the petroleum industry, meaning that their entire economic survival relies on the price per barrel of oil remaining somewhat high. So I hope that does address that well. A big thanks to you for a wonderful question. And with that, we are on to the final question of the night. And so, who is the lucky last person who threw in the lucky last question of the night?
And this one goes to Clem, who said, "Did you hear about the Russian landings in Madagascar, and can you comment?"
I haven't heard of those, and unfortunately, I have to declare ignorance on them. We didn't have any coverage on that today, and to be entirely honest with you, if that did happen, that is the first time I've heard of such thing. But with that, I hope that does address that the best we can.
You said that's the first time I've heard of such thing. I don't know. It's just something about the way you said that. It cracked me up.
Man, I'm not gonna lie, man. Getting up like with only like 5 hours of sleep today, I'm not gonna lie, man. I'm really feeling it right now. Oh man, I'm telling you. But with that, folks, it is time for us to round out the stream for the night. We got to thank you all so much once again for watching. This stream has been another absolute marathon of 4 hours and 40 minutes. And we have had a total viewership of 238,000 people tonight and a peak viewership of 21,400 people. We are entirely honored and greatly appreciative of so many of y'all continuing to come here and choosing this channel to be your primary source of news. We're always honored and greatly appreciative of all of y'all spending your time here, and we will see you all tomorrow at 10 p.m. Eastern Time to cover the next 24 hours of the news from around the world, and most importantly, to run our Sunday night fundraiser, which we always pride ourselves greatly in running. And so with that, folks, we will see you all tomorrow. And also, there is enough news to make a short war video. The enforcer of the mat will be the one making that short war video. So with that, we will see you all.
It's my day, isn't it?
Yes, that's why I said enforcer of the mat.
Oh, I thought you said the enforcer.
No, I said enforcer of the mat.
That's I see what you did there. I see what you did there. Hold on a second. Let me get a little. Let's see. Cricket or Sathorn?
I will go cricket. Yeah. Yeah. But anyways, he will be the one making the short war video tomorrow. Because I made the one today and we alternate the days. So with that, folks, we will see you all tomorrow, either for the short war video or the stream. And make sure to join us, folks. It will be the Sunday night fundraiser. And so with that, good night, good luck, take care, stay safe, Slava Ukraini, Ram Slava, long live the Least Spring Army, and long live the Republic.
And with that, folks, a huge shout out to the 250,000 folks that decided to join us tonight to get their news out of Venezuela, Ukraine, the Middle East, Taiwan, and China, everywhere around the world. We are literally covering every single front these days, which is crazy. We got a lot of news, and there's going to be definitely more tomorrow, I would imagine. So be sure to tune in for that short war video midday and also the stream as well. It is the Sunday night fundraiser stream tomorrow, by the way. So if you're new to the channel, we usually pick a charity, most likely a Ukrainian-based charity, to help support the civilians in that country and to make sure that they're taken care of, because obviously they can't help the fact that they're being invaded by a lunatic. So we try to help out where we can. And to date, we've raised over $1.5 million plus for charity, and hopefully we can raise even more tomorrow. So with that, folks, thank you all for joining us once again, and we'll see you all tomorrow. And of course, Slav you, Ukraine. Hear 'em, Slav. Get some rest and good night.